about yourselves? Good. Yes, a little bit better. Good morning. Good morning. How's everyone? Good. 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 I hope everybody had a great weekend and ready for this morning. But we're gonna open up this morning and try to move this thing along today, and hopefully we can finish up everything. We're gonna open up with prayer by Councilmember Myers, please.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for everyone that is here. I pray, Lord God, that you would minister to each and every need here. I ask that you would be with us, that we would have understanding of what's being communicated to us. Be with our presenters, fill their mouths with the words that you would have them to speak. Have our hearts open. Let us be teachable and pliable. Father, let us walk in humility and harmonious and cooperating spirits with one another. And Father, we thank you that you would give us wisdom on how to lead this city, on what we should keep and what we should not keep, Lord God. And Father, I thank you for all that you have done and continue to do in our lives. We pray for all of the victims of the flooding and the inclement weather across this nation, Lord God. Father, we look to you because that's where our help comes from, is you. And so, Father, again, we thank you for all that you have done and continue to do in our lives. We give you the honor and the glory. In your Son's holy and precious name we pray. Amen and amen.
Amen. And let's stand for the pledge, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right again. Thank you all for coming out. Wayne, is it me or do I hear echo? I thought I heard an echo in here. Okay. It could be me, okay, but I thought I heard an echo, but if we can take on that. Parks and Recs is where we left off, and I guess where we're gonna start, Mr. That right, Mr. Van Wagner? Okay, all right.
There we go. That one's working. It could be user error. So, good morning, Parks and Rec. So, yesterday, Councilmember Strange and I, along with Fred Summer and Lane from Lennar and a couple others, toured Clermont with Shane, the president and chairman of the American Bicycle Association. Wanted him to speak for a couple minutes about what he observed. He has to leave in a little while, so we wanted to get him up here first so he could share his impressions. So.
Okay.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good to meet you all, and I appreciate you allowing me to share a little bit of the inspiration I felt yesterday when I got to tour Clermont. So I was going to start off a little bit about what ABA is so we can understand that, but also, too, I think it'd be prudent for me to talk a little bit about my background as well, because some of the things I'll say in terms of opportunity that I see won't make sense if you're looking at it just from a bicycle standpoint. So, yes, American Bicycle Association, we are the sanctioning body, and our specialty is BMX. So that's not motocross, that's bicycles. So we have our members are 3 to 76. Florida is our biggest contingency. We are in North America, so we are Canada and United States. But to give you a quick study on what that means, just in our Tulsa facility, which is where our new headquarters is, we activated 4,500 new children on bicycles, but the economic impact of our elite events in 3 years was over $60 million for that downtown community. So it's a pretty prevalent, we are the largest cycling organization in North America. So that's one bucket that we talked about yesterday. I think also too, my perspective has also come from my professional background. So I'm an architect and urban designer as well. So I led a nationwide full-service design firm. So we did everything from museums to convention centers, football stadiums, baseball stadiums, zoos, museums, warehouses, things like that. And then I also led a large construction company, about $1 billion annual revenue, and built those same projects. From the political standpoint, a lot of our economic development initiatives in the state of Oklahoma and the region, Missouri, Kansas as well, Arkansas, I typically will get sent in as we look at those companies, look at recruiting, industry, creating jobs, and then trying to understand the politics of how you take that idea, create a construction budget, design strategy, and then a comprehensive plan or activation plan to make it happen. So, and then on the nonprofit side, I've chaired a lot of nonprofits. I was treasurer of the Tulsa Community Foundation, which is the second largest community foundation in the United States. So I bring all those perspectives to bear on a one-day visit yesterday with Clermont. And I have to say, one of the things that I do this for other cities across the United States, and what you have here, in my opinion, is so unique, and the growth that you've experienced, from my understanding, is exponential, which is both exciting, but I'll also say too, can be a little bit daunting as if you take a look at where you could be 15, 20 years from now, because you have a lot of opportunity. But the change is coming. So as we take a look, quick perspective, Hancock Road, the fact that you have an anchor on the north side on Sugarloaf Mountain, you have another anchor on the south side, right here off the shores of Lake Louisa, and then you have an opportunity between there on a already designated cycling corridor. That is huge. And the fact that the topography of what you have here in Clermont is so unique to Florida, you have a natural draw here that I really think can be amplified exponentially. You already have, I think, roughly 3 to 5 miles with the new developments on each side being modified on that corridor. But you have a lot of opportunity between. The other big opportunity I saw as well is just right here with everything from the McKinley Park on the east side of what you have here off Festival Way, the lake, a string of pearls of activation. And when I use the term activation, I think this is exactly what I see. You already have such great things happening. I think if I had to make a recommendation to the group that you create an activation plan sooner than later. These are one of those things that you have to think about. What is the cost of inaction? So 5 years from now, if you're not ahead of this and there's inefficiencies in planning or the way budgets are spread out to developers or sports tourism, ecotourism, what opportunities have you missed? With the growth that you're experiencing, this is a wave you want to ride. This is not a wave that you want to bypass you, and then you look back on 5 years and think, we missed it. But all to say, the bones are already there. So as you take a look at, and I know there were discussions about, for example, parking garages here in downtown, absolutely, just making sure it's the right spot and it's not just placed down, but the activation plan is in place. And when I say activation plan, what does that mean? I think there's 3 parts to that. It's an evaluation first, or an asset determination of everything you have that's already here. And like I said, I do this. I'm doing this for LA right now for some of the Olympic venues. The assets you have in place are extremely, extremely valuable, and they're natural. They're not fabricated. You're not going to go in like Oklahoma City did and build a fake canal. Everything you have is already here. So that's great. Number 2 is an evaluation of what those assets can mean. So identifying each one, understanding if it's good as is, if it needs improvement, if it's something that can be relocated or activated. And then lastly, a plan that shows coordinated activation, and this is how you determine events. This is where you're getting into your sports tourism and ecotourism plans, so that you're using those assets and that those communities that have those can coordinate volunteers, which then generates economic impact. And then as your developers are looking at the economic impact, which speaks volumes, that's where your economic development comes from. And then that feeds into a bigger, more comprehensive plan. But I think I would say that would be my first recommendation. That's something that can be easily started. It's something that I'm really inspired by what you have here, and I think that is highly unique to this entire region and unique to the state of Florida in itself too.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. I think you left out one of your credentials with the National Recreation and Parks Association.
Yeah, yeah. So then my Forrest Gump background. I will be chairman of the innovation for the board Parks and Rec for 2026 and 2027. My job is to really change and take a look at where parks and what that means are going, and the evolution of parks and what that means to society. As you all see, I've got 4 kids. The way children are, the new generation coming up, the way they interact, the way they purchase, the way they socialize with one another is changing. Parks are going to be a huge tool for that. You already have it. You have the weather, you have the sunshine, you have the hills, you have the topography. You have it right here. And I think it's always interesting when I come in, and this is just a quick one-day look at what you have. And I don't mean this in a bad way. I think we do this as humans. You take for granted things you see every day because you don't see the bigger picture. I'll tell you wholeheartedly, your bigger picture is amazing. So I'd get ahead of that wave.
Thank you.
Well, I thank you, sir, and I totally agree with you. Clermont is a very unique city and has its own unique feature to it, and that's why a lot of times I get a little offended when I hear people come to me and say they want to be like Winter Garden. I don't want to be like Winter Garden. Clermont has its own features, its own draw at everything, and it's much better than I feel. It's much better than any of the cities that surround us with the natural environment and everything we have, the topography, the lakes and everything that we have here, especially because I've had time. I spent 3 years in Oklahoma City, so I know what's out there.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a great city.
I was stationed at Tinker Air Force Base back in the 80s,
Oh, yeah.
so when it really was nothing out there pretty much, and everything. So I know what you mean about man-made things and everything out there. And same thing, I saw a lot of it in Colorado when I was up there as well. So that's one of the reasons I love Clermont so much, because we just have so much natural a draw here, and beauty is just there, and we just have to make sure we capture that.
It's authentic for sure.
And I had asked Mr. Fernandez to come, given his background and his expertise. He's also involved with the International Olympic Committee. He's the best at what he does. And he's in the cycling industry, but also his background with development, with our talks about economic development and urban design and us working on the comp plan. And I don't know the answer to the question I'm about to ask, which makes it dangerous, but Shane, if you would, you have traveled the world, you've lived in Copenhagen, you've lived in Asia, we've lived all over, and you've seen Parks and Rec across the world. In what you can see Clermont be, how would we rank as a state, nation, the world, and what kinds of investments should we be anticipating?
Sure, and I did not get a chance to see all the parks, but the ones that I have seen, especially with the access to, so you have Lakeshore, the natural vegetation and landscape of the parks we did visit. So one of the things in Parks and Rec that we talk a lot, which you might not suspect, is accessibility too, right? So accessibility means a lot of people, I think, will naturally gravitate towards disability, which is a part of it. Accessibility also means underserved youth and single moms, and how are they going to have access to parks, and how are people going to walk from neighborhoods to parks? So from what I've seen in one day, I think you're definitely in that higher percentage. The infrastructure of parks and how they're funded is a discussion right now on the national level, right? So things are in flux. But like I said, I think with the connectivity you have and just the diversity I've seen in not only the landscape, but the demographics of what we saw, you're up there. I think as well, too, it's also intentionality, right? So if you were to have NRPA, National Recreation Parks Association, come in and ask, it wouldn't just be a site assessment, it would also be, what's your vision? How are you accessing quality of life? How is this affecting accessibility for all demographics? So as I assume, as they rank you, it's not just going to be jobs created funding, it's also going to be purposeful intention on where are you taking the parks and what does that mean? And all of that ties into economic development as well, because developers are looking at that in terms of where they want to put their subdivisions. Lennar told us yesterday that in all the developments they've done, the number one need from all their house purchasers are trails. It wasn't pools, it wasn't community centers. Now, community centers are important, but it was interesting to hear that one caught me off guard in a good way, right? But so what you have, especially with the lakes, I would say you're in that upper tier. The thing to really polish it off is what is the purposeful intention of how you're going to activate that.
And how do we do that?
I think really it starts with the activation plan, because really the triangle that I like to, when I go into a city, that in my opinion, creates the most momentum is when you have city leadership, one, and I almost say it's a diamond now. You have Parks and Rec on one side, sports tourism, and then economic development right behind. Because without those four in the room working intentionally to activate and understand what that means for economic development, they might be looking at an industrial site saying, hey, if we get X amount of jobs here, that would be great. Parks and Rec are sitting there saying, okay, well, where are all those workers going to live? And you have to have the developers in the room to say, well, these are the parcels we're looking at. And then sports tourism says, for example, if I were to say, which I'd like to talk about one day later, if ABA wants to come in, and we do, put one of our national centers here in the state, especially with the uniqueness you have in Clermont, okay, well, what does that mean when I say economic impact of our events? So if Tulsa is getting $60 million worth of economic impact for elite events in Tulsa, imagine what Florida's going to do. So those are the discussions, but you can't have that discussion until you understand what each asset is and how that asset can activate. Yeah, I think that's you have to have that first. It's just it's a roadmap. And
I heard you just say the ABA would like to bring a national center to Clermont.
yes, from what I've seen, it's a perfect fit. And that's a longer discussion for sure, but I'll tell you that would be an intention that we're.
Well, I think that may fit well into the wellness way area, the sports corridor that they developing sports and health corridor they developing in the wellness way. So Mr. Van Wagner, maybe make sure he get the contact with Mike and them down there in the wellness way. And see, I know AAU is already supposedly, I guess they still coming. AAU is supposed to be opening an office down in that area as well already. But again, I do appreciate you coming out and everything. And let me say, Tulsa is a beautiful city and everything. I thought it was one of the better cities I visited when I was in Oklahoma.
Thank you.
But did you get a chance to go by our little area over there? We got a couple of acres there. I think I see in the budget we're trying to turn into skate park and all that because we're trying to offer that. Did you?
I did. I got to meet with the owner of that property.
Okay.
Yep. So our conversation. First of all, he was excited about the prospect of it. So I really think if you take a look at what you have here with Festival Parkway, Victory Park, that you have an anchor. So basic terminology, if you look at a shopping mall, you put your biggest assets on the end because people will circulate between. You have more than assets on the end. You have assets in the middle too. So I really think on McKinley Park, that could be a community activation center for your youth, and that it could be way more than a skate park because you could have youth programming for your schools as well. If you take a look at the funding we get through grants on cycling, it far outnumbers the sponsorships we get for our elite events, right? So what all to say is when you look across the country, corporations, healthcare systems, they want to get kids on bikes. They want to get kids off their screens, outside in the sunlight. And a skate park would certainly do that, but we have figured out more ways. Those 4,500 children I told you about in Tulsa had nothing to do with BMX racing. It was activation of cycling and outdoor initiatives through our foundation. So I really see a foundation-based program there that has all the amenities you're talking about, but has a STEM education curriculum built into it, which we partner with schools on. They build it in their curriculum, everything from K through 12 through high school as well. We also have a RISE program, which engages underserved youth. That has been instrumental in terms of our abilities to walk into cities. For example, LA is more interested about that, that one initiative than they seem to be about the actual event, right? So all to say, I think McKinley Park is a perfect place for that activation.
Yeah. McKinney Park, yes. Well, we do have a lot of use in McKinney Park right now,
Yep.
especially the upper area fields. I didn't realize how many kids utilize that place up there for football practice.
They were out there yesterday.
I mean, there's tons and tons of kids up there all the time. So it is a hub. And of course, some years ago, 15 years ago, when I was doing trying to bring a Boys and Girls Club here, one of our studies showed that about 65% of our kids and youth lived within a 2-3 mile radius
That's
of that
correct.
area. So that's why, to me, it's very important that we develop that area in the
I
right
saw
way
exactly what you saw.
because it's got great access for the kids. But we need to do the skate park, and not only just the skate, but I think we was talking about putting some pickleball courts and everything, which is another requirement. But my thing is we need to offer something to everyone.
Right.
And our kids have been begging for a skate park now for even before I became mayor, they was asking for it, and I just see an opportunity for it out there and everything with this land. And
So,
maybe
Mayor,
go a little bit
just
further.
to
Yeah.
clarify, we met with the owner of the property that's adjacent to McKinney Park. So that's the area that Shane was talking about. The skate park would go near the new Volkswagen
Next to the
dealership.
Volkswagen, you're talking about Jason, the owner of the property where they talking about putting the apartments at?
Correct.
Okay.
And he explained, I was present for that meeting, and he explained that he had a partner who was pushing the apartment complex. And since the tax live local vote, that partner is no longer involved. And so the property owner expressed that he had intended to just get a partner and develop it, but now he's kind of trying to figure out what to do. I saw real synergies. The property owner and Shane are from the same community, come to find out. So that was funny. Similar high schools or adjacent high schools, competitive high schools, what have you. But he seemed really open to doing something really transformational in that region and understanding that it's part of the community and a connection to the community and also the face of 27. I mean, I think it's a really important location. And I'll share with you that when I've been talking about the string of pearls, after we had the meeting, Mr. Mayor, about McKinney Park, and I said, hey, do you want me to call my friend over at USA BMX? He got on the computer screen with me, and we were looking at McKinney Park, and I had given him a brief overview of Clermont, and he just said, well, this is obviously it's the extension of your string. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, well, it's on DeSoto. It's the same street. So it makes Crystal Lake the center of the string instead of Bishop Field being the end of the string. And I hadn't seen that. So I think when you get someone else in, especially professionals, it's funny what they see. And that's where the 1.6 miles comes from, that McKinney Park property becomes an anchor. It's also an entrance to the city from 27. I mean, it's a really cool location to start getting people. Now we're talking about getting people coming in from 27 at Lincoln Park all the way down to downtown without ever getting on Highway 50, by bike. So
Well, we already have that problem. So people coming through the neighborhood ever since Highway 50 got so busy, they come off in 27 and cut through DeSoto Street to get to downtown.
by bike though, not by car.
The back trails, they already have a lot of the routes that comes through that area, up and down blocks of DeSoto, Highland, and everything. So, but the piece of property that he's actually referring to, the 10 acres right there behind, one of the reasons some money was sitting in excess fund balance was in hopes that the owner of that property would sell it, because we tried to buy that piece of property before it got taken from us. But at the time we wanted to buy it, it was just the offer we made for $150,000 an acre was too low, so they were selling it $500,000 an acre. So we didn't have that funds available. So that's one of the reasons you see excess fund in the balance, because we were hoping that he would sell that piece of property, because one of the things is because of McKinney Park, and that's the other reason I like the other 2 acres over there for a skate park, because the whole idea was to try to put a community center in there for the kids, and because you already got some assets there. So you put the community center in there, that bring it all together. And of course, then I got the skate park that right there next door that can tie all that in together. So. Yeah. Yeah, see, yeah. Yeah. So, and, I don't want to have to, I don't really want to care about McKinney Park. It took us a long time to get that park where it's at. And of course, I got the other piece of land over there, Mr. Van Wagner. I keep asking them to try to get from the school board. So, they just refuse to sell it to us so far. I see, another chance for some type of park if not, maybe end up putting the community center in there, but we need another facility for the kids to come meet and teach and everything. We need a hard building something. But I appreciate you coming out and
You have any
well,
questions?
I'm quite sure you didn't get a chance to go through all the bike routes and everything that they take all on Sugarloaf Mountains and all that. I don't know if y'all took them all out there along Sugarloaf Mountain.
No, we did.
Okay.
That was something like that. As we were driving, my mind was half looking at it as an architect, and the other half my mind was writing it.
Yeah.
So it's an amazing thing. It's a surprise, and yet when I visit locals, it's not a surprise. That's perfect. That's the key.
And you're right, I guess one of the experiences I've had in life I've been in all over the country pretty much and had the opportunity to live and visit some of the larger cities, and I still come back here to Clermont because, like I say, because of the natural charm and beauty and the attractions and environment. I just haven't seen another place like it, everything. So I appreciate it. And hopefully I get back out in Oklahoma soon.
Come by, or, our site on, Tulsa has a history of the largest race massacre in its history. Tulsa, our site is right up there. The story we've been able to tell about how you have Olympians there now.
Yeah.
It's a story that's spread.
Right.
That RISE program I mentioned to you, 3 of those kids entered the biggest race in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, okay, the story of that, it's Tulsa. Imagine what you
Well, like I say, Tulsa is a very beautiful city. I had a chance to visit in Lawson. My mother is originally from Lawson, so okay. And my daughter was actually born in Norman, Oklahoma. So, so I get back out there to visit every now and then. So hopefully I'll be back out there sometime soon. Hopefully I'm looking to go to Dallas and visit a friend and jump on up there a couple hours outside and get on back up there and visit some other friends. But I appreciate you coming out and and any other, if you get a chance, I don't know when you're leaving, but if you get an opportunity to tour the city some more and see some more out there, please let us know.
Well, I'd love to come back.
Okay. Would appreciate it. Anybody else have anything?
Just a quick question. You were saying that you were considering making Clermont a center for the ABA, and you were saying that it created $60 million in economic development in Tulsa.
That's right.
What is the? I'm trying to understand what it does.
Oh, sure.
So what do you do as this is a national center?
Sure. There's 3 revenue streams for us that also impact what that center puts out. So we have our foundation there, which this would have. So those are the programs for STEM education. And actually international events. We will run our international events through our foundation because corporations allocate dollars and a lot of that impact. So that model there is what could be replicated here. The other one is once those events come, and you have Olympian straight here, you have a national event. I would say that this would have way more than Tulsa has, or is already our biggest contingency of racers. So you would have that number here would be astronomical experience in Tulsa. Because Tulsa would break down a little bit, here it's already. The other thing too is really kind of multi-use events, which sounds interesting, but when I put my architecture hat on, the way these are designed is, this would be fully covered, ours is fully So you can activate things outside of just cycling activation. So during the week, you have school buses with kids, that's going through the school programs, events on weekends, local, regional, national, international, time of year. And then you mix it in between with corporate, team building, nonprofit, galas, fundraisers, farmers markets, music festivals, things like that, because you have a large area that's underneath you can gravitate toward it because it's so unique. So a lot of your corporations are typically or nonprofits like the fundraising gala convention center, what we're seeing is a switch in direction coming to us just because it's unique, and then while they're doing it, so you have to try to take off on bicycles so they make it a full day experience. So those are really kind of the buckets that we have. Randomly the world championship in drone racing, but that was never on my radar.
Right.
That's happened.
So I've got a question on how things mesh. Because you're doing BMX, does that tie into the mountain biking world?
Yeah, so they're different disciplines. Yes. So right now, and it depends on. So for example, in Los Angeles, they're leaning more back. We can't speak mountain biking to that, but they're leaning more on the professional aspect of being rotors rep for the states and having the course design, but then the event activation, then the public-private partnership that has to happen between the corporations donating money, LA 28 coming in with contracts, and then the global federation runs that event, their requirements. So almost representing that city in all capacities. Other places, if it's a master plan specifically for an action park, yes, we can cover everything from triathlon, cycling, gymnastics. That's where my background comes in: football, baseball, and all that. All. Typically, it starts with a conversation with like sitting there and say, "Oh, you've done these two. Can you add that to the scope?"
Right.
Parking garage, because that way it's just one issue. So that's not how it's.
But the ABA, I think, to Mr. Howard's, I think if I understand Mr. Howard's question, the ABA is the governing body for mountain biking, road biking,
So
BMX.
We're the sanctioning body of BMX, and we are right now in terms of mountain biking and all the different disciplines. We definitely speak that language and bring those events.
No, but you guys would be the sanctioning body like on a pump track or something along that lines?
Yes. The
Okay.
pump tracks aren't sanctioned, but the Global Federation has the World Championship involvement pump tracks.
Okay.
We don't handle that, but we represent that Global Federation.
Okay.
So if you said you wanted a pump track World Championship course in this facility, we could absolutely do that. So really what I do is when we go in from the cycling perspective, I'll sit down with the stakeholders and say, okay, we want what level of we want to activate kids and moms and have fun with that, or are you wanting a global master, a global championship, like a World Cup? You want a World Cup? Okay, well, that's this level. Same thing with our BMX tracks and our freestyle courses. The mountain biking courses, that's a little bit more loose, just because it depends so heavily on the topography you have as much.
That was my whole thing, was that we've got some places that can't be developed just because of our cut and fill in the hills. And so we just need people to recognize that, the property owners, and say, hey, what can we do with this? And I think some of these properties are actually owned by the state. And so being able to work with them, I know that Mount Dora has a pump track that I know kids run over there quite a bit. And apparently they really love that one. So as long as we can outdo Mount Dora, then I'm happy.
We're competitive here.
And it goes in, and we can also on the skateboarding side. But the question I'll ask is, okay, on skateboarding, you want an X Games event, or are we talking? So it's a list of options that we can then. That I will just say with you're already known from wakeboarding to everything. I mean, you're known as an action sports capital right now, motocross as well. I was laughing because on the motocross side of me when I was here last summer, the elevator opened at the hotel I was staying at, and the Rockstar Husqvarna motocross team was in the elevator. So you already have it, and that's what's interesting, is you just got to connect all these dots and be intentional. So, yeah, I think we should go with what you have going on.
Well, and I'm a big fan of small parks spread out. So correct me if I'm wrong, but we could put a pump track in each kind of region of Clermont so that kids in those regions could learn how to ride their bike. 'Cause that's part of it. Yesterday you were explaining to me it's where kids go to ride without their hands and to jump on things
When I
and,
do presentations at general public, I say, let's talk about BMX. And I'll say, how many of you know what that is? And about 10 people raise their hands. I said, okay, how many of you rode a bike that looked like this? This is what each bike. I said, okay, did you ride with no hands? Did you jump off a curb? Did you race your friends? Did you go farther than your parents told you? If you did any of those, you're a BMXer, you just forgot. Right? And it's a common language that's, I think, of all the sports, cycling is a common language.
Yes.
You just have to.
And I think it'd be good to recognize some of those lands, because I was a little surprised growing up in historic Clermont, there's always been parks here. So I just don't go to what I call the hospital district. I don't go to the hospital district that much. But then I was looking at it when we got the map, and there's no parks over there. There's nothing over there. And I was like, how can there not be parks over here? So I was a little surprised that it wasn't just because growing up in historic Clermont, there's a park every half mile, so you just kind of get used to them being there. And so, yeah, I think we need to sit down and intentionally, like you were talking about, start talking about some of those areas that are underserved, because I was a little surprised that that entire area in the northeast corner, I didn't see a single park over there.
Well, the city doesn't own any, but what was happening over there when they were developing that side of town, pretty much most of the developers and everything were putting parks within their community. Nothing like what we did in the city, but you got the basketball courts, you got the kids' playground and the different tennis courts and everything in different parks. I know one of the areas there right there off of what's that, Citrus Tower Boulevard and everything in Northwick, when you start back towards the hospital, all that vacant land in there, it was talks about trying to put a big park in there at one time, but not through the city, but the developer.
oh, that could be a cool mountain bike
Yeah, but
site.
it's not the city owned, so that was the thing. One other thing that, for Mr. Peterson, he asking, what's
What is a pump park?
What?
Pump bike, whatever that
It's a fair question.
So a pump track.
is. Okay, that's it.
Is
I thought it was a bike.
yeah, so if you can imagine a series of concrete rings.
All right.
And it's smaller than an official BMX training facility, I suppose, right? So the reason cyclists love pump tracks is it really engages, it's in terms of mobility. So a pump track can engage bicycles, it can engage a skateboard, it can engage scooters. So when you go and watch a pump track, you see really a plethora of disciplines and different kids using it. It's a great place. It's really easy for moms and dads to come in, sit down, sit on the bench, and watch the kids ride around. And it creates a good foundation. What we see is we like those because you'll see those children gravitate from there into your more structured organizations, whether that's mountain biking, road cycling, triathlon. So it's really a great foundation builder. Also, too, it's you see that even with adults. So it's a good. I can go out there and I can ride with my kids.
Okay.
Not too
Okay,
bad.
Tony Hawk.
Too bad.
How much space does a pump track take up?
I'm sorry.
How much space does a pump track take up?
You really can. It could be. I'd say for an effective. And again, if you're running a regular pump track, that's not.
Just the neighborhood pump track.
Yeah. So you're looking at 100 by 200 feet ish.
So we get.
It depends on.
So because it's so much, I'm sitting there thinking, because it's so much more versatile and everything, because you can insert skate, bikes and all that. Maybe that's what we need to look at, putting out there next to the Volkswagen, digging on that 2 acres, not just the skate park, but maybe do the pump track. And we got enough room out there, we can probably make it a little oversized as well, so.
And we even have an option that it's a hybrid.
Yeah.
Pump track and BMX track.
Mhm.
Combined. So you get kind of going to our conversation, you get, that is, in terms of community engagement, your most accessible, diversity, diverse part. If you are wanting the economic impact of unique events, then that's a different course. So, yeah, that's something we kind of go through with each individual situation and each property. It's not an unintended contract.
Did you guys discuss the opportunity with Meet Us in the Middle and how that expansion could impact?
We
this
had dinner at
discussion?
the Salt Shack last night and took a walk.
I mean, there's so much opportunity with that too, at least in what I understood, everything from how do you access the water, growing the existing park, the lay of that and what can be activated. Again, it's all about activation. If you can have a great park and no one knows about it, it's not intentional, you can have a great park. Stumble across it. So everything from sidewalk, vending, art shows, and then you have art walk. The connectivity, speaking of the art walk to that park, that connection is mission critical. And I did understand the conversations about parking structures and a lot of those. Where is that located? What's the proximity to the business? Is it mixed use? So you have business underneath, parking above. There's all sorts of ways you can skin that. But that is a huge opportunity that then can connect. And so, of the two things I saw, that arterial way between Sugarloaf Mountain and Lake Lisa, and then, yeah, your park right here is, opportunity is huge. And like I said, I think it's all.
Well, I thank you for asking that question because that was next on my list to see what he thought about it if you had a chance to look at that. But you answered that because I think that's very critical for another one of the components that we need to go ahead and get started with and activate because it'll be a big economical boost to the downtown because it'll be a big draw to people.
Got to meet with Fred yesterday and about Victory Park, and I think, and again, like what I call that is a reintroduction.
Right.
So, what based now that you had it, what could that park be now? I know what it was, but that's an opportunity just right there, right? So, yeah, I agree that.
Well, Victory Park, what I've noticed with Victory Park, because it was built as an exercise park and all that supposedly, but it was never being utilized because we didn't have any parking over there. But since we put the parking lot over there, that parking structure over there, a lot more people are utilizing it and everything. But I do see a lot more use over there, and I'm getting requests, people coming to me asking about how can they do events over there now. So we're good.
I think you all might agree with me, but I'd like to see this gentleman again and again and again. See it.
I don't know about again and again and again. Well, one of the things I've always said and wondered, and I'm gonna ask you this, and I don't know if you saw it, or maybe you get a chance to go back and look at it, but like I say, we have bikers come through the neighborhood all the time. Even when I grew up here, lived out there and still living in the neighborhood, there's one area they always avoided. That's off of Pitt Street, Scott Street. When you come
We
off,
didn't see that. He didn't see that
no,
yesterday.
when you come off of Pitt Street and try to go up Scott Street, I mean, you got like a 90-degree climb almost. But I never see anybody, the only thing I ever see out there is skateboarders skating down it, but I never see bikers try to utilize it.
If I learned anything from the tour yesterday, I think Shane's going to say, put a ramp on the end
Yeah.
that goes into the pond on the other side and see how far they can jump.
Well, actually, if you come from DeSoto Street down Scott Street towards Pitt Street, you look like it's a bottomless because you can't see the bottom, and it is such a drop off. But I still waiting to see somebody develop a route that they try to take them up that hill.
Yeah.
See?
I think it's interesting, and I'll leave you with this thought, because this hit me. I get tainted too because I get to deal with everything from the best athletes on the planet from across the world to cities that have these big visions, and then I forget. I tend to forget. My team tends to forget the basics, right? And I think one of the things that we saw out of that RISE program is we interviewed two of the children that graduated. They got bikes. They got a lifetime membership. Their parents got bikes.
Right.
And we interviewed one child and we said, okay, well, what are you going to do with this? And of course, based on what we thought, it was exactly that. I would be a champion. I would be Olympics. And it's awesome. The second answer is what really humbled us. And it's about the power of Christ. He said, I'm just happy I can go get my own groceries. And I just, but But I think that's what, when you talk about community center, when you talk about school programs or something, there's a whole other aspect of things, especially with kids and communities and families, that we're always looking at these big things and we forget what that accessibility, those little things can do to change something.
So I'd like to put you on the spot a little bit. And this comes off of what Mr. Van Wagner asked. In ballpark, I'm not asking because we're in budget time. What would it take to have your organization come in and give us a large overview, sort of a roadmap of what you guys see from a planning development standpoint so that we could budget a yearly investment or however, because it's going to take future councils as well. Obviously, this council's not going to solve all of those problems, but.
I would say, so I call it the first phase as an activation. So really assessing what you have, doing an evaluation, creating an activation plan for assets, and then identifying what other needs you might need based on this activation. So typically that phase, when I work with the city, it depends on how many times to be in the city. Right?
Obviously,
those range from 75,000 to 125,000 with a document, a vision plan, and then I add on depending on the city. You say, hey, we want to pull a parking garage up. I believe that's a separate contract, and I can add parts and pieces to it. But that's usually typically the base of what I see as we go into the season.
So I'd be comfortable with putting that into the budget and, just not to exceed 150,000 and go from there because we've got a lot going on with Wellness Way. Part of the thing with Wellness Way, depending on whether we decided to preemptively annex that, we might be able to change some of the codes to better meet what you're talking about, because each community does have to have a park. And I'm not sure that they looked at it when they built, these codes were done 10 years ago plus, and so I'm not sure how they looked at it. I wasn't involved at that granular level, so that would be more something from, a large planning and development. But now would be the time to do that, because I think we could get those okays from landowners to say, hey, we don't mind these small changes, and it hopefully doesn't affect us, as far as entitlements go. So.
And I agree with you. I think when we have momentum in the direction, I'm not just talking about that you had, as I sat and look at that photo, and then how much you've grown in the last couple of decades. But just the developments you have in place now, that momentum, those conversations are happening. So
Right.
I would suggest you moving forward in that direction. You don't want to lose that.
What about we did not tour yesterday, the ARC, but we have a large venue that has the Arts and Recreation Center, Performing Arts Center. Would the assessment analysis, or the activation plan, include an assessment of that structure and its operations?
Well, what we would do is, typically I go in and the way I'm hired as an owner's representative, and you tell me what you need to do. And buckets that aren't outside of expertise, I go in and recommend we interviews national consultants. So specific for Performing Arts Center, have I designed them? Yes. Could I do an assessment of economic feasibility based on that? No, I would bring some. So as you look at the assessment, and you identify we need to have this, this, and this, each one of those typically, depending on the use, might be a specific specialty based on that use, and we could guide you in the process of bringing that person on the team. But typically, as I go in, I have 4 or 5 different specialty groups, depending on what that city needs, that go and they hyper-focus on one initiative if I can.
Is that part of the 75 to 125, or is that additional?
Well, I think, their fee would be additional, and we would walk through that. So it's almost all part.
So if we want to have an assessment, we know one of our assets is the Performing Arts Center. And it's a big one, so I don't want to ignore the big ones. We might get caught off guard with something we didn't see, but we certainly can see that one. I think the question in my mind with the Performing Arts Center is sometimes it's called the Performing Arts Center, sometimes it's called the Arts and Recreation Center. It's got a lot of land around it. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. It's used for community events. It's used for rentals for weddings and private events. It's used for shows. It's used, in theory, for community theater. It's used for recreation. We have pickleball courts. We have a pool. So it's got this jack of all trades kind of thing going on with it that I'd like to see an intentional, when you talk about activation and intentionality, like how do we get the highest and best use out of it? And I just want, if we're going to go into an activation plan for our parks and recreation, I would like to make sure that facility is included in the conversation. And it might be recreation, it might be performing arts, it might be a community and event center. I don't know where that's gonna land, but I wanna make sure that's part of the process, even if it's phase 2, but I wanna know as we sit here anticipating the budget, if we can get it done in fiscal year 26, I'd like to get it done in fiscal year 26. So what does that take?
Yeah, and I'd have to talk to some, that's something to be sort of.
I mean, if we say not to exceed 200,
I would say if I take a look at the overall average of specialty psychology, depending on the scope, so hyper-focus like that, that could go, that could be in the range of about 40 to 50,000. The other thing we could do too is we could look backwards. Maybe this conversation, but if we did come up with a budget we wanted to know, I could look at it and say, okay, let me work backwards from that number and tell you what I think you can get.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we define what is in there. So you're making it really detailed, or making it 50% view with options to do it. I think that's mostly the same.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask?
I'm hearing almost 200,000. Mr. Freddie, let me ask this question. If we wanted him to come in and do this study and everything, do we have to go out for bids, or we can just, how can we go back and just have him, this organization come in and do this?
is this a
Okay.
single source thing or is
Legally
this a-
do it without, because we're talking the amount we're talking.
Yeah, the council could override the procurement process at any time. So if this is a sole source type of deal, they're the only ones that can do it, then you can just go ahead and get it done.
So we can just override and just go direct to the direct source.
Yeah, if they're the only one that can do this nationwide, then yes.
The ADA for cycling, we are a sole source provider.
Yeah.
Which is why we're building so many cities. And then they add on parts and pieces to it.
So basically what I'm hearing from Freddie is basically all we have to do is make the decision, that's what we want to do, and then sit down and do a contract or whatever, a proposal,
Yeah, you
and
could
send
do,
it to them.
you could do a contract with them, with the
Yeah.
city attorney and
Okay.
scope and get it done.
Okay, and then you can go ahead and do that and put that in the budget, and we can maybe have them whenever they're available to do it, first part of the year after the budget cycle in, or whatever, and what I'm hearing.
If I was sitting in Mr. Fernandez's seat, I would be getting a little antsy and uncomfortable, and we're having this conversation right now. And I do want to point out he has 7 minutes, so, because he's got a plane to catch,
Yeah.
right?
So I'm done with that, so I'm good. If we need to get to 200, then let's just go 200 and not to exceed. And then, if we do need to exceed, the city manager has the ability to go a little above that anyway. He just have to come back to us. And so that's all I'd ask, is that as we move through the process, I think the planning side of that needs expert help. And, I certainly don't have that knowledge or that foresight. So I'd love to have somebody else come in and say, hey, this is where we're at. And I think it'll save us money in the long term rather than making mistakes, because obviously we could make some. And if you've already got designs done for pump tracks and all of that stuff, I mean, if you've got that in place where we could just set that down, that makes, now we're not doing engineering, all of that stuff's in place. That just makes even more sense to be able to do something that's already planned. That.
Okay.
Well,
I'm gonna let-
Sorry, one question. Your lack of pushback, we're assuming that you're interested in the job?
I would love to. I'm very excited. And just full transparency, I'm glad this conversation. It's not what I.
Well, I know he's
I was really
interested. He
just
said
gonna
that
say
from
what
the
I saw.
get-go.
You know, I would love to.
Well, I knew you was interested because I called that from when you first started your conversation, that you would love to be here to try to develop that. I picked that up right away.
This is what I wake up and, gosh,
especially when you tell me you would like to look at moving your headquarters here, so Mr. Van Wagner, make sure he get Mr. Mike Carroll's contact
Yes.
information so they can start that conversation maybe. And, cause I think it would be great if they can, if they want to relocate and they can't find room down in the Wellness Way in the, Olympus area rather, and
Yeah.
everything with that sports complex.
And do you have an openness to work with us, a partnership with the McKinney Park east of that tract of land possibly?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, because,
Well, that's if we, I mean, I don't know where the developer's going. I know
I don't know.
we was kind of like hoping and we just,
We've led several, our facility is also a public-private partnership, so I have two people on my team that specialize in that. We've done one public-private partnership, obviously, public-private partnership in the city. But yeah, it's not uncommon to have conversations. It's just like, hey, this is compromising, everybody comes in, with all the shapes and say, see if we can figure it out. But I think that opportunity is right there.
And if the guy's looking for a partner that works well, especially if they have grant money that they can bring to the table, we can probably find, funding through the city as well as other grant opportunities. So if we're able to pull that piece of land, expand that, and, do it, especially if we can do it primarily through grant opportunities, I think it makes doable. So, and you guys already have grant writers, so that could be part of the process once we brought you on to say, hey, we have opportunities for these grants and move forward.
Sit down
Okay.
and visit with your team, figure out what grants you see here. We have ones we can look at too. Visit with him and understand. He's a BMXer from Edmond, Oklahoma. He's crazy. So,
Edmond.
So he,
Edmond, Oklahoma.
Okay. So I think that's a great opportunity. So you never know who your neighbors are. So that's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you, Shane.
Appreciate you coming.
Thank you for your time.
And hopefully we'll see you in a couple of months.
Fly safe.
Time for Brian.
Huh?
Okay. time
All
for
right, I'm
Brian.
done, right?
Well, you might be, actually. I mean,
So, all right.
I think
we
it's
could
worth
get
going
started.
through the
We could-
project, the
Yes, we could go,
proposal.
we could start, Kyle. Kyle? There we go, all right. So Parks and Rec, our quick presentation. Obviously, our focus to enhance the quality of life for the residents. We know that Parks and Rec increases home values, health, improves crime, youth development. We want well-maintained parks and facilities, diverse and comprehensive program and events for all ages, and we want to continue to grow to meet the needs of the community. And we just talked about sports and event tourism. So, Kyle, we're going to go quick on this one. I just completed a reorganization in April 2025. The underlined positions report to the director, and the positions in white are full-time positions. And positions in yellow are part-time, and I have some seasonal and contract on there also. It is you saw that we reduced overall personnel expenses by a significant amount. And we did not lay anybody off. This was taking advantage of people who left organically and reorganizing. I personally, I really wanted to do this because I want my staff to be busy. So I don't want us to be overstaffed. I'd rather the staff is too busy to get their work done than scrolling through their phones at work. So this is an efficient, productive staff that works well together. So I like how we're functioning right now. So hopefully it continues. It's only been a few months, but I'm pleased with it. Talked about parks. We're obviously going to do, as we just had a long discussion, we're going to do an inventory of parks later on, but this is what we have so far, 375 total acres, 219 of them are Hiawatha. As Councilmember Howard mentioned, here's our map of our current facilities. There's nothing in Wellness Way yet, and that northeast corner, the city does not own any parks in that area, but as the mayor pointed out, those are the HOAs that have come in have put in recreation facilities in those areas.
Isn't that in our ordinance and everything, when they come in, they have to put them in, like I know in the Wellness Way area, they they have to have their own parks, and I think that's what's happening, so.
Yeah, in Wellness Way, it actually tells how the park is oriented to the homes and to the mixed-use business, and how the density changes and how they interact, and even how adjacent communities interact. So it's neat to read how that was done. And that's why when I talk about him looking at that, I don't know whether it was done right or wrong. It's well beyond my knowledge as a city council person. I mean, this gets into fairly high-level planning, and so we need people to look at that. And I mean, I don't want to pretend that I have that skill.
And I admit most of the parks, and of course, I guess I know they're out there because when I was involved with a lot of them in the post office, did address growth management, so I used to visit all these developments all the time when they were being developed. Not to say they had high dollar parks put in there, but I guess they were meeting the ordinance requirement and everything. But I still say we can probably go back and look at them, and of course, we'll probably have to get the HOA permission if we want to try to do trails that go through the park. See,
Well-
that's private property, so.
Yeah, and it came up yesterday as, in many ways, a philosophical conversation, and I want to give Mr. Foreman credit for raising the issue, which is it becomes an issue of accessibility. And when we talk about what is the role of parks in our community, well, it's a quality of life. It's not. Some might say it's a basic function of government. Others might say it's not. So it's up for debate. But what it is a quality of life conversation. And if you only have access to one park, because that's the one park that your community built, then you don't have the highest quality of life that you could have, because there might be a park a half a mile from you that you can't get to because it's behind gates. Not to say that's bad or wrong that it's behind gates, but it means that you don't have the highest quality of life that you could have as a citizen. So that's the role of parks, is to give people access to nature in an interesting way where children can learn and all people can be healthy. And so I suspect when we have this assessment done that the National Recreation and Parks Association will be involved to help answer those questions and what could we do. And I'm excited to see what they come up with, because this is the industry I'm in, and even I am like, this is a big project to really do all these assessments, and it's exciting, and I'm thrilled to see the support for it. So thanks to all of you. But you raise a really important question, Mr. Mayor, and I think it's important for the industry. And not to be too selfish, but I think that Clermont's going to end up on the front page of the NRPA with a study, which I'm excited about.
With the trail, there's already a trail that's in Wellness Way, and I can't remember how far it travels up, but I think it was supposed to connect every development to every other development north to south. It is, in my recollection of reading the driest material ever. It's hard to comprehend all of it and remember it all, but I do believe that there is a trail that runs north to south that connects pretty much the entire area, which is great. And I believe that they were required to have feeders into that trail, which is neat. And then it goes all the way down into the area, kind of the swamp area, for lack of a better word, but there's a lot of more nature trails down there. So I think that's a great opportunity. And he talked about tying it into Lake Louisa, which is a little more difficult because of 27, but that would just have to be how do we do this? But I think it's neat to be able to tie that up, to go up north. We have Pitt Street, which can tie across. I think that under the bridge there is less than ideal for getting people across, but it's, luckily it's a slow street, so maybe we can find a way to, or maybe there's more land there than I remember. I don't.
Where is this?
When you're going under the bridge on Pitt Street, bringing people from the east side from the east side to the west, going under 27.
on
I don't remember how
27.
much room. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of room.
It's not very much room. I know we squeezed the sidewalk in there. We had county go and put a sidewalk in there, and I mean, it's like right up against the wall.
Yeah,
And that one sidewalk, and on the other side, you have a little bit more room on the north side and everything.
Well, I think to his point is the sooner we start looking at that, the easier it might be to make adjustments or accommodations. If we retrofitting is more expensive than doing it right out of the ground. And so the sooner we realize, where do we want the trails to go? What are we trying to connect? What are the assets we're connecting to? The sooner we make those determinations, the sooner the results, we might put that, for example, whatever the solution is, on a schedule that aligns with the resurfacing or redoing of that road, so you would then line it up. So what's the timeline to execute this? Fortunately, we have a great public services staff who can help us with those things. But yeah, I think you raise a really good point about it. And it speaks to the issue of how quickly can we get a plan in place, which would support the comp plan as well, because now what businesses need to be where and where might they go? And I'll spill a little bit of the beans and tell you that I've been having conversations at the state level about getting support for some of these transportation solutions across 50, across 27. And so far, one of the timelines that becomes important is there is a grant we can apply for at the state. The expiration is August 1st. It's considered a small scale plan, but the 75 to 100,000 that maybe we could go get to do a proposal that we might be asking the state to fund. So if we're looking at bridges, for example, if we're looking at trails, for example, there may be state funding, there may be federal funding, but the state will help us with the grant program to be able to get those answers. So some of what we just said we want to spend, we could maybe get back from the state in a grant, but August 1st is the deadline for that. Yeah.
I think that's what you said the last time, is we need to have somebody in here that's a grant person that we can go to. I mean, there's probably, like you just found this one for 100,000. I would imagine there's a plethora of other grants that are available that we're missing the time on it. Like August 1st is, what, 2 weeks away?
I'm wondering if the community foundation can help us write some of these grants now that as we're getting grant writers on board. That is a local resource that maybe we could tap into that might be able to help us. And I suspect that if Shane puts his proposal together to address Hancock Road, and to kind of give you the 5,000 foot on that, Sugarloaf Mountain is the highest point in Florida. Lake Louisa State Park is a pristine waterway.
No.
I'm sorry, on the peninsula of Florida. Thank you.
No.
It's not in Florida, but on the
Everybody
peninsula.
say that, but actually, the Citrus Tower is supposed to be the highest peak in Florida.
Well, we've already
That's
got the
why it was
Citrus
built
Tower.
there.
So we have the two highest peaks right here
Yeah.
in Clermont. But Lennar's agreement with the county to build out Hancock Road, I learned yesterday, is they are doing 10 of the 15 miles between Sugarloaf Mountain and Wellness Way. Those 10 miles are being built out such that they have 2 lanes of road, 6-foot bike paths on each side, and then a 12-foot trail. So 10 of the 15 miles is extraordinarily bike friendly in the world of bikeable roads. Now, I'm not an engineer, and I am no Jeff Speck, but that's a good start. I know that. And so they're in that process. So the beast is moving in a direction. Now, what's interesting is it's the top and the bottom. So we have the 5 miles in the middle. And this is where I think the state could come in to possibly help with the connection between those two pieces of Hancock. And 15 miles is kind of a magic number because when you start dealing with marathons, 13 miles is what you're looking for. So for us as the ultra distance, the creation of the ultra distance triathlon, we're known internationally because of what Fred Summer has done for this community. He created ultra distance triathlon. Ironman exists because of Fred Summer. And if someone from Ironman is watching, Casey, feel free to give me a call on that. But I think they would agree that he created it. So it's very cool to have that history, but also the potential to have a mountain that feeds into a pristine waterway that you can use. And what's interesting from a development standpoint is it also creates transportation opportunities for our community members to get to work. Because now you can get in your car or you can get on your bike. And for us, that might feel foreign, but to a lot of people, that's their life. That's normal. And if we want to solve transportation problems in Clermont, I think we need to consider interesting alternatives. So Hancock becomes a potential solution to that. And to a point you made earlier, Mr. Mayor, one of the places we looked at was where the ridge connects to Hancock Road and Wellness Way, and it creates these kind of natural mountain biking opportunities. And that's one of the locations that I think he's saying, hey, maybe this could be one of our national offices. I think we can get state, but I'd like to go for national. But they'd have the mountain biking and the road biking, and it's right next to the 5-mile clay loop.
Well, the whole Olympus area is all sports and medical complex. I know I've
Exactly.
already met with, AAU has already talked about putting the office down there, moving the office headquarters in there.
Yeah.
I know they're supposed to be putting the skate arena. I met with Mr. Phil Exposito 2-3 years ago. I don't know if y'all know, he's a ex-professional hockey player. So he came and met with us about the hockey arena because they wanted to grow hockey up. So that's whole, and this is just tie right in with the sports complex and everything. But we want to try to move
Yeah,
on.
sorry, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so the Parks and Rec programs, and there's 2 pages of this. So the programs in white are the programs that staff runs themselves. The programs in yellow are contracted programs. So it's another group. And then the seniors, of course, at Keeler. In our events, same type of setup. The programs in white are the ones that we run in the Parks and Recreation Department alone. The ones in yellow, we work with other city departments, and the ones in that other orangish color, we work with local organizations, the chamber, veterans organizations, Lincoln Park. And then there's another additional 120 individual event permits that we process. And these are our patrons, who comes to the Arts and Recreation Center, 1,300 rentals, so times by however many people show up per rental. 7,500 open and pool gym visits a year, 14,000 performing arts tickets sold. Paid registrations, the reason there's an asterisk on that is for a couple reasons. One is like softball team could have 20 people on it, but it's 1 registration. 2 is most of those contracted programs that you saw they register through the city, but a few of them they register through the contractor provider. And also I don't want to be misleading and say that that's how many people are coming, because it could be the same people that are registering for multiple programs too. Our event attendance, we about 40,000 total from those events we listed overall, and then athletic fields, 236 total reservations so far this year, and over 4,000 reservation days, which means that there's been 4,000 different field uses. Okay.
And do you have, is it on a later slide, how many people were serving outside of Clermont citizens?
I don't have that, but somewhere one of my papers, let me find it. So I can tell for the Arts and Recreation Center for facility reservations. So this year, total reservation days for residents is 768. The total reservation days for non-residents is 466. That's current since October 1st.
I recall a few months ago, we were looking at the registrations for the sports programming. And I don't expect you to remember off the top of your head. I remember being left with the impression that approximately half of the individuals using our facilities for sports programming, and that's team sports, so soccer, softball.
Oh, those registration, and I was looking for those, and I know
Yeah.
I was actually looking for those, and for some reason I wasn't able to find them. But I
My
remember
recollection was something like half.
Yeah, I remember it, something like that.
Is
yeah.
that, okay.
Allison, how many, and this is just for my education, and I'm not really going anywhere with this, how many registrations do you do through spring games?
So we bring in, I have to think of just Clermont, or total.
Total.
Total registrations is in the ballpark of 300 teams. Each team brings about 24 participants, including the coaches, and it'll bring about 36 family members per team. So if you call it 60 people times 300 teams, and they come for 7.7 nights.
How about just Clermont?
Clermont's about half.
So we're
About
still
half of it.
talking about, so that was 1,800, so we're still talking.
18,000. extra zero.
Oh, because okay.
Yeah, it's about 9,000 people who come for a week at a time.
So,
Yeah, I really have no problem with whether they actually live in Clermont or outside of Clermont. I mean, the people, even if they're not Clermont residents per se, they live in an unincorporated Clermont and they're utilizing our program, that means they're spending some dollars here in Clermont, which is good, and we still have to provide for them, and I think they also paying registration fees and all, like you mentioned in the, arts recreation center, if I'm not mistaken, if they're not Clermont resident, they pay a higher fee anyway, right? For
Yes,
utilizing
the
that place.
rental rates are higher for
Higher
non-residents,
for them,
yes.
so.
right,
same.
but, and I think this is where, I kind of get sideways with this, especially with people using it outside. And I don't remember the exact number, but I remember it was shocking. What is a softball field maintenance per month? 12,000?
At Legends Way, yeah.
So when you start talking about the use, and especially the soccer fields, we're getting ready to have discussions about putting down that turf. There is a large expense to the city. And when these outside folks are not paying any taxes into the city, and there needs to be a substantial cost increase to those folks, in my opinion. I get that they come in and they spend some money, but making it more available to our residents is important. I'm going to have this same conversation on the boat launch fee. As we've been inviting more and more people, it starts pushing some of our residents to where they may not have the use of the facility as easily. And so that's something that I'd love to hear, are we filling up all of those soccer programs? Are we filling those up? Do we have people in Clermont who maybe want to do it, who just got pushed because they didn't sign up in time?
Well, so CFC, so the Clermont Football Club, Clermont Girls Fast Pitch, and South Lake Little League, they operate independently. They just use our space. So I'm not aware of if Clermont residents are being shut out of their program.
Well, see, and to be honest, because of the way we set up here, and of course, now you can in my realm that I did a lot of, because of the way we set up, we don't have our sports, or per se, a sports department with Clermont in the city itself. It's going to be very hard for us to control because we got independent people that's running these programs, our baseball clubs and all this here. Now, say for instance, if we had our own sports program and we're operating through the city and everything, we can control that more. And yes, if you're from the outside the city, yeah, we can charge you a little bit more to be on the league, just like we do with the use of the facility. But when you got independent clubs out there that's running all these things, all we can do is charge you. I don't know how much we taking from them to utilize a field with this here. Now, what they charging our residents and non-residents, we have no control.
They pay us a per team fee.
Right, see, a fee, see, and that's it. And we just get the money for the one use now, who all they put in there and everything else. But I haven't heard any complaints about none of our residents and everything not participating. And it's kind of hard controlling. You can't say to them when they run in a private program,
Well,
who they do.
you can, but I agree the current setup does make it challenging to do that. But what the current setup does provide is Brian does get rosters from the teams. So he could charge a different use fee. But I think we're already getting into solving the problem. And the question is there a problem? Are we comfortable as Clermont effectively subsidizing? And we are subsidizing. You'll always subsidize recreation. And I'd have to crunch the numbers, but I was crunching the Performing Arts Center numbers while we were talking. But we're always going to subsidize recreation. That's just you cannot make money on recreation and do it well. It's going to be a subsidy. So are we comfortable subsidizing? And then I would say we could break that down even further and say, are we comfortable subsidizing the park spaces, the passive park spaces? We build out and effectuate the string of pearls. In many respects, that's hardscaping that you've put down, road passage that you need for the citizens, and then you're going to put trees and landscaping, and it's considered a passive park. Do we have a problem with Groveland and Mineola coming to use that? I'm going to say no, because Lord knows the number of times I've taken my kid to the splash pad in Groveland more than justifies the parents coming here and using our park. So on passive parks, I think for me, I would say I'm not too worried about it. Recreational programming, sports fields, they are expensive. They're expensive to maintain. So when you start getting into programmed recreation, I'm gonna raise some concerns with subsidizing, and you do typically, subsidizing the programmed recreation. Now, the flip side, so my instinct is to not like it, but the flip side is, if I have a softball league, I have more fun in a softball league if I have 20 teams than if I have 4 teams. So, you know, if we can accommodate everybody with the assets that we have, then maybe there's a fee schedule discussion. Maybe we go to those cities in the county and say, hey, here's what we're subsidizing. Your proportionate share of that based on the registrations is this. And I suspect that our neighbors would say, yeah, we'll put in 150,000 towards that subsidy because it's a lot cheaper to put in 150,000 than it is to build a new complex. So you might get some cooperation, and I think, and that would be my first suggestion, is rather than changing our fee schedule, going to those surrounding communities and saying, hey, we're subsidizing it. We're okay subsidizing it if we're okay subsidizing it. We think it's better for us because frankly, now, if I'm Mascot, I might not like that because my citizens are driving all the way through Groveland and Clermont to get to the softball complex. I don't know that I think that's necessarily good for Mascot, but it might be the only option for them, and therefore, I'm okay with it because our citizens are local.
Yeah.
So that's the recreation. Then we get into the Performing Arts Center. I want to give a lot of credit to Brian. Last year, the total operating expenses for the Performing Arts Center was $3 million. This year, he's asking for $2.1 million. He's been consistent at about $1 million in offsetting revenues. It's not on this. So
Yeah,
you
it's
can,
it's on the slide.
it's on that, the next
The
slide.
next slide, I think.
So he's been fairly consistent at the $1 million of revenues coming in, and last year he would have had, I think, from my recollection of the budget, some improvements from the infrastructure fund. This year, there are no improvements from the infrastructure fund. So the gentleman sitting at the end asking for good faith to continue to work on some projects has demonstrated his ability to reorganize internally in a way that makes me very comfortable giving him leeway to continue down the path of what do we want to do. And I think he's shown extraordinary good faith. I mean, he's cut $900,000 out of his budget.
And he also brought in additional revenue. So I
Right.
think the revenue had increased
Exactly.
about 16%
Yeah.
year over year for the past 2 years. So thank you for that. That was something that I was looking for. I know it's been discussed before. So I was like, okay, we're moving in the right direction.
So I think
Good
the
job.
question on that building for me is, do we need to reassess our rates for, again, are we comfortable subsidizing? You know, question number one. If we're not comfortable subsidizing, do we need to reassess the rates for non-Clermont citizens? Do we need to look at our county and neighboring partners? Are there other opportunities for revenue? For example, I'll speak from tourism. One of the conversations I've had with Ryan Ritchie at the tourism office is having an event space. So there's not a general sense, and what I got from social media this week was marketing is one of the challenges that we have, is getting the word out. And case in point, our tourism office does not see the Performing Arts Center as a place to bring rentals. Now, we know it is.
Yeah.
So this is a simple one-person
Fix-
conversation, right?
Yeah.
But then also, if Ryan is bringing a meeting or a conference, he needs a hotel.
Yes.
And so there's a hotel down the hill, but now you still have to get up the hill. So now we're still dealing with transportation and vehicles. Is there a trolley conversation we should be having? I would support opening up that parking lot for a public-private partnership to put a hotel on property that you can walk under the breezeway. I'll tell you that right now. If it's an event center, but is it an event center? You know, I don't know. And so that's where I think assessing the use, most of our money is coming from what? At the Performing Arts Center.
Is the show?
It's up on the next screen, so that's where,
Yeah.
But what are the rentals?
Go
So CPAC and art,
CPAC.
what does that mean? What,
so
CPAC is the show.
What's
CPAC,
generating the
I'm
revenue?
sorry. So CPAC is the Performing
It's the
Arts.
Performing Arts.
Performing Arts is bringing in,
She
brought
shows.
in,
Shows,
yeah, that's
yeah.
the shows. That's our,
Your
just
plays, your
that's just the
concerts.
shows.
That's just the shows.
And then the ARC would be the rentals.
So, and I've
We-
had,
We can probably do a better job of rent, our art rentals and everything. I wouldn't look at trying to raise the rates too much. That's only one of the drawbacks right now. Some people think they're a little too high right now. But That's the only
I'm with you.
facility in
I'm
the
gonna-
whole Lake County that you can probably put over 600 people in at one time.
So
So
I'm with you for
there's-
Claremont residents.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure I
non-
I would
we
be
already-
open to
For
non-Claremont
non-residents,
residents paying the actual
little more.
cost
100%.
of maintenance.
We already have a rate structure where residents pay one fee and non-residents pay another.
So
So we have that.
we
already.
we are evaluating the rates. I can tell you, we're in the process, and when comes around another couple months or so, we'll present our fees for the next fiscal year. There will be some adjustments. Like, one of the things that I think we're finding as we're researching this now is our wedding package, like putting together a wedding package.
Oh, that would be good.
Promoting it, and that we're probably dramatically undercharging what we should be for
I
that.
would be curious
So,
because I was just there Saturday night, Saturday evening for 25th wedding anniversary vow renewal. And what I saw they put in there, I'm curious. What they spend on decorating and tables and everything, I was curious about how much they spent to actually rent the facility and everything and what we did because there was some money spent off in there, I can tell you that. But I'm quite sure they got the facility very cheap.
Just
Right.
to break it down in basic math, is if it costs $2.1 million a year to operate the CPAC, that's $5,802 a day. So if someone is renting the facility for less than $5,802 a day, that is not the cost of maintaining the place. So we're able to bring that number down by having certain events that maybe we make $20,000 in a day. But then we must understand that what we're doing is effectively subsidizing the next person's use. So let's say a bride comes in from Mount Dora and she's renting the space for $1,000 a day or $2,000 a day. Well, the $3,800 that day cost is either being subsidized by the residents of Clermont, or it's being subsidized by the residents of Clermont through their staff who are attracting large events, who are making it possible for that bride to come in and have a subsidized rental rate. Like, and it's just fact. So it's not, there's no emotion for me in it. It's just looking at the numbers and making sure we're making policy decisions that.
So for me, that would come in two things. Number one, I lean more towards it being an event space. If somebody from out of town is using that for a wedding, and depending on what our rules guidance are, then it can have an economic impact from, for businesses who are going to supply catering and such. So I'm comfortable there. In the higher look at it, and I've had this conversation with Brian as well, there is a cost to it, but there is the opportunity to put in, and he'll explain it better, but seating that's collapsible to increase the numbers that we can bring into the large event space. So that would allow us to bring in those higher dollar concerts, venues, so that the ticket prices aren't, oh my gosh, it's $200 per.
That's right. We do have an update on that, because I went in and looked at, all right, how many seats would we have if we did the retractable seating, like we talked about? It would not increase our capacity.
It would limit.
It would-
I think the study showed before we were going to lose about 200 seats. or
Yeah, it
something.
would not increase the capacity. What it would do is, one, it would provide a stadium level seating, so it would look nicer, and it would be nicer for the people in there. The second thing is, it would be easier for us and more cost effective for us to turn the room over. Now, upfront, the cost as of 2 years ago to do that was like $1 million. So it is hard to justify the cost to say it's going to make it an hour transition instead of a 5-hour transition.
So,
Unless it's an intentional.
But where I'm going with this is that if we were going to have that larger conversation, this is an event space, and we do need to make some investments to make it a proper event space. And we were going to have a conversation about the 10 acres out front that would be worth, let's say, $4 million, and that money to come back into there to create that event space where we have a hotel, where we have a restaurant, where we have an interaction, where we create economic development. That's where that seed money comes from, where we can partner and we can say, hey, we want this hotel, we want a restaurant. 2, 3, we want something that's going to give people a reason to go there for the night and spend the entire night, and then maybe afterwards go out and do it, and then they can go through and do the rest of it. The other part is that is the website, social media, and that was specifically to the art. I think we do need to do a better job retargeting, doing all of those pieces and parts. I've talked about, with Wayne, I think we need to have somebody who comes in and does a better job with that. And then the other part that we can look at is right now, like with alcohol, or at least when I had my conversations with Brian, that was being done by an outside company that were taking 20%. I think that if we became where it was a true event space and we were having a lot of events, that comes in underneath the city, and there's a substantial increase in that revenue there as well. So I think there's opportunity for increased revenue by doing that, but we have to get to the point that we're able to target those shows, know exactly who our demographic is, and know that we're going to fill those rooms every single time.
So, couple of points on what you're saying. So first of all, on the marketing, completely agree. We are not marketing experts. One of the things I'm gonna do with this budget as it exists, there is significant dollars in advertising in the Performing Arts Division. I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna find a true marketing firm that's gonna help us coordinate this and do what they do, because that's not, our staff's really good at what we do, but nobody on our staff's a marketing expert. And there are marketing firms that can really make us shine and really promote us the right way to the right people that's gonna bring in more revenue. So that's part one, so completely agree on that. On the alcohol, I've done some research on that. So there's only a certain, because we're a municipality, unless we did something different that I'd have to talk to Christian about, as a municipality, there's only a very limited amount of events that we can, as a city, sell alcohol for and have revenue. Otherwise, it has to come from a third party, like we do. We are going to look at adding more. The caterer that we have now that provides it is the only one we have. We are going to look at adding, not necessarily eliminating that, but that company does not have to be the only caterer. So doing more with having more caterers available for weddings, and then making sure we're getting revenue. Because right now, if a wedding comes in and doesn't use our caterer, we get none of that revenue. So we want to be able to, that's another part of the plan, is we want to be able to have more caterers and say, here's our 7 caterers. We do that, and then we're gonna get a portion of that catering revenue.
Well, we do
Charge them a fee if they
charge,
don't use it.
even if they don't use our caterer, they use the kitchen, we charge them extra for the kitchen, right?
We do charge a rental fee for the kitchen.
Right,
yes.
because I know Saturday night, the caterer they had Saturday night, I know that's not one of the city caterers, they had a
Yeah,
special
so we
caterer.
would get but that would still be the case. So we do get a revenue, if we rent the kitchen out.
Yeah,
But Brian, I think what is this, the point I want to distinguish, and because this came up also in there's a different fee conversation. You have my support if, I'm just using round numbers. Let's say we make $1,500 on catering of a typical event, or we typically make $5 a person or $10, whatever the number is. Right. If somebody chooses not to use our caterer, I would support the fee being that number that we would normally make if it was our caterer. So it doesn't have to be just a fee. I want it to be that fee, so that we're not, our fee just, again, kind of solving problems, but we need to decide if we're okay being an open space. Like, are we okay if it's a Clermont resident saying, you don't have to use one of our caterers?
well, I'm sorry, I can't agree with that, because you're trying to force, it sounds like you're trying to force them to use our caterer. And when people doing their planning, there's a lot of people out there, I know myself, I like to go out and find my own caterer a lot of time to do it, because they're going to serve the foods that I want and I know people want. Like I say, the caterer, I had never seen the one they used Saturday night, but I talked with them, and they with some great food there Saturday night, you know? And I know I got other events where I got special caterers that I go to specifically for doing things
Right.
for me.
Because
and
food is
everything.
important for your event. It's
Yeah.
big.
Yeah.
But I do agree with having a fee for not using our caterer. So
If
we can
the
make, so we
catering-
can make a little money off
Well,
of that or whatnot. But
we still charge them extra money, you know, even they bring their own caterer, we gonna make some money because we gonna charge them to utilize the facility in the kitchen and everything. They're not just coming in.
well, that's a simple. Well, okay.
So and I think what, I understand what they're saying is, so we're already charging a fee to rent the kitchen.
Right.
Here's our list of 7 caterers.
Right.
Here's your rate if you use one of our 7 caterers. If you want to use your own caterer, you can, but here's your rate now
Right.
to not use a caterer.
Okay.
But
That's fair.
it's not that steep of a thing.
And that's
like,
fair.
But let me take it back up to the policy level, because you know, if it's a Clermont resident, right now, the city taxes are subsidizing about $1 million for the Arts and Recreation Center a year, okay? That's where we're at right now, after revenues minus expenses for that building. Now, that's not debt service, that's not ongoing, you know, enterprise fund use or anything else related to infrastructure, repairs, maintenance. That's just general operations. So let's just use $1 million for a nice round number. I think what Brian needs to hear from us, and what we all need to be on the same page is, are we comfortable saying, if you're a Clermont resident, you can use this facility, and we're comfortable subsidizing this facility for our taxpayers? Let's use an extreme example, 100%. So let's forget the market demand conversation. Let's just say we all get a chance to use the building every 2 years, and it costs us nothing.
Okay.
For whatever we want. Your wedding's free. Your graduation's free. Doesn't cost anything, because you're paying for it.
No.
There's 16,000 homes, there's 365 days a year. That's once every 5 years you get to use the space for free. I mean, that's an extreme example.
Right.
Is the concept that Clermont residents are subsidizing the building and therefore get to use the building, is that something that we're okay with? Because that's the first question. Are we comfortable with the taxpayers who are paying for it getting to use it in a way that requires subsidization? And that's what he needs to hear.
Because they are subsidized, and that's why we can go back and charge them a lesser user fee than we do non-residents. That's the whole idea behind charging the smaller user fee.
So let's stay there. Stay there with
Because-
me. If we were a business and this was our building and we were in the business of being in business, we would not survive if our expenses exceeded our revenues. So if we are in the business as a city of providing a facility of which there's no other, or like which there's no other in all of South Lake County, do we then want, forget the taxpayers for a second, let's just say the public, we're in business of running a building. Is it appropriate then that anyone who uses that building pay a fee that is sufficient to pay for operations, maintenance, ongoing repairs in the future? Is that something that we would want to do? And I think the answer is, if we were a business, the answer is of course. We're a city subsidized by tax revenue. So I think the Clermont citizen conversation is different, because the Clermont citizens are making sure that our revenues are not less than our expenses. That's what the citizens are doing. They're our perpetual customer.
I think I'm a little confused. Do we want to use this facility as a catering hall for weddings and events? Or are we going to use it for like concerts and things like that? Where is the more
It's
profitable
used
way to
both.
All right.
go?
I think we
So-
should just do both.
It's
So
both.
And that's what
So
the assessment,
here's-
report
Yeah.
is going to
Yeah.
answer for
I think
us.
we need to do
I
both.
will share with you that, so I've taken over as far as negotiating the agreements with the performers. John had a bunch that were already under contract for this coming fall. What I have done is I've made a concerted effort to move the performances to Friday nights. So I'm going to try to have as many, I think there's one Wednesday in there, there might be 1 or 2 Saturdays in there, but I'm having as many Fridays as possible to open up Saturdays and Sundays for weddings. so that
Well,
we're
well,
not
here's-
competing,
here-
so that we're not
That makes
competing as
sense.
much, we can do both.
That makes sense.
Here's the problem, you know, I mean, you can, you talk about $5,000 a day to operate. The thing, what we have to do is get the back out and market the place a little bit better, so we have
Yes.
events going in there every
Constantly,
day.
constantly.
We can't just
Make
sit here
a
and say, we're
demand.
gonna do this on Friday,
Right.
and hopefully we have some on Saturday. We have to put out a program and everything where we have to encourage people to come in there and utilize the facility.
Mm-hmm. We need to
every day.
create a demand.
Otherwise, you're not gonna make that 5,000. And as I told you, what, 2, 3, 4 years ago, when we had this conversation about this place, when it comes to facilities like the Arts and Recreation Center, the City Center, and things like that, I'm not looking to try to make money in there. They're not designed to make money.
No.
Okay, none of
It's to
our
provide service.
it's amenity to the residents. As long as I'm recouping 50-60% of the cost of operating, I'm happy. You know, and everything. We need to provide that service for the residents. And I don't think any, I said, you go back, if you're trying to recoup all the costs, going back to being a private business, yeah, the cost of operating these things are tremendous, and you're gonna have to charge 2-3 times what we charging these people right now to try to recoup the cost. I mean, like I say, I was in this business for the airport.
Yep.
You see, and believe it or not, and when I ran recreation centers and stuff in the Air Force, I had to make money on it. Even though it was a government facility, I still had to make money. So not one of them I could charge real cheap. I had to make sure I broke even or made a couple of dollars on them, so I couldn't go in the hole on any events, So it got to be kind of expensive when people came in and utilized it, but until they start, base started saying, hey, we'll start subsidizing because they wanted more people on the base to be able to utilize these facilities and everything. So.
And I want to be responsible with my criticisms so that they're not being misunderstood or misinterpreted.
Yeah.
The question for me, agree with you, if we are providing a recreational service, as I said before, it will always be subsidized, and if you're breaking even, you are a rock
You're
star.
doing
You're a
well.
rock star.
You're a rock star. That being said, that opinion that I share with you applies to Clermont residents. And for me, it applies to Clermont residents only.
Gotcha.
And that's what I'm seeking consensus on the council is because, and it's not a bad thing, nobody's bad, it's just if we are subsidizing, and I believe we are, the use of that space for non-Clermont residents, again, you could get me to a point where I say, and I'm not sure I would, but you could get me to a point where I'd say, hey, the whole thing is subsidized, Clermont residents use it, it's $25, it's a nominal fee, I don't care. But then I would say, okay, we have a certain amount that we're spending in parks and recreation. Is it appropriate that all of that money go towards one location, or is it better to spread it out throughout the community? So these are the policy questions that I think end up getting collapsed in the conversation around the Performing Arts Center. And for me, they're monetary questions. It's, what use, I'm thrilled that we're just gonna get that answered by people who see these across the world. But from a monetary perspective, what we know is Brian has to go and execute some sort of plan over the next 6 to 18 months with the building as it is right now. Do we want to continue to subsidize? And again, he's got the number down by $900,000, so I'm very happy with the direction that he's gone. But do we want to continue to subsidize our neighbors' use, or are we wanting to give him the direction of figure out a way to make this more so that it's a Clermont community center? Or do we want him to keep operating it as a discounted public use that people in Lake County and Mineola and Groveland can use?
But Brian, don't you already charge a fee for non-residents? Is it 20%, 30%? What is
It's a
it
higher-
more for
it's a higher rate.
non-residents?
So
It's a
off
high
the,
rate.
off the top of my head, for the main stage, I
Right.
believe it's a 10% difference.
It's a
right
10%
now per
difference.
hour.
So maybe we can
go back and
increase
say this,
that.
maybe clear this up. When, even if it's a resident, come out resident and everything, utilizing the facility and everything, and they scheduled like for the wedding the other night, we're not gonna lose any money on events like that. We usually gonna charge them enough, even come out residents, that they actually pay for all the personnel costs and all this. That's actually calculated in there. So we're not really losing it when they losing money when they actually utilize the facility. That's why to me, it's more important to have somebody in there every day, have a place to rent it out to recoup them $5,000 a day, to help recoup the $5,000 a day. Now, do they totally, for example, the other night, I know they had a technician because they used the overhead. It's a big fee included in there to use that overhead, because we're not gonna just let them use the overhead without, and not
Yes,
collect the
a fee.
money back. And of course, they have to have a technician there. They have to pay for that technician to be there, even as a resident, okay?
Well, and-
So,
and-
it's not that, the village isn't really losing money other than the fact that on those nights where we're not utilizing the facility, it's not being used, that's where your cost is really coming in, because, when people were actually rented out, we pretty much recoup our costs for that day.
So ultimately, I'd like to see us get through somebody coming in and saying, this is how it can be used. Because I don't have an issue with discounting it and discounting it heavily for residents. And I will say that I look at the Performing Arts Center as a quality of life. People don't have to drive to Orlando. If we have these here, then yeah, there may, we're never going to get it. But this piece, if done correctly, is a benefit to the quality of life. My wife goes to a lot of the shows there. And I know that, and when I talk about the marketing, I know that the marketing's not good because she never gets invitations. They don't send emails. She gets an email once every quarter. And so we've watched this for some time, and it's just one of those that she loves the shows. If she got an email
She'd be
every
there.
week that doing it,
She'd be
she'd
there.
spend even more money going there. I just know how she is.
Yeah, we've
So-
got to improve that.
So you have to get through those. But for me, and here's where I get really concerned. When you look at the Orange County Convention Center, they lose, it's just a loss every single solitary year. And when you see the numbers on it, it's insanity. So I don't want to get into the position where we have invested so heavily on something that it is just, if y'all ever want to go look at just the number,
Oh,
the
yeah,
loss,
Convention Center.
it's in hundreds of millions.
Oh,
I mean, it is
Oh,
crazy.
This facility itself isn't making money, but what they looking at is the economic development from the people that's bringing in and the money. they making
hotels
with
and the
hotels,
restaurants.
and-
So we need to
let's
be able
clear-
to
Let's be very specific
that.
on that. Orange County has a 300 million plus tourism
Tourism,
development
yes,
tax
they have big
budget.
money.
So a lot of that facility is subsidized by the tourism
fee,
tax.
right.
Yeah.
So that's where honestly, if I sit here and say that building cost us $1 million and it's providing a community service, I'm generally okay. I think what Brian's done is
Done a
really
good
good.
job.
What I think are opportunities for us to mitigate that even more for the citizens and perhaps help spread the word and make it more appropriate, this is going to fall on Mr. Van Wagner's team, probably, and me in tourism, right, is would you be willing to have a conversation, or I guess we can direct you if the council wishes, to have a conversation with Lake County, Mineola, Groveland about, hey, would they chip in 100,000? If each of those entities put 100,000 towards this, what is effectively a community center for their citizens, that would take our loss down from about $1 million a year to 600,000 a year. And for us to have a building like this in our backyard for our citizens at 600,000 a year and a Parks and Rec budget, for context, the Parks and Rec budget should be somewhere between 4% and 12%, depending on your philosophies. So our general fund is around 56 million, so we should be somewhere in the range of, 3 to 7 million, and we're kind of on the high end of that. So now, if he's knocking 1.5 million off of his budget this year, we could stay at the high end and provide more services at other parks throughout the city, which I really like. I really
Yes.
like that idea.
I would like
Question,
that.
I remember the Moonlight Theater was supposed to take over, or
No.
are we gonna, is that involved with that? Because that could be another revenue source.
I would
that
love to
we
see
could have.
community
I mean, we have the
programming.
theater there, and,
The
do
moon,
we have to just do Friday? Can we do like, Tuesday, Wednesday?
we could do any night, but the Moonlight players don't, now remember Lake Sumter College has the Black Box.
Yes.
All day Tuesdays and Thursdays. They also run 3 or 4 shows over the course of the year.
Didn't they,
I don't know
just
Black Box.
extend the days?
We just,
Lake
no,
Sumter?
the agreement is the same as it was last year. So there are regular days that we're not charging for, Tuesdays and Thursdays until 4 o'clock, 5
Okay.
o'clock. And then they do pay for after hours, and they'll pay for their shows. They'll pay the
Which is-
regular rental fee for
Which would be
black
an
box.
additional income this year because we didn't do that last year, right?
No, we did.
We started
did.
it last
We
year.
did.
We
So,
started last
Um,
year.
but
But
the
let's,
movement-
I want to try to move on. Are we in
Hold on.
agreement that what's going on with the CPAC is okay? We need to, because we keep going down.
So-
And
You
if,
notice, because you had said marketing before, I mean, we have the ability to, I was just told that we can get a full page in the Clermont Sun every week. So we could put that as one of the venues that you put in there. These are the shows of the week. This is what's available to increase knowledge about what's going on. I mean, that's an important thing, marketing, because, we should be filling that thing up, especially the quality of talent that you're bringing in. And,
but
Well, to your
I don't
point-
think we're having any problem with the shows when we bring them in. You're getting people in there and we're making
maybe we
money
need
off
more
the show.
time.
But like I said before, the
Other
problem
days.
is you got the place sitting there empty on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and a lot of weekends it's empty if we don't have shows or something going on. So I kind of like go back to what Ms. Strange was saying, hey, maybe we look at subsidizing even more and reduce the rate a little bit for Clermont residents, because I'm gonna tell you what, I wish I didn't have to pay. I'm paying Clermont resident rates right for across the street. And I'm just put out $1,200 to use that facility across the street for my wife's birthday party. That's just, I had to shell out right away, and that's resident rate.
Yeah.
And that's just the facility.
How many days did you rent it?
Huh?
How many days did you rent
I
it for?
just read it for that one Sunday, and everything, but by the time I finished the hours, the deposit and everything else, man, it cost me
Yeah.
about $1,200.
Yeah,
I think
that's a good
500, which is one of the things I wanted to talk about while we're here, is the amount of deposit the people having to pay is a little astronomical, Well, like across the street, I just had to pay $500 deposit on that, and they've been sitting there now for 2-3 months since I made the reservation, because you have to pay that deposit up front. Yeah, but, of course, it's been a fight of mine for years now, for the years even before I came on the council, because, it take me sometime a month or 2 months to get my deposit back when it's done. And I think we've been working on that, trying to get it taken care of, but,
So, Bill, you had mentioned Moonlight Players, and I was going to bring this up just for council, and it's off topic a little bit. But I'd really love to see Moonlight Players come back to downtown. I think it would be a benefit for them to be able to have shows down here. It would probably take the city helping them to find a location, and I would not be uncomfortable with that, depending on council. But I really would like to see if it is possible for us to find a way to bring them back. I think it'd be a benefit to downtown.
are they even still together?
I'm sorry?
Is the Moonlight Players still together?
I'm not sure. We have reached out to them. They used to come play in the black box. We have reached out to them, but we have not heard back from them.
Yeah, I know. Well, I hadn't seen them, gone to one of their shows in 2-3 years, well, a couple of years, I guess, the last time I saw, because last time I heard they just assembled. And they had made a proposal to us a few years back when they left downtown to try to build their own facility, because, we wasn't comfortable with them trying to take over the whole Oxford. They wanted to take over the whole CPAC, basically, and that just wasn't comfortable. No.
Well, and whether it's them or another group, I know we just started the choir, or there's a chorus, and I might be getting it wrong. I apologize to those. I am not a singer, in the same way I am not a bicyclist or a runner. But there are people who sing who have started a program at the Performing Arts Center. And as we're pending this review, and I would be very interested in seeing more, whether it's Moonlight Players or Capoli's Cannolis or any other group. Someone online had said, well, just singing, why not a choir, or why not a symphony? And I thought that'd be lovely. I mean, as I sit here as a citizen, as a council member, as a mom in this community, I would love to see a ballet come in and do the Nutcracker Suite at Christmas. Some sort of 4th of July came, and I said, gosh, wouldn't it have been cool if there was some sort of reenactment of the signing of the Declaration of Independence? I mean, just something that is wholesome. And I know there are moms, I feel compelled to say, in the community that are concerned with the nature of some of the shows. And not to say that adults can't have fun, that's not the point, but it's just being mindful of what we're providing to our community. And I think if we're able to provide a variety as we go through this season, where we've got the wholesome classical plays and performances, the classical music, and then you've got some of the fringe, I think that's a healthy kind of approach to art. So I would like to see some of that classical variety, community programming variety brought in. for folks, and whether that's they each get a room to practice, and for this month, this is what the players show, this is what cannolis show, you know, Monday night is Moonlight, and Wednesday night is the kids, or whatever it is, you know. I'm not telling you how to do that part. I'll let you figure that out. But for me, from a policy standpoint, I'm comfortable knocking it down to that million mark. I would like to see a fee assessment to make sure that, one, maybe we can reduce Clermont residents and increase the proportionate of non-Clermont, and then get that money from their city, so everyone's paying the same rate, or we're getting a subsidy from our neighbors. I think that's a solution that could work, where everyone feels welcome.
Well,
So what I would ask for Brian is for Brian, we're not out there, we're not the ones who are trying to sign these contracts. So he is going to feel firsthand where that amount is and where we can charge, and I'd be happy for you to come back. If we need to make rate adjustments, then we can do that, but I think that's something that you just bring it back. I'm not in a position to do that today. I'm not really in a position to have that conversation until Brian comes back and says, hey, you know, I'm really having a hard time at $7,000. Maybe he can push it up and say, hey, you know, let's just see where the dollar is, and that's the going rate, and that's the dollar. I mean, and it's the only game in town, so it's not like they've got a lot of other places to go. So I'd be more comfortable with him coming back to us if we're going to go ahead and have the assessment done of that building and bringing all of those pieces and parts back together. You know, I'm comfortable with what he's done. I think he's done a good job. I think he's listened to council. You know, I harped and harped and harped on this, and great job. I'm happy to see where it's gone, and you've made great progress. So I appreciate that. So for me, I want to see the bigger picture before I start making those.
it's a great job, and of course, like I say, it's been a learning process, and we've been getting better every year from the time we purchased this building. I've seen better progress, and I'm just looking at, if you haven't looked at it through the packet he just handed out, and look at the main stage, and saying, this is what I'm saying.
Right.
Especially if you look at, well, if you go through there, look at main stage, and the one that really jumped out at me is March this past year. Look at all the empty nights in there. And that's what we got to do a better job. But you go through each one of these things and look at the schedules when he has somebody in the main stage area, and you can start filling up some of them nights through the week and everything. I think you'll see even a better progress, and I think that's just come through marketing and everything. And of course, we're almost at 11 o'clock now.
So I want to hear about this jazz project.
So you got, the Jazz Festival, I heard through the grapevine that there was interest in a jazz festival.
Yes.
So it wasn't part of the budget, so we have to kind of focus that. Like, what is the council comfortable spending on a jazz festival? Do we want to have it at Waterfront Park? Do we want to have it in the spring? And then what kind of, basically, the more you spend, the better talent you bring in. So, I mean, we could get local musicians in for a few $100s, $1,000.
And I know Brian came to me, and I know Mr. Peterson, I think he'd support this as well. This all jumped off during Juneteenth, was it?
Yes.
Juneteenth, with the performance we had down there, had low performance, and everybody just loved the jazz performance and everything, and people hollered out for a jazz festival. So I said, well, let's see what, when I have people hollering at me, I say, let's see what we're doing. I went to Brian, I think Mr. Peterson also said, but my thought was to have local talent, try to highlight our local talent, which we try to do with Juneteenth. We try to use all our local talent. And I'm gonna be honest with you, even though the musicians was great down there, I thought that community choir did a fantastic job that we had down there this past thing. So my thought was to, as I told Brian the other day, is go and look at, like Jacksonville does a fantastic jazz festival every year. And I got to know a lot of people drive from here to Jacksonville. So look at them. Hopefully we can look at the time frame between March and April before it gets too
Yeah, I
hot.
get it with it's cool.
Cool hot, and that's usually about the time of the year for jazz and everything.
Yeah.
Where did Pig on the
Waterfront
Pond move
Park.
to when you're talking about that timeline?
What's that?
Where did Pig on the
Was it
Pond move
March?
to?
March.
Yeah,
They
that's what I'm
bounce
saying.
back and forth when he's talking about that
Pig on
timeline.
the Pond,
March,
Pig on the
April.
Pond should be,
It's March,
I
isn't
believe
it?
it's going to be the last weekend of March again.
Yeah.
That's what I
Well,
believe.
So they are moving to spring full-time now?
That's my understanding.
Well,
Okay.
I'm not quite sure. They said they were gonna move it back, but then I think they said maybe going back to October, because it seemed to be a little bit cooler. I don't know. So we don't know.
So we need to find that out.
See, so, but like I told them, you have to build around jazz, about.
But you
Pick
can
on
do
the
it in
Pond.
February for love, a love theme.
Well, you can do that too.
For Valentine's with the jazz and,
I do like
have the
that.
blanket out, have all of
So
the,
now we know you're the
different
romantic
eateries.
in the
Yeah.
So where I would go with this is
I'm
we've got to
blushing.
look from a time standpoint. Pig on the Pond being spring was always really good from a business standpoint. We used to do Pig on the Pond every spring. Then when they went to fall, it was terrible for us. But there were still a lot of people going. So I think you kind of have to, how can you not draw on the same people that Pig on the Pond is? So if Pig on the Pond is actually going to move to March, then maybe a November is better. From the standpoint of when are our snowbirds going to
Okay, I
be
see what
here?
you're saying.
And so you really want to, it's got to be sometime between November and March to have
Yes.
your highest level of,
And it's cool.
of people and the right weather. So I think that's, November or March, but let's let Pig on the Pond decide where they're going to be and then
Well,
and do
jazz-
that. But
Most of your jazz festivals is usually around the springtime, at beginning, in the winter, springtime and everything, because people want to get out and start utilizing the park. And that's what most of them, I think November, you're starting to crowd in on the holidays
Christmas,
and all
Thanksgiving.
that kind of thing. And then, snowbirds usually start coming back around March, so we can always work around Pig on the Pond. We don't want to interfere with their dates and everything. So what, we have Pig on the Pond this weekend and Jazz Festival next week. I don't have no problem with that. But I think if most of them I know about is usually around March, April timeframe. I think it's another one over in Pinellas County that draws very big, a jazz festival that draws very big. But my whole thought was, I don't know, try to do it in the beginning of the spring somewhere there and make sure we try to use local talent if we can, try to highlight our local talent. We got a lot of good musicians around here and everything, so.
Well,
So
I think that the issue of arts, because that's what you're talking about, again, we're focusing on a festival, but I'd like to bring it up a little bit, is Mount Dora, I think, has done a really good job with festivals. They're kind of known as the festival space.
Yes,
So
they have.
what I would like to see is kind of a proposal for how to handle festivals in the city. I'm going to add to that on Monday, there will be a tourism strategic plan meeting. It's our follow-up meeting on the strategic plan. And in my last conversation with Mr. Ritchie, the issue of festivals came up and how the county would fund festivals. And there's a toying with the idea of, rather than having to process a bunch of individual applications, give that funds to the cities so that the county doesn't have to, the tourism office doesn't have to, I hate to say deal with it, I don't mean to make it sound like they're not fun, but more paperwork is more burden, right? So if it came to the cities, since most festivals tend to be locally driven, just like this, rather than having someone in Tavares evaluating whether this is a worthy project, we would be able to evaluate if it's a worthy project and then simply report back for the use of the funds. So I think that there's an opportunity here for Brian and his team to look at what is the best way to handle all festivals. If we
Right.
say, for example, Pig on the Pond,
Right.
we want to work around it. Well, that's a festival. And then why are we saying that? Maybe because they've been here a long time and they're really well known and he's got a system of evaluating it, right?
Right,
Or
right.
maybe it's a big community. So for him to come to us and say, hey, from a policy perspective, does it make sense to do a festival every month on maybe the third Friday we have a festival? And now what he's trying to do is fill out the schedule and, so coming up with a formula rather than we want this
Haphazardly.
project and then we want this project. And,
Yeah.
and that's how you kind of lose control. Whereas he could come and say, I want to do 12 festivals next year,
Well, we're not
for
gonna do that.
example.
Well, the-
I
No, she's
think-
just
I mean,
being an
Pig on the
example.
Pond, keep in mind that Pig on the Pond, we just assist them on that. They have their own committee, they do their own thing, and we just assist on a lot of these activities.
She's just using it as an
There's
example.
so there's a little of complexity when we talk about calendar and what we
Right.
want to do on, so we talk about Pig on the Pond, there's Sips and Salsa, there's other stuff that comes in from the outside, all the summer sports events that comes in that we work around that are using that waterfront park Highlander space.
Right.
So that space, without having that calendar available, is used way more than 12 times a year.
I'm glad you say that because it reminds me of a conversation I had with myself several months ago, at the risk of sounding crazy, is that I think last year we started this, and I'd like to see it beefed up a little bit, which is if Brian and his team can bring us fiscal year '26, here's our festival calendar, this is what it's going to cost, this is what we're allocating, you know, you want my opinion on a jazz thing, bring in a headliner and let everything else be local. That's my opinion. Make it last a week.
And that's
I like the
exactly
val-
where,
you
that's
know-
where I'd be at. And when I talked about picking specific dates, it's almost exactly what you're talking about, is that we can't have a festival every weekend, but we
Be
can have a
consistent,
big
yeah.
festival once a month.
Right,
And
be
let's
consistent.
find those times and pick that right festival for those peak ones when we know we can put 30,000 people in
Right.
there. You've only got a few dates of the year that are going to bring 30,000
Right.
people in there. 4th of July is kind of that outlier. People are willing to sweat for that one.
Christmas.
But I'm not going to go sweat for any concert like that. I mean, it's just too
It's too
hot.
hot.
But if you've got that at those right times and you
Yeah.
pick those ideal and you build that schedule and you bring it to us, that's where I'm at. And I want to see, I want to see 30,000 people down there for a jazz concert. If we're going to do it, let's do
Do
it
it
right.
big.
And I think that's kind of one of those marquee things that you can really do well. Tavares did one, they did a Cajun one, and this is a few years ago, and it has not come back. I don't know why. The place, and y'all know, Tavares waterfront is fairly large as well. That place was packed from one end of it to the other. They had a bunch of folks from Louisiana there. It was a really, really, really cool party. I mean, it
was a
wasn't
lot of
quite
fun.
Mardi Gras, but it was a really good time. Great food, great entertainment, stuff that we just don't get to see. And so by adding in some of those and if you can kind of pinpoint
Yeah.
those times and bring that to us.
So,
That would
I don't
be-
mind funding them,
Yeah.
but I don't want to, I'm kind of like Allison, I don't want to piecemeal everything together, but I think the jazz is one.
So
But whatever
related,
you
Come with
want.
the
So to go
uniform
back
like
to
what
what
you're
Allison
saying.
say, I guess you need to go find, if they want to draw 30,000 people, go find you a headliner and then fill in with local talent and everything.
Yeah.
so related to that, I feel
well-
compelled to bring a historical thing to mind though, and that is when we became the choice of champions, one of the conversations was about having something that was called at the time a signature event. The Spring Games was one, Summer Sports, Great Floridian was one, and Pig on the Pond was one. And the problem, the intention at the time was that the city would have once a month a signature event so that the citizens knew what's this month's event? What
Right.
are we doing this month?
Being consistent.
And it's once a month, so it's not every week, but it would be a signature event. And what broke that down was early on, and I didn't get the benefit of being on the dais, so I don't know what the mindset was, but early on, the first 3 events that were chosen were all in the month of March.
Oh.
And it was like a poison pill to the idea. And I think it was a wonderful idea. And it could be as simple as nobody wanted to make the hard choice. But I'm happy for you to make a hard choice. So it was something that I think was really good, for capital G good, for the city to say, these are the things as the choice of champions, that this is my champion event this month.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see that come back.
I would
Okay.
too.
So to help us today, how much money are we? do we
That's
want
what
to-
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
what's
get
the
at.
budget?
The only
Yeah.
question we haven't answered there, I think, is
What's the budget? How much do we want to spend
Well,
on the Jazz
I'm hearing
Festival?
about a headliner, so you may have to spend a little bit of money if you want a headliner. So,
Build it,
yeah.
because we're going to charge for that anyway, so there's going to be offsetting costs.
Okay.
Build what you want to build, come to us with the budget and say, this is where we're at. And we'll do as much as we can, and it either works or it doesn't. And if it's a hit and, we break even or subsidize it a little bit,
Yeah.
it was great for the community because
Right.
that is an economic development. People are going to come, there's going to be heads and
Yes.
beds, we're going to have food trucks, we're going to have event coordinators, it's good for everybody if we can build those.
And that was going to be my other question. So thank you. So that's
Yeah.
that is the idea
Right.
is we're going to gate it somewhat at Waterfront Park. And so you're going to have to pay your $10 or whatever to get in to this event for that one.
100%, yeah.
Dr. Phillips, a couple of years ago, in 2022, I guess it was, they were doing a thing over there during the summer called Front Yard concert
Yes.
and everything.
My
And I
children went.
attended a couple of them, and they actually, it wasn't inside, but they
was
actually put a
outside.
stage out in front of the Dr. Phillips.
Yep.
And you would go in there, they had tables and everything set up, you would pay to get in there, and they had food trucks. And
Yep.
I really enjoyed that, the couple of ones I attended. I mean,
My kids went, they
you may
enjoyed
want
it.
to look at something like that, you know, and everything, because they call it front yard concerts or
Yes,
something like
yes.
that.
And they had different themes, Disney themed, different ones and stuff with music and stuff and whatnot. They had a
But they
blast.
brought in different bands. I think I
Yeah.
went to see the Ford Tops and Temptations and
Yeah.
all them.
Damn, you're old.
Huh? Yeah, they old, but guess what? The place,
They bring
the
people
place
in.
Was, the place was jam packed.
Yeah, they bring people in,
And it was all
baby
outdoors.
boomers.
It was
Yeah.
all outdoors and everything. So it wasn't inside, it was outdoors and everything. But it was called front yard concerts. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah, it
in
was.
22,
Mhm, it
summer
was.
22. So.
Yeah.
Well, and it may be counterintuitive, but if you go big, if you find the professionals out there who are really going to make us shine, to use your words, you're going to get more partners involved, whether it's sponsors or it's the tourism office or even
Right.
the state. There's a skunk that lives in tourism, and his name is Pitbull. And I hope he hears about it. Maybe he'll come to Clermont. But the state of Florida once gave Pitbull, I'm going to get the numbers wrong. I think it was $1 million
Yeah, they
to do
did.
a concert.
Uh-huh.
And it was a big stink.
Yep.
It really was. However,
Yeah, a lot of people.
to this day, when that man is on stage, he talks about how great Florida is.
Yes, he does.
And I have said to my friends in Tallahassee, that was the best $1 million we ever spent as a state, because the number of people who know him as Mr. Worldwide from 305 and Florida's the best place, it was worth it. So I say that, I put the skunk on the table, to use Commissioner Morris's expression, because sometimes when we go big, we come up with even greater outcomes than we could have expected. So I don't want to limit you and say, go get me what you can get for $10,000. I want to find out what could be really great, and then let us figure out where
If
the
we
money
wanna,
comes
yeah.
from. Or if we don't want to champion for it, it's probably not that good. So then we'll go back to the table.
But 30,000 people is a great show-off for our downtown as well.
really
We got to
is.
remember that
Yeah.
30,000 people. I just want to see how we gonna fit 30,000 people.
But that's a good problem to figure out.
that's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
How you gonna fit them down there?
We'll figure it out.
Usually, yeah, it wouldn't be, obviously it wouldn't be 30,000 at
Yeah.
one time. It would be in and out. So,
Well, I
So
understand
get
that.
creative and
Yeah,
have some fun with
yeah.
it.
Well,
Let's see
just
what you
trying
can
to
come
move
up with.
around the city,
Yeah,
30,000.
but that would be a good
It's gonna quite
problem.
feat, but we can handle
We
it.
could
need a
do it.
So you got your.
Yes,
you
they would stay in
understand?
hotels.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but,
Okay.
Yep.
So-
maybe look at couple of headliners and everything, and then, of course, we can supplement it with some local talent, good local talent.
Yeah.
Because I know some, of course, Miss Keys sitting back there, she knows some of the local talents. She the one that did Juneteenth and everything, and I know a couple of them, because I do get them also for Martin Luther King Day, and as well other events. And come back with a date.
All right.
Alrighty.
Sounds good. All right, then the consulting, the Department Analysis Master Plan, we kind of hit on that in the first hour. I did so to some of the discussion. In the budget currently that you had in front of you, there was $125,000 in professional services fees. I asked Scott to double that the other day. So the final numbers that I think Scott's going to present to you would include $250,000 in professional service fees. Is that accurate, Scott? Okay.
But that includes the 200,000 we talked about today.
So that'd be all in. So all in $250,000 in professional service fees for consulting services. So operational analysis and resident survey, tourism, landscape architecture, that kind of stuff. So that's
We good with
that's
that?
all in.
So but what he needs, so when he starts talking about landscape surveys and all of that, I'm comfortable with leaving his budget alone. What we talked about from a council standpoint is above and beyond that.
You want to add that to the 250?
Correct. Because we talked about 200?
Yeah, we talked about
Yeah,
200.
so, I mean, that's a council decision, not a, and he's got other things to do.
Yeah, come back to us with the events proposal. Let's see these numbers with the proposed consultants in it. Scott, maybe we could stagger those, because we're probably going to start with the first. Let's figure out what the 250 would be for, because maybe the timing of it all is that it's not quite into all of fiscal year 26. Some of it might roll over, given that we're doing the assessment. I think Shane said that would take 6 months just to do that, so.
document that Brian was referring to, and we did add 125. So
To
I
the
kind of,
125.
to what was in the proposed budget, yes.
So 250 total is
So
current.
let's just get a revised parks budget, once you've had a chance to look at the events. And do you think you could have it won't impact the fee schedule. The Performing Arts Center is, I think, for fiscal year '26 done. That's more operational, I think. So let's get a look at the events and then see what these consulting fees do and make a final decision at our,
Well, we're not approving this budget until October?
September.
September.
It has to be done by September. SWOT analysis, when you say SWOT
Strengths, weakness, opportunity.
well, I know what they are.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done many of them,
So, yeah.
but I'm talking about what areas are we looking at?
That was,
The whole?
that was department-wide. To me, that was department-wide.
Okay.
That's how I was looking at it, was let's analyze the department. What's our strengths? What's our
Because that can
weaknesses?
be very, very, SWOT analysis on the whole department and everything. That can be very
Well,
intense and then.
I think that's what we talked about with Mr. Fernandez this morning. And that's why I think maybe in the 250, some of the things you wanted to do will
Right.
be wrapped up in that. So,
Correct.
look at it and see what else you might be thinking you're needing. Like, I could see design services following that. We could either address that in the form of, we maybe want to keep a certain amount of money in our general reserves for these future projects that we think will come up, but we don't want to put it in the budget yet. There might be things that we want to do, because I'm thinking you need that assessment. The assessment's going to say, we need this here, we need that there, we need that there. Then we're going to have to pay an architect to do the drawing, and so there's going to be follow-ups. So I don't mind having it in there. My concern is the way that I operate, so I'll disclose to all of you. Whenever I meet with Mr. Van Wagner and his team, literally, this is a budgeted expense as far as I'm concerned. Do you need it? We're done, and the department heads leave.
Well,
So
yeah.
I think it's important we budget what we really want them to be able to do, so that the implementation moving forward is responsible.
Here's the reason I asked that question is because I think earlier we started off, with what's his name, Mr. Shane?
Yes.
And basically,
Fernandez.
that's what we're asking him to do.
Exactly.
Right.
See, so are we trying to do this, do it
Well, this
right?
was, he
See.
prepared this before Shane walked in
Yeah,
the room,
see.
obviously. So I think a lot of what this is going to be wrapped up
Right.
in what Mr. Fernandez is doing.
Okay, so
Yes.
we,
I think
you know,
we're, yeah, from my perspective, that's what I put down there originally before I really met
yeah,
Shane.
yeah.
So I think we're good. We're gonna enter into a contract with him.
Okay.
And so,
Yeah. So I'm not sure we have to stack them.
Only thing in your budget is, another thing in the budget that I really wanted to look at, exactly, because I'm jumping all over the place, exactly how much money we got in here for meet us in the middle, Mr. Van Wagner? I mean, you got this, all this, I mean.
can I just, before we get into meet us in the middle and we start going into capital, I just wanted to make just one thing to bring to your attention. So the athletic field maintenance contract is
Right.
up in October. That RFP is out. We had previously been budgeting $300,000 a year. I put in $500,000 for the future, for the fiscal year coming up. That number could be very different depending upon the proposals we receive. So I just want to just make sure that you're aware, so.
Now, my understanding, what I'm reading and everything, is my understanding, you're basically going here with what we have already proposed about shutting down this field and redoing this and that on the time schedule that we had already established before, right? Like
Yeah, I
Felton
mean-
Park getting ready to shut down and so you can install artificial turf.
Well, I mean, we'll get to artificial turf, but that's, I mean, that's a long-term project anyway.
Right.
If the council, when we get into that project specifically, if the council says, yeah, I want to put artificial turf on that Felton multipurpose field, then there will be a contract that we should be able to piggyback on, I believe. And then that has to be scheduled. That's probably a 9-month project.
See, I thought we had already approved and we were moving ahead with some of those, converting some of them to artificial, because they are in
We
bad
haven't
shape.
there's currently, as it stands now, until that project's approved, we had a discussion last summer about
Right.
the possibility of artificial turf, but there's been no funds allocated yet
Okay.
towards converting any fields to turf.
I thought we did go back and allocate funds last year when we
They
started.
weren't-
Well,
they weren't
last year when they came up and we started talking about redoing all these fields.
Funds are not allocated at that time, so.
Okay, well,
Mr. Mayor, I have a request.
yeah.
I need to use the ladies' room.
Okay.
Do you think we could start lunch early and then do capital right
I
after?
don't-
Because it's
Miss
11:20.
Debbie, what time do you have lunch coming? No.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah.
No,
But you go ahead and take a break, we'll just take another one.
I'm sorry.
Okay, it's 11:20, so you want to come back about 11:30, or you do
That's
30 minutes
cool.
for
Yep,
lunch and
okay.
everything. But let me throw this out there, think about this here. And I don't know whether we want to do it on the park, but Mr. Van Wyk, you may want to look at this. Library, you know we don't have a city library anymore. Right, basically, they've taken our library away and given it to the school, so let's think about what, what we want to do about the library. I think the city needs a library. Huh? Yeah, they took our library. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I called it like I said. I just want to throw that out there, about our library. Huh? Well, I'm saying that is it any way on the part we can figure out a place
want to start with Meet Us in the Middle?
What's that?
Did you wanna
Yes,
s-
we can. Yeah, because I'm be honest with you, I'm pretty okay with most of the budget. I'm just kind of confused exactly what we're doing with Meet Us in the Middle. Okay. I'm trying to read through it and see all the different pieces you got moving.
So, and first of all, Finance did a great job when you look in your budget book for Meet Us in the Middle capital project, Finance did that one. I didn't do that one, I'm not that talented. So that was a great job on them. So the $1 million, the general fund, that's recognizing the expense from the live well, that's the live well money, that's correct, Kyle? Okay. That's specific for the amphitheater portion. And then the other parts are the plaza and the dock, which that's where we are. And I think are we still looking for a consensus on how we move forward with the plaza and the dock, or in the dock?
So what I'm seeing here, you got recreation impact fees of $750.
Which page are we on?
Page would be 308,
Okay.
307, 308.
What's the difference between 307 and 308? Oh, general fund versus rec. Why are we pulling from general fund?
Well, general fund is, I'm assuming that's one other thing. I was assuming that's the $1 million from Live Well.
I see.
Okay. All right, now, yeah, we got that, but that's specifically for the amphitheater, right?
Correct.
Okay.
My thing is, I'm looking at recreation impact fees are only $750. Okay,
Actually, Mayor, if, that is one line within the rec impact fee fund.
right.
The total cost for the rec impact fee fund in '26 is $1,575,000.
Mm-hmm.
We essentially broke this project up into 3 separate projects for a couple different reasons. The Live Well portion, which is dedicated to the amphitheater project, that'll all be accounted for within the general fund. In this current year, we already received the first of 3 distributions for our Live Well for that
Right.
project, so that's money in the bank. The other 2 we split out into the rec impact fee fund, the dock portion and the plaza portion. One, in addition to the Live Well component of this project, we also wanted to split them up into 3 because with the dock portion, depending on what the final design is, we could potentially still get some FEMA funding for that rebuild. So that's why we wanted to isolate that as a sub-project as well. But again, both the plaza portion and the dock portion will be accounted for within the rec impact fee fund, and then the amphitheater portion, i.e. Live Well funded, is in the general fund.
So let me ask this question. How much money is actually right now sitting in the recreation impact fund?
We'll start the year right around $8 million.
About $8 million. But you're only allocating $750,000 to the docks. So I think that's a little low. We need to increase that so we can, I'm expecting, I know at the last budget, last council meeting, whatever, I think we kind of like had a consensus to go ahead and start the dock areas and everything, and get that done. And I think it's going to need a little bit more money than that. And we got that much money sitting in recreation impact fees. I think we need to add a couple million maybe out of rec impact to that, so whenever the design come in, I don't know how close we are to the design. See, and I don't understand what's taking so long, because we've been working this thing now for 4 years. And why it's taking us so long to come on with the final number for engineering, I don't know.
So here's part of the reason, because I had a conversation with Mr. Powell. Wisely, we removed some of the layer that was going to be out there for the break. And so by removing that and doing some of the changes that we all talked about, he is actually sending that back. He is not doing the design of that. He's got somebody else who he basically subs that out, and that he is going to be bringing that back to us. And so I'm comfortable with the $750 that's there. If their money is still sitting in the rec impact fee fund, if we need to do a budget amendment once based on what we get from Jeff later, then I'm comfortable with that. I mean, I don't know why we need to fund it yet, because we're just not there.
There's some additional grants through the state and other entities that we're waiting to see that possibility coming in as well. I know just the state of Florida was 1.5 million. We put money out there for that we're waiting, that we think we have a good possibility. So there's a number of them out there. And now that we're getting clear direction on what you want, we feel like our chances are better now that you have a consensus on where you want to go once we get his design.
Like I say, I thought we had a consensus at the last time we talked about this, to go ahead and do the docks and design them in a way that we don't have to do the slips just yet. We can come back and do that later. But I would like to see, this is one of the projects I like to see started as soon as possible. You know, and Mr. Howard, you say is money left there, and we don't think we need to fund it there, but yet and still I read in this budget, over $12 million budgeted for a parking garage. And I don't think we're there yet either. So, but,
Well, let's
Mayor-
do one at a time.
but-
Mayor, so Scott, I want to make sure I'm clear, because I'm looking at the next page of the book on 310, and I'm looking at under the docks,
right.
impact fees, it looks like it's FY '26 is 910,000 and FY '27 is 1.1 million. Is that accurate? That there's 2 million over the next 2 fiscal years for the docks in impact fees? Am I reading that right?
Well, and then I guess that's why I was saying what I said before. You got money everywhere, and this meet us in the middle of here, and I did see that you got some this year, some next year, and some that. So, and you're coming up, well, why not just, hey, if we're gonna start this project in the next year or so, budget it for this year, why are we stringing it all out there? Okay?
Because we can't build it that fast.
Huh?
Because we can't build it that fast.
Well, we building one portion. I wanna make sure we got enough money in the budget and everything that we can do the portion we said we were gonna do. The amphitheater, I don't know whether we're gonna have to subsidize that or not, that $1 million there, I don't know if $1 million gonna be enough. And I know the other portion is the, plaza, which include the, Veteran Memorial and everything, which I know, the VFW and people are talking about trying to help us fund that one anyway, so.
Now, that's where I think we split, because you have not sold me on the plaza yet. We don't have the arc lot added there, but all of that hardscape, I'm just not on there. I'm 100% on with the veterans portion, and we can do that when we do the amphitheater, and I'm fine with funding that. But that plaza with all of that hardscape, I'm just not there. I don't think it doesn't tie into downtown. It doesn't bring people back and forth. I think we can do better. I just think that we need the right people to sit down and figure out what better is. And I don't have that answer, but certainly I'm not going to support all of this hardscape. And I've been at the same place from the beginning. It's just terrible.
So I'll add, doing a project at, I don't was meet me in the middle, but doing a project at this location as the center of the state, I think that's very important. I've heard from the citizens rebuilding the pier in one way or another is very important. And we've got the Live Well money for an amphitheater. So I have no problem moving forward with a seated area, the way the amphitheater, I actually don't like calling it the amphitheater because I know that's what it's been called, but I think what we're really talking about is kind of a stair-step seated area. I think that could work into the idea of the Lake Avenue, stair-step project that the citizens brought to us. So I don't have a problem anticipating that and moving forward with those two components. This may not be popular. I haven't talked to the veterans folks, and I don't want to upset anybody. I hope that people listening keep an open mind. But I continue to think that Victory Point is the place to do a veterans memorial. I think that the messaging of the victory and honoring the fallen and honoring our servicemen and women, that feels more patriotic to me than meet me or meet us in the middle, which indicates some sort of compromise. And I think that the people who sacrificed their lives for this country did not compromise. They took us to victory. And so whether this is a rebranding conversation, I don't know, but it doesn't sit well with me for that reason. And I think that Victory Point just brings this sense of emotion that as soon as someone talked about a veterans park, I thought, well, that's where I would put it. But again, that's partly branding. So maybe we're having a branding conversation. I also think we need to consider the role, and I think this is going to come up in a later workshop, of the CRA. And this is a CRA project. And if our downtown, and this is the second large CRA project that costs in the tens of millions of dollars, and we're still not seeing the development, the vertical development downtown that was anticipated in the first project, which was Victory Point. And so I think that there's a responsibility with the funding and an opportunity with the code that's coming down. So when we talk about funding this in fiscal year 2026, I'm okay with funding a project at this location. I don't have any problem putting that in the budget. I think we're still not quite there on the vision. I would love to see what the American Bicycle Association comes up with this. I've seen some of their work, and I think it's very inspirational. So I don't mind funding it. I don't mind planning on something moving forward, but I'm with Mr. Howard. I think we're not quite there, and I do think this is a very important project. And I hate to be the person that says, let's slow it down. That's not my nature. But this is the center of the state, and I think that getting it right is critically important. And so funding, yes. I'd like to see the funds coming out of the CRA, if not in the immediate term, in the long term, and having a plan there for how we're going to do that. And I think that is just a numbers plan. I think it's doable. But I'd like to see some, on the professional services side, I'd like to give the ABA a shot at looking at this and how it could, I mean, Meet Me in the Middle is a cycling project. And we've got the ABA that we're going to bring on. So, and I'd like to address Victory Point with you all. at some
Only
point.
thing
I
that
would
I
like
would
it to
say on the
stay.
funding,
I think we need to, I'm sorry, I think we need to keep the veterans there because it's the center and people are going to see that. Nobody really goes to Victory Point. The point is to honor our service members, and I think that shows honor in the center of the city. You know what I'm saying? That honors them. I get what you're saying with the name because it's Victory Point, and I know that victory goes a lot with military,
Right.
but I do think that it needs to stay right there in the middle. We had planned.
Well, in
So maybe
addition
it's a
to
branding
that, in addition to
conversation.
that,
Yes.
putting it there is, for me, meet us in the middle is a very important component to the downtown area, economic
I agree.
wise, because it's a draw to the people that come downtown. And keeping the veteran park there is going to bring even more people there.
Yeah.
And hearing and seeing some of the stuff I'm seeing here about what you want to do with Victory Point, I'm talking about turning it into exercise park and everything. I don't think Veteran
veterans.
Memorial don't fit well in there as well. I think it's more of a tourist attraction,
Right.
to draw right where it's at.
Right.
To help bring more traffic into downtown. Yes, I would love it, and I know that was when we started doing the design on the meters in the middle, we took in vision that the artwork supposed to extend all the way down. And it's supposed to connect into that pier is supposed to run right in line with the art walk and everything. That's what we were trying to do anyway with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, how long it's gonna be before we get the art walk to extend? Hopefully we can get that piece of property and we can solve that piece of the puzzle as well. But right now, my thing is to try to get the dock one, and we got the $1 million from Lilwell. I don't know if
But that's only for their,
their own
amphitheater.
their amphitheater, but we also we have enough. I'm quite sure we have enough money in if we're not doing the slips and everything, to do the pier area as well, the docks, okay, and everything. In economic impact fees right now, I'm quite sure we have enough money there to do it. The thing is getting it designed and
Right.
getting it started. Because I'm sorry, and I'm gonna say this. I'll go ahead and say this. Before I support building a garage downtown, meet us in the middle need to be done to help bring people before, because right now, I don't think we have enough foot traffic in the downtown area to really support a garage every day, okay? And that's the biggest thing, is trying to get more foot traffic downtown. Meet us in the middle is gonna help do that. Lumberyard gonna help do that and everything. That's why I support that endeavor as well, to try to bring the foot traffic downtown. I'm gonna see, what I see going on in downtown right now, we losing a lot of traffic downtown. People are shutting down. A lot of empty buildings coming in the downtown right now. And I'm afraid of what's going on in downtown right now. So do I want to invest in a garage right now when I'm seeing vendors move out? For example, Black Bear just moved the other week. Everybody was shocked by them moving out. All these different vendors. I walk through the buildings, like West End Plaza, It's a lot of empty space there. The Exchange, a lot of empty places there now. You know, I'm seeing a lot of people moving out. So what is going to be the draw in the downtown? We got to get more, some kind of way to get more people to come to the downtown area.
So hold on.
And that's one of the meters, and to me, meters in the middle are going to do that.
First thing is that it doesn't need to go into the CRA because it can be done with impact fees. So I'd rather not spend CRA money on that. When it comes to the garage, the reason that the garage gets built now is because within 2 years, to try to shut down that garage, you're not only shutting down that parking lot of 100 spots, we're likely losing the church parking lot of 100 spots. We don't know what's going to happen with the property to the north of it. So when you go and you read that parking study, it talks about all of this, and it says that the parking garage should be done. The reason with the parking garage needs to be done right now is because now is the most opportune time to do it. And when you start talking about people who are leaving, yes, Black Bear is leaving, but Roasted's already taken care of it. The Mr. Stringfellow's building that we approved last year, the 5,000 square feet, all of that is rented, and he was very particular about who was renting that. When it comes to West End Plaza, the reason a lot of that's empty is because he is in the development process to redevelop that entire property. He's already working with staff on that. So it goes on and on. Nobody's leaving downtown. There are people lined up to come into here. It is, you know, Back 40 Wine Country just opened up, super successful. We've got the other restaurant that wants to open up where the little duplex is across from there. The 25 homes behind Johnson's Market is coming in. The lumberyard's coming in. There's a ton going on, and we as a council need to plan ahead. And waiting until we get to that mark where we're like, oh my God, now we have to have a garage.
Right.
Well, we've already failed to plan. So this is a planning exercise, Mayor. And I get that you don't like it, but now's the time to do it. We won't be able to do it in 2 or 3 years. We're going to have over $100 million in the next 5 years. 5 years, there's $100 million that's going to be invested into downtown. That is going to drive our revenues in the CRA up significantly, and that will completely pay for the garage with no problem and money being left over. So what we're doing is we are planning for future growth with the anticipation and knowledge that we're already moving forward on the lumberyard. The other 25 homes behind Johnson's Market is coming up at $200,000 a piece. So there's another, how much? It's $5-7 million project. Hanks is getting redone. West End's getting redone. They're ready to move forward on the hotel above the other on 8th Street. There is so much that is prepared to happen, and we've laid the groundwork for. We just have to make those plans. And we also got an email from the owner of Sun Creek who's ready to expand his business, talking about that parking is an existential threat to his business, and we're going to shut down the parking lot that's in front of him that a lot of people use. It makes it tough. So that's the problem, is that it's a planning exercise more than it is a critical need. And I, as a council member, do not like to operate under critical need, and I'm not going to support waiting until we've hit critical mass and try to build a 5-story garage in the middle of downtown and hurt every single business. We can do it now before all of these businesses have finished their investment and finished their growth. So that's my
So here's my
soapbox.
concern. We're talking about parking garages when the Parks and Rec department is up and we're 10 minutes before lunch. So the question on before us is meet me in the middle. With that being the question, and I share your concerns, Mayor, I think what we can agree is that we're not in full agreement on what these parks should look like. But I question, are we in agreement that we need to plan to fund something in fiscal year 26? I mean, are we all on the same page? Something
Yes.
needs to be funded.
Yes.
What do you mean funding for what?
For this
For meeting
park,
in the middle?
just for this park space.
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
I
Okay.
think we all agreed on that.
And we've got $1 million coming from Livewell, so
Yes.
that in theory, let's say in theory, covers the amphitheater seated terrace, okay? We can come back if the design comes with something different, but we're okay with funding what Livewell is providing us. So the next question is the piers. It sounds like we're all in agreement that the piers need to be funded in some way, shape, or form. Whatever that looks like, final drawings, but in some way, shape, or form, we need the piers
Yes.
to
And it
be
is, and
fixed.
he's got 750,000 this year, and then 1 point whatever million next year. That probably gets us close to there. And if we need to do a budget amendment, there's $8 million sitting in
Well, maybe
impact
not.
fees that we can pull that money over.
That's going
And
to
there's
depend on what the
1.5
asset.
that we think there's a possibility to get from
For
the state
more
of Florida.
grants.
That
Yeah.
can be used for that.
So,
Oh,
but
that's
let's keep it
fabulous.
simple, because this is my suggestion is that we move forward with
Yes.
1 million for a pier project,
Mm-hmm.
and then do an amendment later if we need it for funding. And the reason why I say 1 million is because it's always been the conversation that whether if we replace the pier that's there today, it's 1 million from the general fund.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So if we say 1 million from the rec impact fund, at least it's giving staff something to work
Some
with.
direction.
I think it should come from the CRA. We'll have that debate another day. But for today, I'm willing to sit here and say, I'm comfortable with 1 million on the amphitheater and 1 million on the pier. And then I think unless there's a third who thinks that doing what are we calling the other area? The third project is, not the docks, the plaza.
The
Thank you.
plaza.
Do we want to punt on the plaza, or do we want to allocate something towards the plaza?
We should
Or do we want to
allocate.
wait for the designs to come back from the assessment?
I think we need to allocate.
Allocate, okay?
I'm a
I-
no on the
I'm not-
plaza until we come up with something that's great. I'm not going to vote for all of that hardscape. I'm just not. It is terrible. It looks terrible.
Where are
We
you
can
at,
do
Bill?
better.
I mean, I think we need to, like, meet in the middle should be a huge splash. It's gonna be the centerpiece of that thing, especially with the dock and everything. So you wanna make it look good. You know, it looked good when I saw, when he gave the presentation the other day with the amphitheater, with the Memorial Park. It had a very good look. I mean, I understand what you're saying. You're saying it has a lot of concrete.
No. So I'm talking about a separate part. The amphitheater's fine. I don't have an issue with the Veterans Park. I don't have an issue with the other. The very center part, there's a water feature in there. They're trying to put in these bathrooms with these very large walls. It's just not aesthetically what I'm looking for.
Stay with me for a second, because the design, I'll agree the design is not done. Do we need restrooms down there?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is a conversation for another day, because if we're not funding that project as is, I mean, you know, if you've got 3 votes to fund that project as is, then you guys have that.
Yeah, we can both count to 3. That's what just happened. So
I'm not there.
restrooms are $500,000. So
they?
staff has asked us for 1.575 from the rec impact fee. I will share with all of you, I don't think that's where it should come from. That being said,
Shouldn't it
I
be coming from
understand.
the CRA?
I think it should be, but we're not there, and we're not going to
Okay,
be there for
okay.
3 to 5 years.
I don't
So-
think you have that kind of money in the CRA, first of all. and
Especially if we're
Again,
going to have the
we're
garage
not there.
paid out of the
Can you
CRA.
finish your thought?
We're not there, and we're not going to be there for 3 more
Okay,
years.
finish your
So
thought.
being practical, I'm comfortable saying, let's move forward with 1.5 from rec for the dock, the amphitheater,
And restroom.
and restrooms.
Okay.
You gotta have the restaurant.
Yeah.
Understanding we might modify, we likely will modify. I mean,
Yeah.
the drawing's going to be different.
It'll be changed, and that's
It's going to
fine,
be
but we need to fund it
But
so
we
we
need
can
it
get
for
it
budget. So
going.
are you going to lose your mind, or is this
I'm
something
going
you
to
can
lose
live
my
with?
You're gonna
mind.
lose
And
your mind.
Here's why. Here's my experience with funding things. Once you fund it, it's going to move forward as it was presented. It is so hard to get things to move later.
Okay.
I have given in on funding things, and once it's funded, then it's out of your hands, and people start running with it because, oh, this is funded, this is what they saw, well, this is the design we're doing, and I've heard this over and over and over again. It doesn't matter whether it's the parking study or whether it was the master plan.
Well,
there's-
People all of a
okay.
sudden, they want to be real tight on it.
Yeah, there's
when it's-
wisdom in that.
Can-
There's
can-
real wisdom,
but I'm
and it
just
goes
telling you that-
to,
Can we do the bathroom absolute last until we get the actual designs and stuff, but still have it funded so we can move forward with the other parts?
can we earmark it is what I think, just like the additional drawings, how we talked about additional design services. Until we get to certain points, we don't want to fund these things, but we want to anticipate funding these things. So is there a way functionally for us to have to bring it back to council, understanding we've put the money for a project pending final approval? Is that something we can do?
Absolutely.
How do we do that?
That's
Okay.
a component of the fund balance policy in your packets. We can assign budget dollars for a future purpose, and that's
Okay.
what you're discussing.
Is
It
that
can be-
something you can live with?
So here's the problem that we run into, though, is that the money's there. We're not spending a bunch of money out of rec impact fees. I really want to see what AVA comes up
Me
with.
too.
I mean,
Yeah.
I
That's why I
wanna
don't wanna
see what they
assume it's
have.
all there to
I
spend
think
downtown.
that- Look, I get that we need to do something for Meet Us in the Middle. I just don't think the design that it is right now is the one that pulls you off of the art walk and really makes you go, wow, this is really cool. This is what I wanted. I wanted to come see it. Who wants to come see a big giant wall with a bathroom in the middle of it? That's not a draw. I'm just telling you. A little water feature sitting there with a sign that says Choice of Champions is not a draw. It doesn't interact. I mean, we need to find something that's interactive, that's going to put that location on the map. And just throwing a bunch of hardscape in there doesn't get there.
Maybe they
and,
could do
you know,
something like, have y'all been to Epcot and they, in the front, how they redid all of that, where they have a statue of Walt and then they have like lights and water features and stuff coming up? Have y'all seen that?
So,
I mean, something like that.
and where you're
yeah,
going with this
yeah.
is where I am. We have Disney in our backyard. We have Disney Imagineers.
Yes.
We have access to those Imagineers. Let somebody who thinks so far outside, I want the weirdest, craziest person in the world to come up with that idea where you look at it and you go, okay, that's out
Cool,
there.
yeah.
It's really cool. And it makes people think, it makes people enjoy it. It's something that you're just not going
draws
to
people.
expect. We can expect walls. We've got walls throughout Clermont. I mean, I can
Good
go
point.
see,
Good point.
hardscape walls everywhere, and I absolutely hate them. We're known for our rolling hills, we're known for our open vistas, and yet we're going to create more of the same, and it drives me bananas. But we have the people who could come up with whatever that is
Right.
in our backyard, and there's no reason that we're not working with those people.
So
tap
Scott
into
had
that
come up with a
talent.
proposal about moving funds from our general fund reserve into a capital reserve account. How would you feel about us not earmarking it, but moving 1.5? Oh, can we not do that because it's recreation funds? Yeah, well,
Well,
that's,
you
I mean,
didn't quite finish
general
your
reserve
thought.
is general reserve, right? So
Yeah.
if we move 1.5 from the general reserve into this capital reserve fund, we can tap into it later under
You
a
could do
capital
that.
project.
Why are you
Yeah.
not using recreational impact fees?
Because, well, okay, fine. It's 11:56. I'll do it. The CRA should be paying for. The reason why the CRA is not paying for itself is because we're not going vertical. It goes into the parking. It goes into Victory Point. It goes into the Meet Me in the Middle project. It goes into the String of Pearls project. All of these projects should be funded by the CRA. If you took any one of the properties that's currently a parking lot and made it a 3 to 5 story building, we would be collecting $1.2 million on pick one. Just pick one. Any one of them. Right now, we're collecting $800,000 a year in taxes from the CRA. So what we need to be doing is taking those properties. If we took 3 parking lots and made them a building that's 3 to 5 stories, not us, anyone watching, I don't want to develop it. I want the private sector to develop it. But if a private sector does that, if a developer does that, you're looking at 1.2 per year that we can tap into for Meet Me in the Middle, that we can tap into for parking garages, that we can bond against.
But it doesn't tell me why you're so opposed to using
Because I can't,
impact fee funds.
I can't use CRA money anywhere else in the city for recreation. So we're taking anywhere else in the city recreation money and using it in one place that has its own funding mechanism built in.
CRA is getting ready to spend $14 to $18 million on a parking garage. What I don't want to do is continue to add dollars to them until we see those revenues come back. I get down the road what you're talking about, but under the plan that we're talking about right now, there's going to be a large bond that the CRA is going to be responsible for to get this parking garage done so that it does not come out of our general fund. And when you talked about that you wanted to see it come from the stakeholders, which the stakeholders on that CRA are stakeholders in that garage. It matters to them more than anybody else in the entire city. So I agree that that should be paid for by the CRA. I don't necessarily agree that impact fees are the wrong mechanism to pay for those items down on Meet Us in the Middle. That's the way it was always planned, because that is part of Meet Us in the Middle, bringing those trails out, doing all of that, I think it's 100% recreational impact fees, because it's tied to that trail. So I get where you're going. We can have a philosophical difference on where it's at, and I think the CRA should be paying money, and the CRA is going to, and the CRA is going to pay for this garage to get it up. And the additional part of that CRA money is that as these things go vertical, because of the way the parking stuff has been restructured, they're going to need to pay into a parking fund anyway in order to continue to fund all of that. And anybody who thinks this is going to be the last parking garage in Clermont is crazy, because there will be another one. There will have to be, especially as we go vertical. This is, I mean, I'll be off this council long before all of this happens. But it's coming, and it's not, you know, it's not any one person up here who's going to say it. The density's coming, the additional height is coming.
All right.
It's not, no, I'm not done. The additional height's coming, and we need to be able to do that. And so I'm adamant that,
I think we're in
Well,
agreement
time out.
philosophically.
Hold your comment there. It's 12 o'clock. Let's break for lunch. You, Debbie, we got lunch here, right? All right. Huh? to cover, so I'm gonna throw it right back at Mr. Bryan and let him go ahead and try to take it home. So I think he's ready to go home too, right?
Okay. So we want to run through the capital. So the first project is on page 295 is Bishop Field.
Okay, love it.
I love renovating Bishop Field. I feel like you might be getting government pricing on it.
I don't,
Government pricing is lower, than market usually.
no.
On some things, yeah.
I-
Yeah, it is. It tends to be usually lower for government.
So
That's why they call it government rate. 'Cause it's
I-
usually lower. It's now my husband does this for a living. It is
So-
usually lower. Not always, but usually it's lower.
So what are we looking at doing to Bishop Field?
So-
I think I read the bathroom, dugout, restroom, storage like bit and all.
So
What's the
this,
cost?
at this price, at the 1.6 million over 2 years, it would rebuild the grandstand. So you're knocking it down and rebuilding it. So
Right.
this would be to rebuild it close to how it is now, but, refurbished and new. So I know there's a discussion of, does council want to put it back the way it is, or it has to be addressed? It's old, it's falling apart, it's getting to a point where it's beyond repair. So what's there has to come down.
Right.
But to what level, this is the Cadillac plan of refurbishment? So,
Well, I think, when I looked at it
That
and
makes
seeing what
sense.
all you wanted to do, I thought the price was a little low because I'm in agreement with you. I mean, I grew up in this stadium, in this Bishop Field. I used to sell popcorn and hot dogs in this thing, yes, when I was growing up.
How much were they?
Huh? Well, we used to sell pop for like 10 cents at the time, back in the 50s and 60s. We used to have.
I want to
old
build it for
Negroes-
1960s prices.
Huh?
I want to
Right,
rebuild it
yeah,
for
we could have
1960s prices.
That's the point I'm getting at. These stands have nothing done to them in all the years I've
Yeah.
been
That's a
No,
here.
you're
long
right.
time.
See, and that's why, I have no problem with tearing it completely down, and I've been saying this, we need to put some more work. I mean, the ball field's been done some work. The dugouts have some work done to them. Used to be a pitching cage there. I'm not even sure if the pitching cage is still there or not. But anyway, work on that area been done, but the stands itself have never had any work done on in all these
right,
years.
so Public Works has replaced the wood boards.
boards,
But
yeah.
now what they've been attaching it to underneath is rotting. They can't replace them
Right.
anymore. So you can't,
So we need to tear it all down. And
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with you, just tear it all down and start all over, the restrooms, the whole 9 yards.
so.
Does
the
it
question-
need to be torn down? It's a concrete structure.
Once we got it, well, it's kind
I
of.
mean, is it structurally unsound?
And in there, once you hollow everything out, honestly, it's kind of gross under there.
Yeah,
The-
it's
The
gross.
restroom's kind of gross, and the storage underneath the bleachers, everything is it's kind of disgusting.
Here's the way that was designed, and if you go in there, it's wood bleachers, but underneath it there, it's all open. And
Yes,
actually, it's a
yeah.
little holes you can crawl through underneath
Yes,
there, and I used to do that, because I go in there, when people drop things down in there, you have to crawl underneath it to
Yeah.
get the bathrooms is old, and it'd probably be best to just tear it all down.
So I'm all for restoring, renovating. I think the historic nature is worth keeping if it's historic. If we're rebuilding, then what we're looking at is a vintage construction project. What's the square footage of the current footprint?
I'm not sure.
So I just did a project with Leesburg. They were looking at a backstand, a wraparound backstand with a press box in it, seating for 500. It was about 500,000 for the backstop, and it was covered. I mean, if we're doing a modern upgrade just to do the backstop, you're probably more in the 500 to 600 range. I mean, at 1.6 million, I'd like to see the fences redone and
So remember, it's a new restroom building, new bleachers, if we're doing a grandstand, then it covers it a hard
You're adding
hard
that,
top
okay.
cover over it again, so.
Well, one of the things
not-
I didn't see in here was adding a press box, a
Yeah.
PA system.
yeah, actually, that is important. I'm not opposed. What is okay, explain to me the numbers, because we've 1.6 over 2 years. Why are we doing it over 2 years? And can we use Parks and Rec impact for this? Because it looks like it's just, is this coming from impact?
That's infrastructure.
Wait, infrastructure like roads?
That was
I missed that.
Scott. you looked
Scott?
You can't use impact fees on it because it's not a new.
It's not
Okay.
impact.
I'd like to ask a question on use. How much are the grandstands being used? How many people are in them?
I don't think we're packing the bleachers.
No, you're not.
We're not right now.
So that's where I'm going to get to, is that, whether it's historic and we take it back to look like this or not, I mean, I don't care either way. But when we go to do these things, I think it should be right-sized. And I don't know that we need to go build 500 seats if we're not putting 50 people in there on a regular basis. I know that when we go to the fields up by Park Pals, they have much smaller bleachers, and there's almost always enough room. And I would be hard-pressed to say that Bishop Field gets more use than that one, because that's all the little leagues, and they're playing is there 4 diamonds there? They've got 4 diamonds at a time, and, so I would like to see us sharpen our pencil and land on a better position. If you want it to be that historic look, then okay, we'll spend more money on it. But otherwise, I think we ought to just modernize it, make it like the others, make it completely usable, and do it at a better price.
So I think this goes to the question of, is it purely recreation? Because to your point, if it's purely recreation, you could put one, how many, the high-rise, the high-rise ones? I don't remember how many of those are, 250, I think, seats, and it's just a high-rise behind home plate. And that's the simplest way to get a decent amount of seating. You start dealing with the ones on the side, and it's not as nice, and frankly, you spend the same amount of money as just doing one nice one behind home plate. There definitely are ways to do it. I would like to see, I see this as a really interesting, historic facility that's at the kind of entrance to our downtown. It's at East Avenue. We don't have many baseball fields, full-size baseball fields. I know the Little League could use this field. They've asked to use it in the past. I mean, they brought it up last year. They were at capacity at Park Pals. Again, that goes to, we are servicing the surrounding communities as well. Maybe we add this to the list to talk to Mineola and Groveland about. But I did have a conversation with the Collegiate Wooden Bat League. I'm sorry, I call it the Wooden Bat League. They call it the Summer League. It used to be the Wooden Bat League. They do use wooden bats. And it's college baseball teams. There's a really strong organization down in Polk County. They have been wanting to be in Clermont for years and years and years. So when we talk about what's the potential use for this site, bringing 2 collegiate baseball teams here in the summertime, if that's of interest to the council, it's kind of a fun thing. It's a young thing. Leesburg Lightning is one. So Leesburg is quite a ways away from Polk County, Polk County, where most of these other teams are. So having a team in Clermont would allow Leesburg to have someone kind of local to play. We could do kind of a Clermont beats Leesburg thing. Al, if you're paying attention, or Alan, if you're, yeah, I'm bringing it. So I like that as a use of this, is start targeting the FHSAA finals. And when you start dealing with championships or collegiate events, you're going to be 50 to 100 people at a given time on just kind of any day of the week. If the local high schools used it, maybe Pinecrest wants to use it. That's like at Legends, we're the home for real life. Maybe they need a place. In those events, you're usually going to see 50 to 100 people. And even though 500 seats can hold 500, the reality is 200 looks full because people don't like sitting that close to each other. So I think going for 500 seats, what's it seat now? Do you know? Okay, you're killing me with not having the details. I'm setting you up to hit home runs.
I know.
And we didn't talk about this one.
If I'm not mistaken, they told me it's supposed to hold 500, but here's the other
Yeah.
thing.
I like
I don't have no
500.
problem reducing the seating, because other things I want to see in here go back to some of the stuff you're saying. Because I want to see a PA booth or whatever, and it has no concession stand either. Because the concession stand used to be like a separate behind one of the other dugouts, and I think that's completely gone. So when we redo it, we need to make sure we include all these things. Anyway, going back to what you were saying about using it for the high school, because actually, Clermont High School used to use, that's where they used to play all their baseball games. But with this talk with Orlando trying to get its own baseball, hey, you have an opportunity doing a spring training and everything to bring them in and do games and everything,
Well,
exhibition games and stuff as well.
The chairman
in
of,
addition to the college itself.
the chairman of the summer team does host Russ Mat Baseball down in Polk County, and he said he'd use it in March. I mean, we're not terribly needing business in March, but, you know, if they threw a couple games up here and the local league could go and watch it, I think that would be fun. So I'm for sticking to 500. I think I think if we did 300, to your point, we'd be going, oh, we need to add seats in the next 2 to 3 years, like that soon. I don't think we would feel, and I could be wrong, and sometimes it's nice to have a full house. Maybe we put seating on the side. If we do 300 and we do seating on the side, you do need some sort of concessions. Restrooms can be handled. Keep in mind, we don't have to do the Cadillac of restrooms. We can always bring in portable restrooms if we need to for a big event. We don't have to build it for big events. You can always add to
And
it.
that's one, so the restrooms, where we have a restroom at Hancock is a bigger expense. This one, the infrastructure's already there. It's one field. It doesn't have to be a
Yeah,
big.
you already have a couple restrooms there, so it's just updating them and everything. But like I say, when I was a kid here, we used to use the fields on Sunday. We had the old Negro Baseball League that they used to play there all the time, and my mother and father did the concessions there, so I sold a lot of hamburgers and, well, hot dog. We didn't do too much hamburgers and Coke and popcorn in that place, and crawled under them bleachers many days, okay, trying to retrieve stuff for people and all. So I've just always been amazed and always said this thing has never had any work done to it in all these years.
So I'd be for $1 million. I think $1 million you're basically building a field for $1 million, and that's more than enough to build a field for $1 million.
No, we just rebuilding the stand because
No, I'd want to see the whole field, like
the
poles
field
with
is in
netting.
good shape.
I'm sorry, fencing.
Okay.
Poles with
the
netting.
fencing isn't bad.
And if the fencing after the dugouts isn't bad, that's fine. I'm not as worried about the outfield. Us outfielders get the shaft anyway.
And the biggest use I see in it right now, some days through the week, you have people using it, but on Sunday mornings, you usually have a lot of people playing baseball out there on Sunday mornings. Yes.
Can I just ask a quick question? What about the fields that are on Hancock? Isn't there like 4 fields over there, big lights?
So those are
Is that a
softball?
different
Those are
division?
small youth field. This is a
This is a,
big
Oh.
field. This is a legal size field.
oh, really? I thought that was legal.
This is a big boys baseball field.
It's
So
big
you
boys.
could play
It's just one field?
a pro
So, yeah,
baseball
So
game.
there are two fields that are this size in the city. This is one, and then one of the fields at Powell is this size. That's that big kids, that 16 and 17-year-olds can play baseball.
High school, college, it's got even professional size, you know,
Right.
and
I
everything.
mean,
so.
because I drive on Hancock and I think on the weekends, it's just jam-packed, and I thought there were adults that were playing there, but you're saying no?
So there's girls softball there, 4 girls softball fields, and there's one adult, what should be a slow pitch field there. It's about 15 feet short to officially be a slow pitch field.
Right.
And slow pitch, you could convert a baseball field to a slow pitch softball field, but you do need to have a field crew who can skin the infield and then restore it after the fact. So it's a challenge. I've yet to find a city willing to
So this is the
do.
only full-size?
This is the
No,
only,
we have one more
at-
full
I mean,
size.
but
we have
this
one at
is-
Park Pals.
So you're talking about PA systems, lighted scoreboards or anything? No.
This would not include a scoreboard, I don't think.
It doesn't. I
So
mean, we can add
I've got,
some, but-
I've got a question on concessions though, because I get that in the old days you needed concessions, but things have changed and there's a lot of food trucks out and about. Would it be better, you know, not only from a customer service standpoint, but from a consumer standpoint, to set it up for food trucks so that they can plug in, no generators?
We can do
You
that.
know, I would think that would be, you know, so I don't mind making the pads and making it so that they could do that.
Do we think Livewell might contribute to this?
They could. I mean, they're very much involved in health and activity. I'm not,
I'm just
we could have
wondering
their-
if we think they might contribute to it. I mean, if we put, I heard you guys whispering, I don't, it's an infrastructure, and I would suggest that since Bishop Field was built, we probably have a lot more development in that area, so maybe we could justify it under the rec impact fees.
This is one of a couple projects that are in the proposed budget in the infrastructure fund, as you pointed out, that we have moved to Fund 320.
Which one is that?
The other one is the.
No, which one is Fund 320?
Oh, that is the capital projects and expenditures fund.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So your updated draft will reflect that. But in terms of this project, it would not be eligible for rec impact fee funds because you're replacing what is already in place, already there.
But one of
I
the,
don't mind $1 million towards
one of the
field
things I was
renovation.
gonna ask you, Brian, is before we actually, I would like to see something done, but before we do too much to it, let's get with Historical Society and see if we do too much or renovate that stadium too much, the seating too much, it may not qualify for historical preservation and everything, because I would like to see it.
Yeah, there might be
historic-
grants. That's why I'm wondering, maybe we could allocate $500,000 and go after live well grants, historical grants.
Well,
I
the
kind
thing
of
is,
like
but
that.
if we mess around and mess with the bleachers too much, we may, I'm not quite sure, that's why I say have a check
understand, yeah.
and everything, and see if we can keep it, what we can do to keep it historical, okay?
Mary Wayne. I'm hearing that something like $1 million is in our comfort level, but we'd like to see if there's grants before we
Yeah.
make a final vote. Are we? But I'd like to see the fields, like the backstop renovated, big poles, netting. It's not terribly expensive.
It's just, like I say, I'm still just amazed to see the field still there after all these years.
I would like
And
to
like I say,
honor
the city
that.
have done a great job maintaining the field itself, and the field is in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's neat. It's towards the entrance of that historic downtown. So I wouldn't mind seeing some old, maybe signage or something to have that vintage feel.
Well, I think the old sign there that used to say Bishop Field, I think it finally rotted and fell apart.
Yeah, let's get that redone. I mean, I know the blue signs are our new signs, but I like the vintage look on this. So I do like the vintage. I think that there's some builders out there who can get us
But
better
I
pricing.
do know it's being utilized some evenings I go through there and they utilize it, like I think, a couple of days, last Thursday, I went through there and they was getting ready to utilize it. Yesterday, I thought I saw somebody going, but usually on Sunday morning, they're actually playing games on Sunday morning.
Yes.
It's a lot of Sunday mornings, they're playing games, people play games.
So tentatively $1 million with a renovation, including the field, like the backstop. And what kind of grass do we have on that field?
It's Bermuda.
It's Bermuda grass? Okay.
Should be. I think the infield's Bermuda and the outfield might be the hay.
No, but the infield, well,
The infield's Bermuda, I know.
Yeah.
I
Look
think
and
the
see.
outfield's kind of not in good
Weeds.
shape.
Let's see when we get those, are contractors on our RFQ? Is that one of the things that we put out?
Professional services, the contractors are.
Because we're going through this with the fire. The fire station 2 came in really high, and there's different local contractors who are saying they can compete, they're going to get us better pricing. And I just think if you're looking at a 600 square foot building that's concrete block, you know, you've already got the plumbing and infrastructure for restrooms. I think, and I'd like to get grants if we can, but I think $1 million is backstops, probably outfield grass being Bermuda, and, you know, a restored would be, I think you're onto something, Mayor. I think we might lose some historical funding. If we tear the building down, we lose it, is my suspicion.
yeah,
But
well,
maybe Main Street could help us. I think they've got it.
well, I know when you're doing historic, if you're trying to renovate historic, there's so much you can do to a building before it loses its historical value. So, and probably also consider if we're gonna do the thing, we're talking about college drains, other limitation there is parking. Okay, so we have to come up with some parking, but let's move on.
That's the thing outside the window.
Yeah, the wind's blowing from the east and it's knocking out the batteries on these. Project is a City Hall Park Stage project. We put $500,000 in for. So I think that was discussed previously by council. So everybody, we're all on board? 'Cause
I'm
if
on
there's no
board if it
discussion,
comes from
then-
the CRA.
I'm sorry. I
Why
was
wouldn't this
talking-
come from Impact
What's the
fees?
project outside the door here?
It's in the CRA.
Agent,
You can't load everything onto the CRA and have the CRA pay for the garage.
We
I
gotta spend some
can.
impact fees here.
This one-
CRA not making enough money to be affording all these things.
This
It
one
should
looks
be.
like, this one looks like it's in that capital fund, right, Scott?
I'm for it if it comes from the CRA. I don't care what they do in the CRA with their money.
We got plenty of impact fee, recreation impact fees we can use.
Look, if we split the city up into 5 different quadrants, and we say there's northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast, and Wellness Way, 1.5 million in each quadrant gets to 7.5. So that's just 1.5, and we see how easy it is to spend 1.5. The second point is, the folks down in Wellness Way have paid about 4 million of those impact fees, and we're talking about spending as much as we can in the northwest quadrant when Wellness Way needs some funding. I just don't think it's just to do that. So for me, am I for this project? Yes, but I want to see it paid from the people who are going to be benefiting from
When you
it.
start talking about that quadrant out there, what are we looking to pay for impact fees out there where, do we have the land to do parks out there, additional parks, and instead of what's they already out there and they required to put into their subdivision, see? and
But look,
everything, so,
1.5, we just talked about 1 million for one baseball field.
mhm.
So
Yeah.
if we put one baseball field in Wellness Way, which is supposed to have a 100-acre park dedicated to it, one baseball field, we're talking $1 million right now.
Well, let's go in the Wellness Way, and if you find the land to do it with, see, we gotta have the property to do it with.
So that is part of the long-term plan for Wellness Way, is that they have that park. I was working with with Groveland on the South Lake Regional Park, and just to put this into context, the South Lake Regional Park had all these ball fields. Anyway, it's 90 acres of ball fields, just put it at that. We're supposed to have 100 acres dedicated in Wellness Way. The cost of construction of those multi-purpose baseball, softball fields was $88 million. The revised plan how I met Mr. Fernandez was BMX came in with a plan that was $44 million. And there's different funding sources. It's not like the city should plan on funding all of that. But when we sit here and say, well, it's just another $1 million downtown, we already have allocated $1 million towards Meet Me in the Middle. Now we're talking about $1 million towards Bishop. Now we're talking about $500,000. I mean, what am I at? 3 million? That's everyone else's money in the entire city if we give Wellness Way what they've paid.
Well, and keep in mind also down in the Wellness Way, right there, next to it, the other component is that you got Olympus, which is all parks and sports complexes as well. See?
But those aren't going to
So,
be free to the public to
they're not
use.
gonna be free to, but they're there, and I'm saying, we got it there. I don't have no problem going to Wellness Way, say, hey, if we find the land, we can build another park down there outside for a community, for the whole community, that's fine. But the problem is, where you gonna find the land?
Yeah,
I'm having trouble trying to get land now from the developers for a school, which is, I think, is more important, okay? And everything, and I've been in that fight for over 2 years now, trying to get land for the schools.
Currently, this project is in neither impact nor CRA. Currently, it's in that 320 fund that finance created.
I'm
which is our
comfortable with the
general
way it
fund
is.
reserves.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm comfortable with the way it is.
I'm okay.
The next project is, and we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier this morning, is that skate park project by the Volkswagen dealership. And we talked about that being a pump track.
I don't mind putting
But I
$1
think-
million this year from our recreation impact fee towards a project in that region, understanding maybe this goes into how we talked about Meet Me in the Middle fund of pending final review of the plan. But I don't mind allocating $1 million this year towards that park space.
Which I think, what we gonna put out there, Mr. Peterson? What kind of? Yeah, yeah. Well, I thought, when I looked at this and knowing what we were trying to put out there, I'm willing to wait on Mr. Sean to come back, but we started talking about pickleball courts, and I know for what we just did down in the Arts and Recreation Center and everything else, it cost us $500,000 for them, 6 pickleball courts? How many did we additional, but that was lighting and all that too, so. So I was thinking 200, a little low, for the skate park, pickleball court, redoing I guess we'll renovate that little house.
Yeah, it's a million total.
Yeah,
Well, it was
so, you know,
100
over
this,
2 years.
yeah, $1 million over 2 years.
Yeah.
So, and some of this will be to see what he comes back with, because if they've already got designs done that fit that property, then that's just an easy, here's where we're at. They've already built it. They already know all of the costs involved. It's really, it's just flipping a switch, and I'm much more comfortable with that. I mean, I think $1 million is probably
Yeah.
ballpark, but
I would like to see it, and that's another one of them projects I would like to see get started next year as soon as possible as well, so if we can. So.
Okay. All right, next project
Oh, boy.
is Felter Park, the artificial turf on the multipurpose field, $700,000. That is infrastructure dollars, correct? Oh, it was moved. That was moved also? That was moved to 320? Okay. And this is, we've talked about artificial turf before. We have four soccer multipurpose fields that the city owns. This field at Felter is the smallest of the four. It's never been in good shape. We can't keep kids off. We have the fence around it. It doesn't matter. They have to fence. We've tried to resod large sections of it. It doesn't matter. It's torn up. I'm hoping, and we talked a lot about artificial turf last summer. Artificial turf, it'll last 10 years on a multipurpose field, virtually no maintenance, can play on it 365 days a year. I'm hoping that it would relieve some of the stress that Hancock gets, because people will want to play on the turf field. Because it's the smallest one, it's the smallest impact on the budget, where if we did the two fields at Hancock, that's $2.5 million. The Powell field would be in between. Powell field would be over $1 million, I believe. So this is kind of a starter, like, go ahead, do this here, relieves pressure on our other fields. This one has always been in horrible shape. We get complaints about it all the time, rightfully so. So that's where I am.
And I think what we were talking about trying to do, even the one at Hancock, eventually turn them into artificial turf too. Because the problem that we having with trying to keep these fields off, because they get so much play, and then you have to shut them down for so long, and then people won't stay off when you're shutting them down, trying to let the grass revive. So I think we decided to try to go ahead and convert them over to artificial turf, and they can be used year round. And I thought I saw something in here, Park Pals, their field down there as well. But another thing I need you to do while I'm thinking about it, we're talking about Feltner Park, Kiwanis Club of, let me put you one, the Kiwanis of South Lake. They're getting ready to redo all the equipment in that park. I think it's in August 13th. No, I think it's August 13th. They are supposed to be, I think it's August 13th, because they asked me to be there, and I said, okay, I try to be there that morning, because I'm supposed to be in Orlando by 1 o'clock. I got a conference starting in Orlando at 1 o'clock that afternoon. I think it's the 13th. 21st. Okay, they moved it to the 21st. That's good to make it easier on me. But what Kiwanis of South Lake is doing, they're going to upgrade all equipment, playground equipment in that park, okay, in Feltner Park, and make it in all-inclusive type equipment. So, right, ADA, and to have been ADA equipment and everything. So ADA accessible equipment, which I think I may have mentioned to you. I got a request the other day. I think it was Friday, come in. They want us to take a look at trying to put some equipment in our park for autism. Kids with autism on this autism spectrum, because you know they have special equipment as well and everything. So if you can, take a look at that. See how can we incorporate some of that heavy equipment. I didn't realize all this until it came up to me at us board of trustees at my church, where they made us actually we converted one of our little rooms over there into a room specific for autism kids and everything. And all this special equipment. I'm like, oh, I didn't know. You know, but they got a lot of special equipment and playground equipment. So I had somebody send me an email the other day and ask us if we can take a look at doing it for some other playground. Yeah, the Kiwanis is doing the one for the ADA at Felton Park.
Are they going to put in the rubber mats, sort of like they have on the one off of 448? That's a really neat setup, the way they have that. Have you ever been to that one off of 448 over there by Tavares? That's a great little, the way it's designed and so soft. I mean, if you fall, you just bounce. You're like, ooh, that was nice.
But yeah, but if you all, what day you say, August 21st, 8 o'clock? 9, they moved it back to 9. Okay, it's gonna be hot. Okay.
So I'm good with the Feltner
Yeah,
Park turf.
yeah. I have no problem with that, but also, I thought I read, we need to look at the field down there and also look at the field down at, Park Pals. No, well, well, I did see the email the other day, but I've been watching that one for a while. I think I've been talking to Stony about different things going on in Park Pal with rain and flooding and all this sand washing out and all that, for the last year or so.
Well, I think, if wonderful for felt that goes well, and as well received, I think how would be
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, the email, I guess the email we got a couple of days ago on it, somebody complained about it with the pictures they sent us a couple of days ago. I didn't realize it had gotten that, well, I haven't been down there when all the rain, and we didn't get it lately either, so. And I'll say this here, find me some land, if you can, for a pitch field, cricket. I mean, people.
South Lake Regional Park.
Huh?
South Lake Regional Park.
Well, they got enough land. I didn't realize how big a cricket field is.
It's in the plan for the South Lake Regional
Okay,
Park.
good. Well, because they've been bugging me and they still bugging me about one. If they,
I bet they
that's not
have.
a-
They've been
if they
waiting
gonna
5
put one
years
out
for
there,
the
we
South Lake
okay.
Regional Park.
It's in that plan, though?
It's in that plan.
Wow. I didn't realize how big a cricket field was, man.
2 soccer fields,
Oh, man, it's humongous.
bigger than rugby.
And everything. So, yeah, but if they got one in South Lake Regional Park out there off of Max Hooks Road, that'd be fine.
They're supposed to get that one.
Okay.
Probably a conversation for another day.
So we're good with the artificial turf at Felter?
Yeah,
Okay.
already, yeah.
Can
Great.
we possibly just fund this as facility improvements at Felter in case the turf doesn't work out? He's got money to do a proposal allocated in the budget.
What was that? Facility improvement?
Yeah. I mean, do we care what he
So-
uses it for, or do we
So at
specifically
the end
want
of
it
the
to go?
day, I'm not going to get into telling them necessarily how to move their money around.
Yeah.
As long as they're able to fund it. And I mean, I think that's up to Scott, not necessarily a council deal, but
I mean, are we specific that he needs to use it for turf, or are we comfortable saying, as things evolve through this plan with the ABA, if something else comes up, we know he's got 700 to use at that location?
I'd really like to see how the turf works. I think we need to pick a place and see how it's received. I mean, I agree with that sentiment because I've had both where some people have said, oh, we really like turf, and then others are like, oh, yeah, but there's this or that or the other in it, and, we're starting to move away from it. So I don't know where that lands.
Well, let's say, for example, another soccer solution was to come to light, maybe. Let's just imagine the universe where that happened. And if they did the research and found that we need more basketball courts, and he wanted to build basketball courts, would you want him to come back to us, or would you want him to come to us and say, this is what we came up with, and we have 700 allocated for this location, and we want to build basketball courts? Do you want that to come back through us, or do you just want him to let us know what the final result is?
I think he runs it. He knows how many people are using it. For me,
Just using an example.
I'm willing to give him the autonomy to figure it out.
You have 700,000 to use for Lake Belcher Park. Fair enough.
He needs batteries.
I like hard wiring.
Understood. All right.
Hardwired? Oh, yeah.
Next project. All right, Hancock Park. So I want to talk about, so there, it says lights and new restroom. I want to talk about the lights first. So I put in, there's a combined total between one softball field at Hancock and the tennis courts at Keeler There's a combined total of about $300,000 to convert those lights to LED. There's an opportunity, Seminole County did a contract where they put all of the lights that needed to be converted into one contract, and then they're paying it out over like 10 years or so. So all of the lights, as of about a year ago, if we converted all of the lights that are not LED currently to LED, at that time it was about 2.5 million. I'd assume that it's gone up a little bit since. So what I'm suggesting is that that $300,000 that I'm saying we allocate this year, that we go ahead and allocate that pretty much every year for the next 10 years. We get a contract, we do it all at once, or as much as, it's not all gonna be done in a year, because I see how long it takes just to put up 6 lights at the pickleball courts. So it's gonna take a couple years to get it all done. But we plan for all of it to be done, all together, and we pay it out over 10 years. It saves on repairs, because they're under warranty. It costs us, some of our repairs this year were like over $14,000 for repair. We had a big problem with some of the lights at PAL.
Did those get replaced as LED?
So one of the fields at PAL last year was converted to LED, but the older lights had a major repair that we had to do before Little League season started. So we got it done, but it's a challenge. It was a challenge and it was expensive. I could talk about the LED, about lower light pollution and being more efficient, energy efficient, but it's also repair costs. So, and the product themselves it's going to get more expensive and harder to replace the older equipment, because as everything shifts over to LED, it's going to get harder to find the older supplies.
Are
So-
all of our lights halogen?
They're either HID or LED. So the older lights are HID.
How many older lights do we have?
There's, the multipurpose field at PAL, 3 of the PAL ball fields, the tennis courts at PAL. That's just one park. The parks at on 12th Street Park, West is the older lights, Bishop Field's the older lights. There's a couple of fields at Hancock that have the newer lights, but still the 4 softball fields are the older lights. So there's a lot. Like I said, as of last year, there was still 2.5 million worth of inventory to convert them off. We paid it all cash.
Is that through Musco?
That was a Musco evaluation.
I mean, I think paying over time makes sense, and it is the industry standard it's like basic industry standard at this point. To
LED,
be
yes, LED. But one of the other things I wanted you to look into is, because these lights not on too long a period at a time, and we're in the state of Florida, converting them over to solar,
Oh,
okay?
ooh, that's a really good point.
All right, and convert them, if we can get them so I know, and of course, I heard you mention dark sky already, so we do the dark sky with solar lighting and everything on these fields.
I'll look into see as far as the solar powered for field
Yeah.
lights.
Yeah, because, you only talk about running them on 2-3 hours at a time at most times.
Hold on.
Well, they run to, they do run,
Those run
in
morning
the
and night.
winter,
You could-
in the winter, and the lights go on at 5:30,
Yeah.
they're on till after 10, so.
Yeah.
During the summer, they're only on for a couple hours.
Yeah, but
in
I
the
think
winter,
all our fields supposed to be programmed to turn off at 10 o'clock.
Correct,
And
yeah.
everything. And
Yeah,
of course,
that's
I know
correct.
some of them don't, because I know Bishop Field, sometimes I see them running at 11, 12 o'clock at
They
night.
shouldn't be that.
So
They shouldn't.
I love solar and I love alternative power. I mean, I get it. The problem is that now you're talking about battery packs and replacement costs and all of that stuff. It is easier to run just straight lights on this, and these things are, I don't want to say they're mission critical, but when they need to work, they need to work. And I'd be more comfortable just being plugged into our solar grid. If we want to figure out a way to add solar and to backfeed that, then we can always backfeed into the solar and take those dollar credits. But when you start talking about actually building in battery packs for those things to run, it's expensive. And solar is, while it's great for some things, this is not one that I would support,
well-
not with batteries and all of that stuff.
Real quick though, are we talking about Musco putting in lights at all of our fields now and we pay overtime? Or are we talking about putting in one Fields poll this year, one Fields poll next year?
No, the first thing you said. So we would get, I mean, Musco would have to, we have to still go to RFP because there isn't a specific, the contract that Seminole County did with them is not a piggyback eligible contract. So it would still have to go to bid. So we're assuming Musco, because Musco's been all the other stuff.
I don't
But
have a
yes,
problem with you
it would
doing
be a-
that. And to Mr. Howard's point, and even the mayor's point, we're just not there right now with the solar, that it's the industry standard. These lights are gonna last 15 to 20 years, and I think that if we can get them all replaced now, and then as things change in the industry, you're probably looking 5 to 15-year period anyway, until you can get something that's been tested. I don't mind you doing a payment plan, that's all you're talking about, to upgrade these. I know the lights at Park Pals are like, you talk about Bishop Field, I mean, these are sandlot type lights.
When
Yeah.
I first drove through the city, when I first started here, and I saw the lights at
Like they were
Powell,
literally, you could have
was
filmed the
scared.
sandlot there
I
and it
was
would have
like-
been
I was like,
authentic.
oh. I was
Yeah,
Well, coming to talk about needing them to work when they needed to work, let me tell you, they, even right now in electric power, they don't always work when you need them to work.
well,
Okay?
one of the light
I
poles
know
blew up
firsthand
during a
experience.
Little League baseball game, like
but-
fire. Fortunately, fire guys were there, but that's not the kind of thing you want happening at your ball fields
Right.
with the kids. So I don't
But-
have a problem with you working on a payment plan.
I'm
over time.
comfortable with that
solar-
as well.
Your solar power has come a long way. Matter of fact, they starting to light a lot of your highways with solar power. Matter of fact, I think we got Duke Energy looking at trying to put in some solar power, lights along, what's that, Excalibur, and, Hook Street out there because it's so dark.
Well, why don't we have them look into it, but we can budget 175 a year, right, or whatever the number is.
I think he asked for 300.
300 a year, and if you find solar is better and I'm just ignorant to it, then educate us, and at least you got the money for it.
But on this same thing, I do have an issue with your, and I don't expect we talked about the bathrooms being $500,000. So, I mean, we need
feel
to
you
figure
pain
out.
so badly,
But
but literally
let's get
that's the
the
number I got in
restroom done.
Leesburg too.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Let's
the
get the
restroom, so the
restroom
restroom, yeah, so
and lights.
the restroom is,
I feel you. The same thing happened in
the
Leesburg. I
cost,
said
the
the
cost
same
for
thing.
the building is going to be between 250 and 300 to have a building of significance, and then the rest of it is infrastructure. I have talked with Stoney, we'll try to make the infrastructure as painless as possible. So I don't think that all in it would end up being $500,000, but I think 500 is a safe number.
So, and here's where I'm at with this, because this is happening with all of our capital projects that are actual building stuff. I think we're coming in very high on our bids, and I'd like to sharpen our pencils. And if we are coming high on our bids, then it's incumbent upon us to work to get those contractors who are going to sharpen their pencil and give us that better deal.
Do you have I have a good, for the actual building, I have a good number because there's a piggyback contract with Lake County on the building part. It's the infrastructure part that is flexible. So,
But you have that number through the county.
through the county, yeah, Lake County has a piggyback contract with Leesburg Concrete for these type of buildings, which I've put in.
And that's what I'm getting at, though, is I think we need to go and look at our local contractors as well and see if they're going to do it at a better price. Yeah, I feel like people are taking advantage of our kind heart.
Or ignorance or both. Well, when you do this and you're putting together the plan for this building, if I understand where you want to put it between the quad and Field 5, will you look at what the earth movement costs and the additional power costs might be to throw up a couple poles and nets like the MAC did for batting cages? The batting facilities out there are insufficient, although I'm glad we have them. They need some repair anyway, but it's worth looking at and seeing what that would cost. I like the MAC model. It's very functional, and I don't know what they spent, but just the poles with the netting, and you want one per field is the target.
Okay.
But you could change the ones that we have, rotate them so they go back to where the shed is, and put 2, and then you could maybe put 3 over by the new building, if you can price that out.
Sure.
Those are getting to end of life.
Okay. Good, Keeler.
Next, so Keeler, we just talked about the lights. The other project, which is small, it's a very small project, is resurfacing the shuffleboard courts. So that's like $20,000 to resurface the shuffleboard courts.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you asked about a library.
Yes, well, yeah, I wanted to say something about, we doing the shuffleboard courts over there you talking about? I thought we just did them about 6, no, I guess it's been
They were
about 10
done,
years.
and they're not, the
About 10
shuffleboard players have been complaining about
Yeah,
them.
well, it's been, I'm thinking it was right after I got elected, we had just did them, but I think it was a few years before I got elected, we did them and everything over there, so. And they're still being utilized, they still
And
have
they-
a little tournaments
of
on
the-
Tuesdays and everything over there?
Yeah, they use them, and part of the problem with the courts is when they were resurfaced the last time, they were resurfaced the same type of product as the tennis courts.
Okay.
And they need to be much smoother, so they've been complaining about
Okay.
that.
So, yeah, I don't have no problem with that. I was
Were you
thinking-
here when that was done?
Huh?
I don't, if, it wasn't my project, so I don't remember if I was here. It might have
No,
been
you
when I
wasn't,
was
you wasn't,
just
you
getting
wasn't
here.
here when they got done. They was done before, because you came in a year or two after Brian, a year or so after Brian, and now that I'm thinking about it, they got done before I was even mayor. Because right after I got elected mayor, I think we dedicated the name to a gentleman, Mr. Marvin Jacobson over there, which was, used to be, basically handle that for us, and he passed away in November 20.
Well, I'm just
2020.
wondering if this facility doesn't have the bones and opportunity to be a community library, to either add a small building, doesn't have to be huge, but just something,
Over there by the Keeler building?
yeah, or connected to it, or
Well, actually, actually, I was hoping eventually we increased the size of the Keeler building, because I've always felt like the new building was, when they built the new building, I felt like they didn't do no justice by building it as small as they did, because to me, it's smaller than what we had there, with what we replaced. And the one we replaced was an old building that had been dedicated, given to us in 1920. Okay, an old wooden building. And actually, when I go to the Keeler building now, I feel like we have less room in there now than we did in the old building, because the old building even had a kitchen and all this to it. You don't have all that now. Don't even have a storage, not much of a storage room like the other one did. So, and you're cramming people in when you get, 30, 40 people in there trying to get in the new building. You really getting crammed. I know the Quilting Club, I know they kind of fight for space over there right on Monday mornings in the new building. So I was hoping maybe sometime along the way we can try to figure out a way to increase it. But you're talking about doing a library over there, because the old building used to sit kind of like in the back, and they built this building in front, so.
So I truly don't understand this. We have other buildings, like the Highlander holds 80 people?
I'd have to look.
Yeah, I think
That's
the
probably
Highlander's
right.
80. So, I mean, if we have different buildings that are already different sizes, I don't know, I mean, if it's right size for one group, if another group outgrows it, we have other buildings that they can go in, so I don't know why it would.
The
I mean, I
Highland
just
is one of
honestly
them
don't know.
buildings that we rent out quite a bit for stuff, but then actually the Keeler supposed to be a senior center, supposedly our senior center, center and everything. And that's why I was not only just we're renting out for other things, but they're supposed to be our senior citizen center. And that's why I didn't understand why we went and cut down the original plan that they had to put in there and made it so much smaller when we have a bigger population of seniors at the time.
do we know what the demographics are in that section of the CRA as far as age and of the population at this point?
Where about? Over there?
Yeah.
Well, like I say, most of the people, well, I think the biggest use is still out of seniors, the quilters and stuff like that over there, but you still can rent it out for doing other things and everything, but not as many people rent it out now, because a lot more feedback I get, they say it's, they having trouble getting in there using it because of the size, it's too small. And I know when
Even
we
the
first
Highlander
opened
Hut
it
is right
back
down the
up,
street.
I think every Monday they do the quilters over there, is it?
Yeah, Mondays is quilting, yes.
Quilters and everything else and all over there. And then you got the seniors, and I think we still giving room down in the Arts and Recreation Center for seniors as well, right?
No, their programs are generally at Keeler now,
No.
most of them. I mean, if there's yoga or
So
Tai Chi or something, that stuff would be hard.
the majority of the people that are using it mostly is seniors during the day. And most of the people that used to use it at night with different clubs and everything, I think like Democrat club used it first Wednesday, you had chess club or philosophy clubs, but a lot of them went away after the COVID and everything. Some of them didn't come back, and some of the other clubs that came back in and tried to use it, they said it was too small and everything. So.
I'm just wondering what the community, when was the last time we did a community survey? I guess this is part of what we're going to be doing is the assessment. So I don't mind allocating 140,000. This is from which fund? This is,
Well, this is for the lighting and the resurfacing of the shuffleboard.
So
court,
yeah,
right?
so-
It's not the building itself.
So the 20,000 of that was for the shuffleboard courts. The other 120 was for the lighting, so.
I mean, that's a lot of money, and if and it's also a long-term commitment. That's where I'm coming from, is, again, I don't mind the 300,000, you can put it towards whatever fields you think need to come first. But if we're talking about potential for libraries, the Highlander Hut is down the street. We're talking about projects that have a 10 to 20-year lifespan, and so the idea then is that you're committing 10 to 20 years to that facility, and I don't know if that's appropriate or not. It might be a double down situation. Maybe we should be doing, it's in the middle of a neighborhood. I think it's a great spot for a cool building. Is this all we want to do? Do we want to do more? I think this is an opportunity for us to explore.
Well, other concern with me, how big of a library you want to make? We don't need,
So I hate to ask it, but what's wrong with Cooper?
Cooper.
So
I'm just
nothing,
gonna-
no, yeah. So I'll fill you in. I had a conversation with Tim
Okay,
Morris.
yeah, you do that.
I had a conversation with Tim Morris, and he serves on the board of both the college and the county. And the college is expanding, and the question is, they need more student space. So are they going to build another building? Do they want to do something different? Like, do they want to leverage the buildings they have? So they're exploring all options the same way that I think we should be exploring all options. And so one of the questions he asked me was, would I, as a council member, be interested in the county paying for libraries that we administer? And I'm a big, big fan of libraries and reading. And so I said, I'll champion that. But I wouldn't want to see one location for a library. I like the idea of neighborhood libraries, so people can go to them easily. You don't have to get in a car and drive. You can go somewhere close to home, walk ideally. Same way as I believe in backyard schools. So philosophically, that shouldn't surprise anybody. So it's that simple. They're exploring, what interest might there be. I spoke briefly in the meeting I had with him. Jennifer Barker was there, and we didn't get into any details. I'm not committing anybody to anything, but the conversation was really, the county has funding for libraries, and so if the city was to do it, we would work out an agreement with the county if it's something we want to do. And maybe we do a little bit, maybe we do a lot. I don't think there's anything wrong with Cooper. I think that it's just a building that, what's the highest and best use of the building, and I think they're exploring those options.
I'm gonna give you the short and skinny, like I like to say, get right to the point. Basically, the county have taken the library and given it to the college, so we have no more library here, a city library or anything.
Well, according to Jennifer, that is the most used library in
the county.
So
Yes.
it is very popular. And what that says to me is that a lot of people in Clermont are driving to it, which means it is a destination. There's a demand for it. So if we could have it kind of spread out into smaller places, and I'm a little bit sentimental. I wouldn't mind seeing, Cooper back in downtown Clermont, but that's my will, and I'm not imposing it on anybody. I just think that was a really beloved thing that we had in the downtown area.
We had great librarians.
Yeah.
Well, my thing is, we have no library left and everything, and so I feel like the city need to get back to finding a library. I think we stopped funding the library. Scott, I don't know when the last time we used to give money to the library, how many years ago? I think a couple of years ago, we stopped funding the library. But the city used to actually give money to Cooper and everything, help fund that. And I think we stopped, but right now, and I know for a fact, last year, when I went to try to use the library for a couple of times, the library told me it wasn't under them no more. I had to go through the college, and the college would never return me back, return my calls when I tried to reserve rooms to use it. And I know on Fridays now the thing closed
They
down
close
at
it,
1
closes
o'clock
at 1, and it's not
on
even
a
open on
Friday.
Saturday.
See, it's
So-
not even open on Saturdays or anything right now because it's under the college guidance.
Yeah, so that's why we really do need our own
Yeah.
library.
So,
I think
Well,
we
and-
start with one.
And so then, we're going to do the assessment. Just this location to me seemed like a kind of neat opportunity potentially for a library, unless coming downtown was an idea or in the lumberyard. I don't know, but that's just one.
we can find
I
the
think having
space,
one on
yeah.
the east side and one at Wellness Way, at least, it gives us close proximity
you
to
just have
most
to
citizens.
find the location
find
and
the
the size. I
location,
think,
yeah.
I've known, used to be a little building right out here next to the parking lot, next to the house here, next to our parking lot where the library was, and left there and went down in the where West End Plaza. It was in there for a while, and it
Yeah.
was up here where the city center is at.
Yeah.
So it moved around before it actually went out to
Went out there, yeah.
out to the Cooper, out to Lake Sumter and everything. So hey, can we find a couple
And we can
places
find
in the
it, yeah.
downtown or somewhere around?
Wherever we
build?
can find it, yeah.
That's
At this
what I'm-
point.
You wanna take
there
that on?
again, there again,
Yeah,
we don't have.
we don't have
land
a lot of
in-
land,
in
but
these
we
stuff.
do
Maybe
need a
as part of the
library.
assessment, we can,
Right.
hey,
Yes.
The question is the library part of Parks and Recreation or?
No.
we went off on a little?
No,
I think
well,
it
she
was.
told me no,
Change it.
because she was, the thing
What do you
is,
think
we
it
was
would
talking
be?
about Keeler Building, it's a little
I
bit
think
of
it's
thing
insane to
there.
invest in a library.
Huh?
the county's investing.
So,
We'd be administering.
I just think it's insanity.
All right,
So
so
the
what's our
next-
next thing?
huh?
What's our next
The
thing?
next project is
That's why we
a,
have the
is a
internet.
maintenance project. It's resurfacing the basketball courts at Powell.
Just Pal?
Yeah, that one, I mean, there's another basketball court project at Waterfront Park that's a little farther down. So that's maintenance project. Another maintenance project to address the shade covers at the splash park.
Is this something that we
Mr.
should, I asked him, I said, why are these even in here? These seem to me like normal projects that Parks and Rec would do. Is there a policy limit that
We've
he's,
always allocated so much money each year to do, to keep parks, like equipment in each one of the parks be replaced so much, courts have to be resurfaced, but it's
Right.
always budgeted.
that's what I mean. Can we just say as a matter of policy, he has
Well,
whatever is the right number to use towards?
Well, they kind of in here because they're trying to say, hey, do we have the money to do it with it? If we do, as far as I'm concerned, we can, so I'm okay. And that's why I say we only resurfacing park valves at,
And what,
This is
the
why we have a
basketball
job.
courts at Waterfront.
the
also.
waterfront. I didn't see waterfront in here.
It's farther back.
Oh, it's farther back, okay.
This is the splash park we were talking about where you were hiring a college person, and you eliminated that person?
Correct, yes.
No.
Yes, the
I thought
splash
we
park
brought
over at
that back
Waterfront.
in, didn't we? To give that, so you have some kind of,
We did not.
nobody's there.
None?
I wouldn't mind seeing a policy adjustment for Parks and Recreation. When we look at a lot of these,
No, we didn't bring it back.
these are $20,000-$30,000. I mean, I don't have a problem if our Parks Director has a limit of 30,000 per project, and if at each year he says, I want to plan on 5 projects, I mean, no offense, but like, I
Well,
don't want to get in this.
again, it's just routine and put them in the budget, so we'll know what we're doing.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that's what I mean.
equipment.
I think just if we could amend our policy, because right now, as Scott was explaining, our department heads have a 5,000 limit until it's considered capital. And I think what I'm suggesting is that from a spending limit authority, if our Parks and Rec Director can spend up to 30,000 before he has to come per project, and then when the budget cycle comes, the question is the money there for us to say, okay, we're going to fund 5 projects or 6 projects or 10 projects? That's what's in his budget. He can spend up to 30 without our permission. If he does a great job and he can get them all for 25, well, he gets extra projects and great, good, be good with your money. But all of these are 20 to 30. Are we
I
comfortable with
agree.
that?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. I don't know which soccer field needs to be redone or which basketball court needs to be redone. And you
He
probably don't
does,
want me
yeah.
getting into that part of your business.
Yeah.
But
Right.
that's why it comes before us, and I'm comfortable with it.
So what's next?
I'm good
We
on
are-
your splash
Yes.
pad, so what are we on?
So what are we now? Is
The
it Victory Point?
vehicle, so replacing one of the, one of the 3 Ranger vehicles is a 2014 Escape. So you would
Okay,
replace that with
Escape.
a pickup truck. So that's on here. And then the next major project is the fitness equipment at Victory Point, which we request is for 200, I don't know why, it's 250, there's a It's just $250,000. It's not $250,000 a year for the next 5 years.
And that's for the outdoor fitness.
Outdoor fitness
Work-
equipment, yes.
And I'm just going to do this because we used to have a fitness circuit around Center Lake, and it was just never used.
I don't think
I
it
thought
was
it got
ever, I
flooded.
don't think it was ever completed.
Oh, it was completed. It was cool because I went to it. But,
Oh, I thought
and
it
it was
got
actually
flooded.
done as a, believe it or not, it was actually done as a college project. And so somebody went through and it was actually once I had my bachelor's degree and understood what they did, I was like, holy cow, this is really smart. And then I got the rest of the story. I'm like, oh, no wonder, because it was a college student. So that was a really cool idea, the way that they did it. It just was really underutilized. I think that we can do better than a fitness circuit out on Victory Point. So I'm a no on this one, but.
Well, are we comfortable, I think the question is, are we comfortable with 250,000 at Victory Point? Again, kind of philosophically, I'm more of the mind of our directors know how to do their job. So are we comfortable with 250 at Victory Point for a project, understanding we just agreed to bring in a professional to give us a suggestion? All we're doing is allocating money. In my mind, all of these are, we're allocating money, and then when the consultant is done doing what they do, we'll have a better handle on how it's being spent. But for purposes of putting it in the budget, is that something we're comfortable with? And then I'll kind of remind everybody that we just put a certain amount of money towards Meet Me in the Middle and Bishop. And so, I mean, we're, again, bringing more of this park funds.
I will tell you that putting money into a budget without having control on it is a slippery slope.
So what I like that
would
we're,
not just drop and say, oh, you can use it for whatever you want here.
Yeah.
That gets into,
what I like that we're doing, if I understand what we're doing, is we're giving Scott a list of numbers that he's putting into the capital reserve account, and then it still needs to come back to us for approval. That's what I understand we're doing.
but that wasn't what you just said. You said you're going to put it in there and you figure out how you want to spend it.
Yes, I think we're saying the same thing, but I'm glad you're asking for clarification, because I mean, put it in that fund to come back to us for spending approval.
So the concept, and Councilmember Peterson, so the concept of this project is basically along the trail where Victory Point is, a cement pad with outdoor exercise equipment, shade structure over top, and basically the product uses your body weight as the resistance. Yeah. So it could be pull-ups, but there is also other machines that are strength-based. Like you could actually do like a chest press, like a seated chest press. Yeah, once you get done with everything and put shade structure over it, yeah, it's roughly that.
Well-
Depending upon how much you do. So,
Is it a $250,000 one time?
correct, $250,000 one time. Yes, one time, not 5 times. That was a mistake.
I don't have any problem with trying to put some like workout station along the trail at different points, but trying to put it all in Victory Point, I think I have a little bit of a problem with that. Especially when, like I say, I'm starting to get a lot of requests. People want to come down there and utilize that little stage area and do shows and other things down there. So if we start putting all this workout equipment, we may be limiting that kind of stuff. And that's what I'm understanding Victory Point was originally built for, is to have other places for people to go and do entertainment. So trying to put it there. But if we maybe look at some workout station along different spots along the trail and everything, I'm more apt to.
Was this like somebody requested this? Is that what brought it up, or?
This was something, there was, actually, we were kind of solicited on a product. Groveland has a similar product in Cherry Lake Park, just as a reference point. So
So we're
It's
going to have
been very
Muscle Beach.
I was just thinking, it feels like Venice Beach, and I'll throw this one out there, and it's not my idea, but when I heard it, I liked it, was putting maybe a playground at Victory Point.
So I am more comfortable with that. We get a lot of requests for toddler play areas.
Downtown.
Specifically for downtown that, hey, we want to go. So if I was going to support anything that we don't have in our capital plan, it would be kind of and I just learned that the name of this one down here on Montrose is Tot Lot. So I was glad you would put that in there because I never knew what the name of
What
that
one?
park was. The one across from the Elks is the Tot Lot. So
That little.
anyway, I just never knew what it was called. So then I saw it in the thing and I was like, oh, that's awesome.
I think you're talking about the one right across from the else, the basketball court or something. Is that it?
Yeah, the little tiny one right across
Little tiny
from,
one, right next to the house there.
right next to You know where the Elks is,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
It's the top
okay.
lot, so I didn't
Yeah,
know what it
but
was
it's all
called.
the way
But
over
anyway,
on
yes, so I've had
Yeah.
a ton of requests for an area
had quite a
for mom's kids, especially little kids, to have. So you don't have me sold on,
So I mean, on the playground now, that 200, so,
demonstration. Want to be Mr. Universe?
Well,
200, now, we can, and it doesn't necessarily have to be right at Victory Point, but somewhere in that area, we can say, okay, here's the $250,000, we could do a really amazing playground equipment that has shade over it also for that amount of money.
and I'd be more
Why don't
comfortable
you
with that.
explore
but-
both and we can put it out to the public to take a look at? I'll put it on my page. I
Mr.
know what
Howard,
I know what the moms are gonna
Back to
say.
your point, they do have the one kids, supposed to be kids playground down at West Beach.
So here's what I learned from the person.
Kaboom Beach, or Kaboom,
Kaboom, well, yeah,
it's Kaboom something.
Kaboom helped us put it in there. Disney and Kaboom, that was all
Campari?
put in by Kaboom,
Campari?
yeah.
Kaboom? It's
So
called the
at
Kaboom?
West
West
Beach is Kaboom Park or
It's
something like
Kaboom
that.
Bop, and it's mostly for young kids and everything. It's a more, and basically what happened through the Boys and Girls Club some years ago, used to have a national organization called Kaboom, and we got selected and they came in
That's
through
cool.
Disney and everybody else, and we did all that work and put that whole park in 2 days. Okay.
Well, general rule of thumb is you want to have a park every half a mile from each resident or a 5-minute walk. And so if you live downtown, West Park maybe is 5 minutes, but I think it's a little bit far. I like Victory Point because I think a lot of the kind of homeschool environmentalist people, they're going down there. It's a great place to see the animals. You don't have to go to the swamp, but you have the benefit of the swamp. And then to have a place to play. I mean, I'd love to see some
Well,
food in close proximity. It's
well,
like,
when Kaboom came in here and we took them all around the city and everything, looked at every one of the parks, Victory Point, everything, and they decided that was the best location for what the equipment and
they did,
everything
yeah.
they were gonna put in there.
I just kind of see something that's maybe, and I don't know design-wise, but like what we have at Hiawatha Preserve, how it's like Florida, it kind of has that Florida swampy feel because you're right there next to the water retention. I wouldn't necessarily want to see a bunch of bright colors myself, keeping it more in that kind of environmental.
I got you.
Can you come back with something more exciting?
Well, we could look at putting
There you
in a cover over that, and besides, Kaboom Park didn't cost us nothing. They paid for it.
Oh,
all.
go for one of those. Yeah,
They paid for it all.
that'd be nice.
I
Yeah,
got-
get a
I
grant.
got Playground for nothing, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Huh?
All right.
But
As many
we
of those
look
as you
at
can
putting
get.
that shade over the top, and I know I had public work go down there and do some work, because some parents were complaining about some of the equipment down there lately.
We talked
Okay,
about,
can we move on?
and so the next project, we talked about resurfacing the waterfront park basketball court that's long overdue.
Okay?
And then the last project, this one, honestly, I'm gonna tell you, really needs to happen, is resurfacing the pool at the Arc. It is now, the rebar's been coming through, so we've been patching it for years. So,
I thought we fixed
we've been
I thought we
patching
did
it.
too.
We never fully
we
resurfaced
did
it.
too.
It's been patched. It's been patched, so this needs a full resurface.
Okay.
So,
But
It's 20
didn't-
years
I thought
old.
we spent like $1.2 million a couple of years ago redoing all that pool and everything.
are they, if that happened, it was before my time, but, I can tell you what the condition is now, which is when you walk across the floor of the pool, it's not flat.
I
It's
can
20
remember
years
something
old.
coming across a couple of years ago, and it was like 1.2 million, because I said that we can build a
Time.
whole new, we can build a whole.
Yeah, that's before my time. I didn't do that project, that's before my time.
Yeah.
But
It's 20
we've-
years old.
We've
so.
pretty much patched
Well, the
it to
pool
the
itself
level it
is
can be
old, but
patched.
like I
Yeah,
said,
but-
we've been doing work on this pool
And
We did
ever
patch
since we
work
purchased
the
the
same.
building and the pool and
Yeah.
everything, we've been doing.
This
a lot
is
of work.
a pretty good,
It's a good
when I say
deal.
pretty good price, this is a pretty
A pretty good
accurate price.
price.
on
Yeah,
$100,000.
that's- You
100,000.
got to resurface them every so often. Are you putting like a Pebble Tech in it, or do you know what it is?
That I don't have the details on that, but we did get a quote from, now I'm forgetting the name of the company, but we did get a quote, and this is a good price, but I don't have the details on Pebble Tech or what the surface is actually going to be. So.
Wow. Okay.
Is that it?
That's it.
Is that
I
it?
think
Yes.
that's all I got. And if you guys don't have anything else, then I beat the fire department.
I have
Yes, you
2
did.
minutes. 2 minutes. Have you
I
ever
do
priced out
have-
shade over the pickleball courts at the
Well, we
arc?
got,
Oh,
what,
I'm
4 more
sorry.
departments?
Have you ever priced out shade, like sunshades at the pickleball courts?
I mean, over the actual courts?
Yeah.
Not over I did not price out the shade to shade the actual playing surface, no.
No, we don't want to put no shade over. They want to play, they can play in the sun.
The other, so
When did you
I
two
will
switch
say
seats?
this, so,
Well, we got a shade for them to go and rest. We got
Here's
a area for them to go and rest.
so there would be an issue with shading the pickleball courts. We have the lights there.
The lights.
So the shade would have to be above the lights, so it would be it
Yeah,
wouldn't.
can you get with them and find out what they have in mind on that? Because that's been a request, and I don't know how to
Yeah, I
do
mean,
that, and I'm not a pickleballer.
It's like one of those, they wanted lights. I mean, you can't really have.
So
lights
the
and
shade that they were talking about was an area to shade when they're resting.
Well,
Oh,
we
can you
have,
look
We
into
do have
that?
that.
we
Yeah,
have,
and that's what I was gonna say. I thought that was there, but
Yeah.
covering the whole thing is
Yeah.
just not,
no.
that's
Yeah,
not
we did-
reasonable.
yeah.
Because
we
you're
have
talking about
a-
starting
yeah.
to build an
We put the
indoor
shade
facility
structure in.
now, because
That's
then
it.
you got to recompensate for all the lighting
Oh,
and
no,
everything
no,
else.
you've convinced me,
The
but
pickleball people are
don't be surprised if there's a
demanding.
follow-up, because I don't know what I'm
there
talking about.
is,
I'm just the
yeah.
conduit.
That is,
Now,
yeah, yeah.
I do admit the covering we put for the resting, I was just, matter of fact, I was just looking at it Saturday when I was down there and seeing the people crowd up underneath it. I said, it could be a little bit bigger. Okay.
I mean, we could add another one. They
And the
don't
way
have
it
to-
was
could add another
designed
one
with-
by the other courts.
And
so.
what I noticed, because I was down there, the event I was attending was at 4 o'clock, and the way it's designed and everything, I'm like, ain't much
That's,
shade under
that's
there, boy.
nothing,
That sun
yeah,
just
I
coming
mean,
right
that's,
underneath.
and when we first put them in, and when they first came in, it was February or March or something, when they actually were installed, and the sun wasn't as high, and they're like, it's not the cement under the
Yeah.
shades, not, like, well, it depends upon what time of day it is, and what time of year it is.
It's very
not- I
little,
mean,
well, like I said, I
sun
was there at
moves,
4
I
o'clock.
haven't-
I was there at 4 o'clock for the event I was
convinced.
going to Saturday, and
Yes,
it
yes.
didn't have much shade underneath there at all.
Yeah, because the sun, obviously, if the sun's going down, it's gonna get below the
Yeah.
shade, so.
So I've got a couple questions. On your Rangers, we've had a lot of requests for more oversight for Waterfront Park. I get that quite a bit. I do know that PD and Fire Department are working towards having that building next to the boat ramp up, like for you guys to be able to work for them if at all you can. And our residents don't necessarily know the difference between a ranger and but just seeing that enforcement might keep some of our people who are doing bad things from doing bad things. So please work with them and figure that out. LED signs downtown, you and I talked about this. I know that we had talked about it from it coming back to us. It's been quite a while since we requested this, and we all pretty much agreed on it. So I'd really like to get, I'd like to get this under somebody who can carry this along. And I don't know what department it really is, because
I mean-
As far as I'm concerned, we can just go ahead. I don't have no problem doing the LEDs and everything and all that down there, but I think we need to make sure biggest problem I've been having is trying to get our codes and everything to say what we're doing.
oh, well, it's not just those, it's the little kiosks. And
Yeah.
so he said that, it's such a pain. And as we were talking, it's difficult to keep that updated. It gets behind quickly. So with an LED, we can just be much quicker. So,
LED
and I don't think we need to change our codes. We allow LED signs now.
No,
So,
we don't. Not
yes,
really.
we
Our
do.
sign ordinance, Kurt, when are we gonna get our sign ordinance updated so we can do LEDs? I mean, marquee and LED signs and all that.
How long have you been asking that question?
Marquee, huh?
I've heard you ask that question for 8 months.
Well, I've been doing it for 2-3 years, getting the signs up there. And we did the one board up at the Arts and Recreation Center and everything, and that's one of the big things is,
Hold on, don't go anywhere. I got one. Hold on. Brian, before you go, last
I
one,
have no problem with doing, just go ahead and do it, because we don't have to pay it, but it gets all in all.
before we get sideways. On the boat launch fee, how much is our boat launch fee? $5, $10? Does anybody
Boat-
know? Boat launch fee?
The boat launch, you mean the parking at the boat ramp?
Yeah,
Is $6.
$6.
$6?
Yeah.
So, I had a friend who was in the Keys. It is $25 in, $25 out, and $25 to park. With all of the
Wait,
issues.
so you can get in, but then you can't get out?
Exact, $25 each.
What?
So I'm not looking to do that
think
to our
we're
folks. But our
shorting
Clermont
ourselves a little
residents
bit.
already pay for this. I'm getting a lot of feedback that the boat ramp is full, especially on weekends, early in the morning. And so if we need to raise this fee targeted at out-of-town folks, trying to reduce out-of-town folks using it, making sure that it's available for our residents who are already paying for this, and they also get a huge discount, I'd be more inclined to that. And I think that does the double duty of keeping some of the bad behavior that's
Away.
coming out of
So-
other areas on the jet skis
There-
out.
So the
Yes,
$6.
I agree.
So the $6 is the daily fee, and then it's 35 for residents and 70 for non-residents for the annual pass.
Annual pass.
I
It
support
would be-
Mr. Howard, and I think if we
So-
look at a dynamic pricing model, there's technologies out there that'll do that. I know where you're going, and I support that 100%.
So I'm good with the resident fee, I'm not good with the out-of-town
Yeah,
fee.
out-of-town fee
If we'd
should-
like to have a
yes.
talk about
It
a
should be
Lake
more.
County fee for
It should
our
be
friends
more.
in Groveland and Mascot, that's one thing. But I
Can we
can
find them?
tell you that our issues with the jet skis are coming in large part from out of county. And those are the ones, what I want to use is I want to use an ordinance to stop a problem
This
that we're
this
having.
would be my, if council wanted to do that, this would be my suggestion, because I can see the process of trying to enforce who is a resident and who is a non-resident on a daily parking rate.
It's gonna be
is going to
difficult.
be really
I'm not
difficult.
talking about on a daily.
So if we wanted to change the rates and make it more friendlier for residents than non-residents, then my suggestion would be like, residents come down to City Hall or come to the Arc, get a parking pass.
Yep.
Put it on your car, and then just charge daily rates for everybody that doesn't have
Yeah.
that.
And
There
that's
are
where I'm at
digital
with it.
solutions to all of
Non-resident,
this.
and we looked
There's
at that
digital
a couple of
solutions.
years ago. We looked at that as well.
Dan, you got
By
me.
trying to charge out of town a little bit more than we charge residents and everything. And it was a lot of stuff going in there. We kind of
It would
dropped it.
be,
But
or even
another-
if they paid even if residents still paid the $6 rate and we made non-residents $15, there would still have to be something, because when our staff is looking up, because they're just looking up a license plate, so when our staff is looking it up, it's
And I get where you're going with it, so I'm good with them being able to come get a pass and use that pass, but we need to raise that daily rate because A, it's dirt cheap,
Yeah.
and B, it will create more opportunity for our residents to use the boats
Yes.
who are now saying, hey, I was there at 9 o'clock in the
And it was
morning
packed.
and all the parking's full, and we had people who didn't have trailers parked in there.
Bingo.
And so we've just got a multitude of problems that we need to deal with, and I think that raising that fee helps. So anyway, as long as,
Agreed with
everybody's
you.
kind of got to figure that out. But those were my 3 things.
All
for
right.
you.
So
Well,
Kurt, you're
with
up.
the parking at the boat ramp, I know I've already talked to Chief Graysick about that. We have a serious issue, not serious, but we have a problem with cars parking in the boat
Brian.
ramp without trailers. That's going
you're
on
trying to
quite
be
big as I go
fire.
by there. And the other thing is alcohol use, bottles and everything being brought into the waterfront, which is illegal and everything. So I think they starting to step up and look at all that now that we got the Marine Patrol out here on a regular basis, look at those. So, but yeah, it is a big problem with a lot of cars parking there without trailers, okay?
So does
I
anybody
think-
have a suggestion for a daily rate? I say 15 at least.
I
I say
don't.
20. 20 is the new
20.
10.
20, I say
number.
25.
And
25, what Chandra says.
Mr. Howard, you may find that it's not really non-residents that's raising all the havoc. 2 years ago, it was all residents that were raising all the havoc with jet skis on the waterfront. We had them
Well,
out
we'll
there.
find out.
Well, we
Yeah,
stopped
we'll
a few
find
of 'em.
out.
We-
Chief Graysick will find out for
Yes,
us.
he will. The
Real
chief
quick,
was
so he
on
can
it.
get out of here and beat the
we
fire.
went through that and we found out that they was
You
out
beat
there at
him?
night.
You already went over it? Well, Shane's, it's because of Shane. You can blame
All
it on
right.
me. Real quick, I think this is policy. Is there any reason we can't keep the splash pad open all year now that we don't have to man it?
Oh.
This is a request from the moms.
Mom's crazy, it's cold.
When it's cold, they're
But-
not
but
going to
then
go.
they're going to be out there when it's cold, but
I do
yeah,
think that
like,
there should be,
When-
I do think there should be a period where it's shut down, because
Oh.
annual maintenance and things like that. So
So from like November to January?
You gotta keep in
How about
mind
like
when,
still say,
Christmas.
I would still say November to, and with the reality, the realistic usage, I would still keep it, even if I would still say November to February should be closed, just unrealistic use.
Can we say like, I mean, sometimes it's hot at Thanksgiving.
I would say December and January, it should be closed. February, it started to warm up.
Depends on the day.
Our
Depends
first
on the year.
80-degree days are always February, and some of our busiest months, and I work in that world, in the water world. February is typically where we see our uptick, and March is our second busiest month of the year.
And spring
so,
break.
so let me ask you this then, Brian, when we open that means we have to have other personnel here because we don't have to keep a pH reading on that and
We do have
constant check
to,
all
we
the
do have
time?
to, yeah, we do check the chemicals all the time throughout
On
the
a
day.
what, every hour or so?
Yeah, somebody's running through, yeah, whether it's the Parks and Rec staff that's down there, Paige and Sydney, or whether it's a ranger, somebody's going through and checking that on a regular basis.
Is
yes.
there no like technology that'll do that for us? I'm mind blown right now.
We do have to, we do have to go there in person. to
Personally,
check
and they
some
have to have somebody, that person go through every time. And keep in mind, because some of this water, I forget what percentage of it is reused water, is it?
That I'm not, that I can't answer.
Yeah, well, so some of it, and that's why it's so important that we keep the pH level there and keep that. And that's one of the reasons. Another one of the reasons, when we used to have the attendants there, they took care of that. But now we gotta make sure, a ranger or somebody go through there and check that on a regular basis. So.
We can send equipment to Mars. I'm sure we can figure out
I'm
how
just
to
saying, hey, you
monitor.
started opening it up, so now we gotta reschedule ranger, make sure all that
They
is
have
taken
all the
care of. So.
equipment. I don't know why we're having that conversation.
Yeah, Paige is,
Okay,
yeah,
so what's
Paige is
next?
going down there, Sydney's going down there. Yeah, they're going down there a lot. The staff,
Okay, so we use them.
I'm going to just tell you, I have no clue why anybody would be going to check pH because it's all done within pool systems. All of that stuff is now on Bluetooth. I can do anything and everything I want to my pool. You literally don't touch them anymore. So I'm a little surprised that we'd still be doing that, but
some of it's checking the actual equipment to make sure the filter's working and all
All
that.
that gotta
yeah,
be
but
said.
all of that can be
Yeah.
automated now. I mean, it tells you how much your flow is and it's,
Automation can't take care of everything, okay?
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I'm glad it took care of a lot of it.
Kurt,
'Cause I got
your
tired of back
turn.
washing filters on pool filters.
Come on down.
Oh, thanks.
that seat feel warm?
Yes, it does. Nice and cozy, thanks.
I know you only been going an hour and a half, about an hour and a half, but do you want to do a break before we get started? And then maybe we can go straight through with Kurt? without
If you
taking-
need one, sir, I'm not going to
No,
deny you that
I'm
human
fine.
access,
I'm
but
just-
I'm fine.
Can we just kind of get it going?
All right, where we at? Building fund.
Building.
Oh, no, planning development.
Planning and
Planning,
development.
oh, planning and development.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Sorry, Dan, we saying something?
What page is that?
Oh.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
I was going to start off by saying brace yourself, because I have a very short presentation and maybe a discussion on one of the items, but presentation will be very short. So, do you have, yeah, how it gets there. The Planning and Development Services Department has a budget of about 1.2 million, which is actually slightly less than last year. Last year's proposal, and a big part of it is due to the comprehensive plan rewrite. Right now, we currently are halfway through. We've engaged with the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council to process our comp plan, and they're about halfway mark. We still owe them the remaining part, which is about $150,000. It sounds like there's going to be some discussion of possible other amendments to that, but right now, that's where we're at. So, other than that, no other big changes to the department.
so you said the big decrease there is because of the comprehensive plan?
A big part of it, yes.
Yeah, okay. Everything else is standing, no.
Okay.
mentioned comprehensive plan. Do we have a date on when they're coming again? Yet?
Actually, I'll have well, they say October will be the next budget, not budget, but next workshop for them to present their findings and their proposals. We don't have a date yet.
Okay. But it'll be October?
Yes,
And that's when they present all the survey results?
that's right, yes.
So part of what we're looking for is direction for Kurt in this area, because we've talked about doing the downtown, and we've put that on our list of items, because we've got a list of items you guys have discussed with us. And then there's also been discussions about doing it throughout the whole city. So there's just some things we need some real direction from, because we've got another list of things that you all have mentioned, and we just need some clarity on how you'd like to go forward. Some of us have heard we'd like to not use this group. We would like to use this group. So we just need the 5 of you to have a discussion and get some consensus and give us some clear direction what to do or what not to do.
Is that on the comprehensive plan you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, all right, well, I think I've been let it known, hey, we done spent over almost $300,000 with these guys. And I'm willing to go ahead and finish, and we over halfway through with the process, so I'd rather just go ahead and continue where we are and everything, rather than throwing all that money out the window and just try to start the process all over, because you're looking at a 2-3 year process here and everything, if not longer sometimes, so.
When do they anticipate completion of the?
I'll have that coming up very shortly. I don't have a date, but like I said, the next step is
3 months?
completion, probably about 5 or 6, I'd say.
So for me, the JPA that we're currently working on, for me, is fine to move forward just so that we have it. The planning for, or the change in downtown, I like doing it separate because we can go faster. I'd like to get that one done. And then that also gives staff a chance to implement that and to figure out a roadmap for the remainder of the city. And I think the issues that we run into with the remainder of the city, one of the primary areas that we're going to have to figure out is going to be Highway 50 from 27th to 12th. And until we have some pretty solid data from FDOT, I think it's impossible to even start that conversation because how they change that road is going to explain how we're going to be able to put a new comprehensive plan, especially when we start talking about how things interrelate with their surroundings. It's hard to do that when you don't know what size your road's going to be or what your road's even going to look like. So I kind of like the direction we're going. It gives us the ability to continue with the comprehensive plan that we're used to, the same type of ordinances and that. But then it gives us the opportunity also to specifically target downtown, which needs to be done now, and start to work into that and change the way, because it's going to change the way that we do business as a city. And so that is, I don't disagree that the whole city needs to be done, but I think doing it, one, learn from it, and then adding in the rest, everybody will be ready to run with that. And it also gives us a chance to get those super important areas. I mean, we really need to know what they're going to do, because ultimately, Dan and I talked about this comprehensive plan. The place that it really needs to focus on is our commercial areas. And, our next redevelopment is downtown. And the one, at least in my mind, the one that's going to follow that is going to be 50 along 12th. 50 between 27 and 12th. So I don't know how the rest of y'all feel about it, but I'm comfortable with where direction we're going. And I think we ought to put the funding in here for that RFP, RFQ, whatever it is, because I see that's not in here. So.
That's right, it's not in there right now.
Why isn't it in there?
Part of the discussion was that there was a request to use that this year, but it's out to RFP, so I don't have pricing to bring back to you guys to get your approval yet. So we're waiting on that. So as soon as we have that, because you all gave us the okay to get that pricing, but we don't have it. So you have to decide if you're going to allow it in this calendar year or the following year. So again, we need some direction on that.
As I said, the reason that I pushed for both of these to get done, I know it's more expensive to do it this way, But I think getting downtown done now, so that we know what we're doing, how to move forward, and that all of these folks who are getting ready to spend this maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in the next 5 to 10 years, specifically in downtown, know what they should expect. And that's why I think it's important to get it done. But I would be comfortable I'm assuming it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000, and I'd be comfortable with putting that forward in this budget so that it can get done sooner rather than later. I certainly don't want to see us push off a comprehensive plan specifically for downtown to next year. I don't want to wait on that. I don't want to wait on it. I think it's just that important to get it done now.
So you want $500,000 now to do the comprehensive plan for the northwest section of the city?
Correct.
I'm fully in support of that. I'm not in support of that with the East Central Florida Regional Planning Agency. The reason why we have the problems that we have today, where our CRA is not funding not only the projects that we're trying to fund, but also other portions of the city. Communities that have really strong CRAs are able to use their CRA money to help fund their police department, their fire department, their public works department, and it benefits the entire city. Right now, the general fund is paying for projects in the CRA. Why are we here? We are here because for the last 10 to 20 years, the people who are at the helm of our planning and zoning have utterly failed to deliver a highly performing code. That's what we need. And because of that, we're talking about $4 million coming out of our general fund to pay for facilities downtown, because despite the request of our property owners downtown, who are paying a 10 mil each year to provide an easy code for them to be able to build up vertically, we are not healthy from a financial perspective. So it pains me that we're using the East Central Florida Regional Planning Agency. They are not capital G good. I would 100% back $500,000 towards getting the downtown done. Looking back at my notes from December, the elements of a good comprehensive plan include housing, infrastructure, conservation, intergovernmental relationships, community design, looking at what is built, transportation, recreation and open space, capital improvement, school concurrency, economic development, historic preservation, the future land use, and property rights. And this was not done well the last time, and it has not been executed well for the last decade. We're not even using the master plan that we paid for 12 years ago, let alone finding a code to match it. And it angers me as a person who doesn't live downtown that my tax dollars are going to pay for a property that should be performing in such a way that our entire community is more wealthy. It angers me that I sit here today and people are driving to Orlando because we as a community have failed to deliver the jobs. I am passionate about this. The East Central Florida Regional Planning Agency is not the group that we need. It's not. I don't want to slow down downtown. I'm with you.
All I'm saying about the East Planning one is that it's a stopgap measure. So that's why I said I know we're paying more to get there. That gives them the ability and gives you guys the ability to move forward on a full city one. It's just buying us that time because it's going to be 2 or 3 years before we get a full city one. So all I see it as is a stopgap measure, and your point is well taken, and I'm not saying you're right or wrong. It's beyond that is beyond my skill set, and so, I understand that you're passionate about that, but I'm not sure that leaving what we have in place is a benefit either.
And
So
I'm
if you-
frustrated because I had these conversations with staff in November, and we're sitting here in July, and nothing's been done.
Wait, if I can clarify some things. So
We could be done.
We currently have an RFP out now for a form-based code for downtown. The comp plan portion of it, that can be a staff amendment just to put the overlay in there so we can do the form-based code. So that staff is going to come back to you with a comp plan amendment for just the overlay district to allow the form-based code RFP to go forward. So that RFP, I think it's due August 4th, is that correct? So August 14th is when we're going to start getting the bids back in. We also have another RFP out for a citywide comprehensive plan. The thought behind that is what we've already paid the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, that data that they have prepared, we can still use that in the comp plan. We're not losing that we paid them. We still can use all that data in moving forward with the comp plan. But my thought, my professional thought is we need to get a national company that looks at best practices all around the country, not just look at the Regional Planning Council that just does a regional safe plan. We want a really good plan, because if failing to plan is planning to fail, and we don't want to do that. We want to get the best plan we can. My professional recommendation is we go out for the RFP, we get a national firm that knows best practices all around the country, that thinks differently, that thinks of what we can do that's going to put us above the rest, and go with them. I think we're not losing anything with what we've done with the Regional Planning Council. We can, again, still use all that data that they collected, all the information they collected, and use that towards the plan. But I agree with Councilwoman Strange. I think we're selling ourselves short if we go with the Regional Planning Council for a citywide comprehensive plan, personally and professionally.
Thank you for that. How does that address the downtown? Because I don't trust that they're going to do the downtown comprehensive plan correctly.
Well, the downtown, the main part of the downtown is what we're really concerned with the downtown is the form-based code.
Yeah.
And that's where we're targeting first with this RFP. Both RFPs are due August 14th, so we should get some firms bidding on August 14th on both of those. But all we need to do to set that in place, because right now our comp plan does not set in place the ability to do the form-based code. We can do that through a small-scale amendment, taking it to you with 2 quick votes, put a overlay in place that allows us to do a form-based code. That's what that first RFP is going to allow us to do. Bring in a company. Hopefully we have some really good bids coming in that can do a really good form-based or form-based transect hybrid code and put the downtown in place. So that sets us up moving forward with the downtown, as you were talking about, Councilman Howard, get us moving forward faster with that. Then we come back in simultaneously with an overall comprehensive plan. We can do that while they're working on the form-based code. They would be working together, these two consultants in theory, if it's not the same consultant, but there isn't some advantage to using different consultants.
So my only follow-up question to that is, do we need the planning group right now who's doing it to finish their work, or do we just tell them to stop and take their data, what data they have, or is there more? So I guess that's where I'm at, is I wanted them to complete their data so that we have their recommendations, all of their information. We take that and say, thank you. I know we're not going to use it, but we can use part of it. So that's what I'm trying to get to is,
And it's my understanding.
where do we stop at or where do we not stop at?
Well, and where
let
are
me
they?
say
'Cause
this.
they've
Let
done
me-
the public
I'd like to
comment.
hear from him.
Yeah, Kurt can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that they were at a stopping point where, in our contract says we can stop at any time.
Right.
And we can take the data at any time. But it's, from what I understand, is that we were at a stopping point when it was paused, that it's a good point to take that data and move forward with it with someone else.
If that's the direction that you want to go, I'll support you on that, Allison. But that wasn't where we
Here's
were
the
at.
thing. You all make it sound like this planning council is making all the determination of what we do with our comprehensive plan. You got to keep in mind, we give the input and tell them what we're looking for, okay?
Well, we don't know.
Well, that's why you have to meet with them, and you don't know, wait a minute.
No, they
So
should
how can you
be,
sit here and you telling me you don't know, but then at the end, you telling me you don't trust the work they doing?
yeah, because look, we can't, what I've discovered about the funding mechanisms demonstrates a lack of understanding of planning. And when I say we don't know, I mean, for this, how much experience do you have designing a city?
What's that?
What was the last city you designed?
We haven't designed,
What?
I
None?
haven't sitting here
None?
and
Okay,
designed the city.
That's what I'm saying, is we need people who design cities. Okay, this agency designs cities, fine, but do they design good cities? Did they not do our design last time?
I don't know who did.
And
I
are we
don't know
not
who- I don't know
struggling
who did
with
the design last
no
time.
playgrounds and parks in the Northeast region? Are we not struggling with having to use general fund in the CRA? Do we not have, I mean, where is the TIF or the downtown district for the Northeast region, the Southeast region, the Southwest region? Where, none of this was planned and designed. What about the plan to bring in businesses? What is our economic development? What are we targeting?
And this
So either we had a good plan that we haven't executed, or we didn't have a good plan.
Here's what I'm going back to. You saying you're right. However, all the data he just spoke about is just where that data come from. It come from the residents.
Right,
This is the
yes.
data that we give them and tell them this is what we want. Now, their job is to take that data and try to mold it to fit what we say we want for the city. Now, what we need to do is look at this data, wait for them to come back and present this data and show us what we want. Is that what we want? When you see what they presented and the residents say, this is what we want, and you say, hey, it's not what we want, maybe we need to go back to the drawing board.
But I
see,
think if we look at the
this comprehensive
clients-
plan is developed around what the residents and the input that we give them, okay?
But there's more to it in a comprehensive plan. Yes, the residents absolutely have to give the feedback of what their day-to-day life is like. But a really good consultant, just like Mr. Fernandez who came in here, they're going to bring you the benefit of a lifetime of experience doing extraordinary projects, not more urban sprawl, not more Orlandos, not more of these, stretched out, car-centric, you have to grow or you're dying kind of communities. They're going to, a good consultant is going to bring us something that creates a vibrant community. And that is not the work product that I've seen, the result from this agency.
So what I'm hearing is something totally different than a comprehensive plan. You want to go out and get a company or organization that's going to design your whole city for you and lay it out for you, period.
Well, that's what the
Okay.
comprehensive plan and
Well,
code do.
no.
The comprehensive plan says this is where parks should be. This is where a commercial district should be. This is where an industrial district should be. And puts it all conceptually in the regions they should be based on the transportation is one of the things, based on the economy is another. So I imagine, and we went over the results, I think the public survey is absolutely usable and it should save us money with a great firm coming in can use the results of a public survey. A public survey it's valuable information. But what did we see? Diversity of housing is what the community wants. We saw, more job opportunities, more parks, passive parks. So that kind of information, it's good for the consultant to have it, but let's be real. If you're a professional at what you do, you can very much look at a place and say, well, it's missing this. And it might be missing something that the people don't even know to ask for. They might not know, like the day-to-day struggle of the individual puts most people in a state of scarcity and survival. So when you're in a place where you can sit and just think about what makes something nice, what makes something good, you're going to come up with a better alternative. To your point about meet me in the middle, the plan that we have, it's good, but you're sitting here saying, I'm not inspired by it. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for us to go, I'm inspired. And not just us, but like so much of our focus is on historic Clermont because that's the downtown. But I think it's fair, and I think it's likely that the comprehensive plan will reveal that we should have another downtown on the east side of town as you get closer to the turnpike. Probably one in Wellness Way should have its own downtown. I mean, we're going to find that, and yet that's not what's in our current plan. Why? How did we get here that all these homes are coming out of the ground and we didn't have this plan vision for... I'm mind boggled by the whole thing. And honestly, it's gone so far down the road that I firmly believe we really need extraordinary skills. I think to fix Clermont's code, we're talking about people who have been doing this by measure of decades. Fixing a historic downtown, there's probably 25 agencies in the country that can do it really, really well, because fixing a downtown has been done a lot. So there's lots of good ways, lots of people can do it and have done it well. Fixing a city like ours, 20 square miles plus however big Wellness Way ends up, that is the kind of project that a person spends their whole life preparing to do, and it's like their capstone, I'm retiring project. Truly the code for Clermont and doing our comprehensive plan, if done well, is an award-winning people will study it for decades. It's solving the problem of 1960s suburban sprawl. And that solution is very cutting edge. I mean, the people who are going to do it, you're going to have a handful of firms that can do it. A handful, because it hasn't been done. And I think that we can do it. Maitland almost did it. They got pretty close. I'm going to give you almost. You're not quite as big, right? Like the scope of it wasn't quite as unique with the state roads and the U.S. highways running through
It
it.
did, and it won multiple awards.
Exactly.
And,
So that's why I'm excited that he's here.
and we have a history of Maitland, and before I worked in Maitland, had a history of award-winning plans, both codes and plans. So I think it's important to use the right consultants, and the Regional Planning Council is going to give us a safe comp plan. It's not going to give us a dynamic comp plan, or one that is progressively thinking about adaptable changes in the future. It's going to give us a safe comp plan. I don't think that's who we want to be. I think that a comp plan, and again, is a lot more than just land use. It's a lot more. It's more of, what do we want to be in 20 years? How are we going to plan for this in 20 years? Are we going to have, based on our population growth, are we going to have the right number of parks? Are they in the right location? Are we going to have the water and sewer? It covers all the aspects of a city's growth over the next 20 to 30 years. That's why we want to do it right the first time.
Now, that said, in my off base, that there have been many, many downtown redesigns or redevelopments. Are we safe from a design standpoint? Because I understand your point. You want to get to where, and I want to get you there too. I feel like we're 10 years behind on the CRA. I really do, from a tax standpoint. I mean, we've talked about this. Is, do we feel that with the original master plan that we had, and your experience, that we can tweak what we have using the folks downtown, contribute, but I think a workshop, probably you can get what you need out of them. Do we feel that a strong firm who has strong code writing experience can get this to where Mr. Howard, where we're talking about getting it, even though the rest of the city comes along later?
I think absolutely. That is the biggest part you want to focus on, that commercial corridor in the downtown core. In Maitland, we did a second downtown on the west side of I-4, so we had two kind of downtowns, both of which we allowed for a lot of very pro-development, pro-growth, creative growth, and a lot of the parameters that are traditional planning that you think of, the traditional PUDs and all that. Maitland got rid of that and made it a lot more flexible and adaptable for the development community and the staff and the council to make good decisions. And I think we can do that with the base we have here. With a good company, there are some really good companies out there that do good form-based codes. Hopefully one of them will apply, or a few of them will apply, and we'll have some good ones to choose from. But we can put a really dynamic plan together to really help our tax base. But it's gonna take some creative thinking and some decisions.
And that's the exciting part about this council, is that you have a zeal for this. And, when you have that diversity in council and you have a knowledge that, I know I don't have, I don't know if anybody else up here does, but I know I don't. I appreciate that Dan does. He's been through it. So I think we have the zeal and where you want to go. We have the steady hand who's done it before. And so I'm with you 100%. I just want to make sure we land at the right spot and move it along. If we feel that we need to stop with the East Planning, whatever council, Regional Planning Council, if we need to stop with them, then that's fine. At the end of the day, the comprehensive plan is not something that I'm going to sink my teeth in. I'm not going to live and die by it, and I know you are. This is your passion, and I appreciate that. So I'll support you, and I think that, with the team, especially with having Dan here and your passion for it, I think it will be done right. I think it will be good for the long term of Clermont. And so, I'm excited to see it come forward, and, I'm excited to see it happen for Downtown First, because it gives us that opportunity for those of us who have never worked in it to see it, touch it, feel it, and be like, oh, this is cool. And maybe we have some additional input, because we don't have y'all's experience. We may have some additional input, like, oh, by the way, I didn't like how this worked in downtown. And so it gives this entire council that opportunity to kind of, ooh, see it, touch it, feel, oh, okay, this is a new toy. I'm not sure exactly how it works. And it gives us an opportunity to work with planning and such as well. Because, this is going to be Kurt's you've never worked through this.
No, Well,
this type of,
we did a change before in 2009.
but you haven't worked
nothing-
with an
Nothing
entire.
of this caliber.
Yeah, so, and I think that gives them the opportunity to work through it and to kind of make those mistakes on a small scale where we can correct things and move forward. So I'm fully in support of it. I think it's great. I mean, I know it's expensive, but I don't know how we don't do it specifically for the reasons that you've said, because some of our planning is just insanity.
Yeah, is the RFP that's out for the form-based code for downtown, is that all the Northwest, or is that the CRA, or is it just downtown?
Northwest, the whole quadrant.
Right, so
That's what I
McKinney and all that would be, the string would be in there, and McKinney and Lincoln Park and
All
all,
that's
okay,
included, from 27 to 12th Street north of 50.
okay.
I thought it was important to have that
Yeah,
whole
I think
area
so,
because
too.
it all interrelates. And then when you go into south, you know, you're going to have that conversation about how we do 50, but south of 50 as well. What happens north of 50 is going to be interesting, but it will feed information. Because you and I live in separate areas, but we live in the same general area.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's going to feed over here. So I think it'll be interesting. You know, I'm not a super fan of a million ADUs on everybody's property, but.
And I'm with you. For me, the comprehensive plan and the code, we are, again, I think we're 10 years behind. And so if there's a way that we can fund it without waiting for October 1 to get you to that code for this region, I'm happy to do that. I feel like that's the type of thing that should be coming out of our general reserves, because in my opinion, that's what should have been funded by prior councils. So where the citizens have overpaid or we've prepaid something, to me, that's something like right now, if there's a question of what should be done, it's that.
I'm good though, because you said that they're August 14th, you said? And is that the drop dead date?
That's when the submittals are due back to us.
So we got a drop dead date of August 14th. So, you know, we're within a month of our new budget plan anyway. So, but even if we had to do, you know, some type of moving money around, I mean, Rick can always move money around for us.
Go ahead. I would say just go ahead and put it in the, well, you don't get the proposal back to August 14th. Within the next month or so, we'll be approving the budget, so just put it in the budget for next year, and October 1, budget
ready to
take
go.
effect, and we move on.
So that's for the downtown or the northwest corner.
Yeah, so there's two RFPs out now. One of them is the downtown form-based code, and the other one is the overall city comp plan, to see if we could get anybody to bid on it.
See,
Which would also include a code to match.
It would also include an overall form-based code, everything but that downtown corridor.
To match.
You're talking about doing two separate codes, two separate issues here. So you want to do one specific for downtown, but then you still got to come back and do the comprehensive plan for the whole city as well.
Correct, because the
Okay.
downtown one.
So
we
you're
could-
basically doing the work twice for
Well,
the downtown.
Not necessarily. The second one's going to be everything but downtown. The comp plan will still be the downtown, but the form-based code portion would not. It would be everywhere but.
Okay.
Now, they're going to match, obviously, but we're not going to have to duplicate it twice.
So for example, the work around intergovernment relationships, what is built, transportation, schools, economic development, those are all going to be the same between the codes. And then when you, it's interesting because by doing it this way, what we're doing is we're deciding ahead of time. And I think it's right, which is why I'm willing to do it, but I'm nervous because I'm not a professional in this. What we are doing is we're deciding ahead of time that 27 and 50 are in fact Chinese walls for development purposes. And I think they are. I mean, how many of us are going to cross either of those roads and feel safe? So I do think they are, but I just want to be mindful that we are kind of making that choice for, maybe it happens fast enough that it won't. Maybe my concern is irrelevant.
I
As
mean,
long as
except
we're
that
doing bang, bang,
I-4 did the same thing.
right.
So in your professional experience or opinion, is $500,000 enough to get the form-based codes and all of the pieces and parts we need for downtown?
It should get us the form-based code for downtown, yes.
Okay.
Now, we'll
We
find
keep
out.
saying downtown, but we
But
mean the
downtown.
northwest
The
quarter.
northwest corner, yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
No,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we are talking that. And I think that's right. I do think to get the kind of firms, and I think the comp plan is that million and a quarter for the rest of the city. We're dealing with 20 square miles.
So I'm comfortable with $500,000 for
Chris,
getting that
how
one
much
done.
we paying, East, what was the total cost for East?
$4 million.
300,000.
$4 million.
Huh?
It's $4 million. We're funding the CRA by $4 million this year for Parks and Rec. That should have been paid for from the CRA. The cost of poor planning
That
is
is
$4
what I
million.
was asking. That's how much we
But
were
that's
paying.
the answer.
But I get it, and I get where you're going, but the difference is between a Chevette and a Lexus. I mean, you're not driving a Chevette, and the city doesn't need a Chevette for their comp plan. We do need a Lexus. We are a high-end community. We are a premier community, and we should act like it. And I think that our code should reflect that we are a premium community, and we want premium things, and we want walkability and bikeability, and all of these things that we say that we want. Well, we have to fund that. And everything I've gotten is that that code isn't going to do that, and I get that. The only way I'd support that code is, as I said, a stopgap measure, because I do believe it's absolutely important that we act like the community we are. And we are unique, we are special, and there's nothing wrong with us making sure that our assets are planned and developed and used to their best ability.
And
Where
I
I
agree
was
with
going
you.
with what I was saying, basic, Kirk, I was asking how much we paid for the, comprehensive plan from through Eastern was 300,000. You saying it's better companies out there, of course, what you say, 500,000 for what we're talking about doing?
For an overall citywide comprehensive plan, you're probably looking closer to $1 million or more.
Close to me. Well,
If-
and that's
if you
what I
do
was
it
saying,
right.
is 500,000, because if we paying and you all saying this Eastern isn't gonna be, you know, what you're looking for, is 500,000 a good figure for what we're trying to do. Now you're saying $1 million, closer to $1 million.
For
For the
the
overall.
500,000 was for the form-based code.
Yeah.
Of the northwest quadrant.
Mhm.
The 1.1 or 1.25 million is for the overall comp plan
Yeah.
citywide. So they're two different projects.
Yeah.
One's a code, one's a comp plan, very different, both required, they're very different. And I feel strongly, professionally, that a good plan and a good code will pay for itself many times over if it's written right.
But we can get a good quality company or organization that do this form-based codes and everything for us at $1 million or so for the overall.
Assuming we get people that apply
And
for it, yes.
that's what I'm trying to make sure we have enough money to do that. Because I keep hearing this thing, well, we this, and we, this big city and everything, we want to make sure we get the best of everything. So, hey, we want to spend it, but then at the same time, we always talking about we charging people too much, and we want to reduce millages and all this here kind of stuff. Yet still, we want the Cadillac, but you want it at a Volkswagen price, okay? But that ain't gonna
I
happen.
don't think I've ever said that. Our millage is going up. I'm not afraid to.
Mr. Mayor, I
but-
do want,
so,
I think this is important. I want you to be able to speak to this to people, because it's going to feel different to folks in the community that, you know, I hear you and I agree with you. We don't want to be willy-nilly about spending. And I don't want people to interpret what any of us are saying as, well, we can afford it, so we're going to buy it. I don't think that's a prudent thing to do with public's money. So the reason why I was a little bit maybe aggressive would be the word there, was really to make a point. And when you say, you know, what does that cost us? I mean it when I say it costs us $4 million, because in the CRA, the example that I gave before, that if we were to develop the properties in the CRA to go vertical, in fact, one could say it has now cost us $36 million. And the reason why I say that is because the Victory Point, for example, was built with the understanding and belief that we would have 3-story buildings downtown. So we bonded against the anticipated future revenues, and we got a loan, and we built Victory Point, and that cost us $28 million. And the idea of that was that it would be paid by the taxes that would be generated from all the buildings downtown as they went vertical. If you look at the master plan from 2015, it anticipated vertical development, and that's why we needed Victory Point. The surface area being impervious, running off into the water treatment plant, if you will, it makes no difference whether you're 1 story or 10 stories. So the projected cost of that was justified by the vertical development. But our code was never written to match that plan. Our code stayed the same, and it stifled development. So because of that, the general fund has been paying the debt service on Victory Point ever since we built that place. So that should have been coming from the taxes that would be collected in downtown. And now we run the risk of doing it again with parking garage, meet me in the middle, even Bishop Field. And I love all of those projects, and I want to fund all of those projects. But I want to be incredibly responsible about the fact that we've already built a $28 million facility expecting vertical development. Now we're talking about doing it again. I want to ensure that when I go to sleep at night and when I'm not on this council and I look at whatever happens, that we have set this up to be successful this time. Because last time we almost did it, but we didn't follow through. And so it is a funding conversation for me. Yes, I want nice things, but how do we pay for them? And the answer is through property value improvements, not by driving up the price of property, but by adding incrementally to the property that we have. Put very simply, if we're collecting $900,000 now on one-story buildings and we allow three-story buildings, it is a safe assumption we would be collecting $2.5 million. Now you do that year over year and you can pay for all these projects. What if you had some fives? What if the property values go up in different places? You know, what if you do variable? So you get, for me, it's very much a numbers conversation. So when I'm being a little bit abrasive there, it's because we can see the proof in the proverbial pudding in the development that's been done. And I fear that the Victory Point project will happen again, especially with talking about a parking garage.
Well, and that's what I'm afraid is gonna happen with the parking garage right now until I see some things going vertical or whatever. But Kirk, let me ask you this here question. Did our codes now restrict anybody from going vertical in the downtown? If they wanted to go vertical, they could have done that, right?
Sure, there's a height
See,
restriction.
that's the point I'm trying to make. It wasn't the code that restricted them. It's the developer or the owner of the property. If they wanted to go vertical, they could have came and asked, and we could allow that to happen. My problem is in fact, yeah, like we can go back and change the codes and all this we want. However, if that owner of that property don't want to go vertical, you know, you can't make him. Are we, the city, gonna pay to go vertical? Okay. We expecting, that's what I heard, like with the parking garage, right? And we expecting all these guys to develop this and develop that and develop this down the road, but you know, and they're talking about doing plans. Until I got plans and that's concrete, I'm not ready to put money in there in what may happen. Because like you say, we're gonna end up right back where we are. You're right. Victory Point happened that way because we were expecting people to do it. Our codes right now will allow you to go vertical if you want to come in and ask to go vertical.
So that's
Matter of
an
fact, it
important
was
point.
a plan at one time to build a 5-story hotel in the downtown.
You raise a very
See?
important point.
So that,
Hold on,
see,
bear with me.
yeah.
Bear with
Yes,
me
that
here.
was all approved.
Here's the
ago.
important distinction.
See?
Right now, our code does not automatically allow someone to go vertical. You must come in and ask permission. This is why that's important. When a property is assessed by the tax collector, it is assessed as its highest and best use. If I am sitting on a one-story piece of property that is zoned for one story, my highest and best use is the way that I'm using it. But if that property is zoned for 3 stories and I'm sitting in a one-story piece of property, the property appraiser can, not to say they always do, but they can assess me the fair value of that property, which the highest and best use would be a 3-story building. So while we cannot make a property owner, this sounds a little worse than I might mean for it to. The flip side of that is, once my property is approved for 3 stories, it has an increased value. It really has an increased value. Its highest and best use is a 3-story building. So maybe I don't want to develop it. Maybe I want to sell it, because now I can make a lot more money than I made on it, which was my objection to the lady who came in who wanted to convert the property from residential to business. By simply getting that zoning change, her property has more value just by getting the zoning change. So we can use that to our advantage by giving the high value that we want to give to the people in the community that we want to go vertical. So either the fair market takes care of itself, where I might not want to build a 3-story building, but I can sell it to somebody who does, or that's the carrot. The stick is if the tax collector comes in, the property appraiser says, hey, you're sitting in a 1-story building. It could be 3. I'm going to tax you on a 3-story building. At some point, a reasonable person is going to say, I'm not going to keep paying taxes on a 3-story building. I'm going to improve it, or I'm going to get a partner, or I'm going to sell it. And that's how the free market would respond to our allowance. But right now, the only way they can is with our exceptional variance approval, which means they don't have a value of a 3-story building. Their value is the 1-story building. So that's why the code is so important, because it creates both a carrot and a stick. And why do I care about that? Because we are being asked to invest and make a risk on multi-million-dollar projects. And if we are going to invest, to your point, Mr. Mayor, I want to make sure they're going to do it. We built Victory Point, and it wasn't done. Now, there's going to be property owners who say, I don't want to go through the process, it's unduly burdensome, it's unduly expensive, and they're going to be right about that. So the point is not that property owners haven't done what they should have done. That is not the point. I don't want it to come across that way. I just mean that the process that we have followed by having a vision, bonding against that vision, but failing to empower with both a carrot and a stick the property owners to make that vision a reality, it has disincentivized them from building, while at the same time putting the burden of that improvement on the rest of the taxpayers. So really, this is all numbers for me. It's not, I want nice things, so therefore, if we didn't have downtown property owners coming to us regularly saying, we want these improvements, we want these improvements, we need these improvements. Likewise, no parking. If you have no parking, you must have a plan for parking somewhere. That plan can be vertical development, put a 10-story apartment complex on top of the building. There you go. Now you have customers. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is a parking garage. The other way to do it is a trolley. There's a number of ways to do it, but there must be a solution. Again, the problem is we have allowed 0 lot lines, but we don't have a plan for parking. All this is part of the code, part of the comp plan. And so I just want to make sure before we continue to invest in an area that we are empowering that area to be as successful as not only it can be, but also as successful as we are bonding against. Because now we're incurring that, and the rest of the citizens are going to pay for it if that area doesn't develop as we've anticipated it to develop.
Let me ask you this question then. We changed the code, and it would say now, because we're allowing you to go vertical and you got the access to go vertical, you're trying to tell me because I own this building now, I'm only at 1 story, but hey, it capable of being 3-story. You're gonna assess me for a 3-story building that I only got 1 story?
That could absolutely happen.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
It happens all the
I
time.
tell you what, I'll take you to court every day if you try to
It
assess me
happens
for
all the
something I don't
time.
have. Right now, like I said, you can come in here as an owner in downtown with a 1-story building. You apply, you get approved, you build 3-story. We're gonna assess you 3 stories. I'm not gonna sit here and assess somebody for a 3-story building when they only got a 1-story building.
But that's not the property appraiser's role. When a developer comes in and changes ag land
I always thought a
to,
property appraiser appraise you for what you have and not what you can possibly have. Okay?
highest and best use, and we're relying on that highest and best use when we bond against that tax dollar to build a park. You're saying we need parking garage because 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, we're going to have so much business. Okay, I believe you, but where's the accountability for that?
So, and here's the problem.
Well,
Going
you're
back
right.
to when I brought forth the ordinance changes in order to change the size that we had to go through a CUP, because that's an additional expense to get there. It causes funding issues. We also had to change some parking requirements, which we did. That has already triggered businesses moving forward through the process.
Right.
So when you say, I need to see proof, well, we know the proof's there because there are already multiple businesses who have said, thank you for changing this.
Yep.
We're now going vertical. We're now expanding. We're now using that property that you were tying up because of whatever the case have been. And so we know that's happening. And that's why I say this garage, for me, isn't a leap of faith. I understand where you're at, but we already know it's happening. We already know that investment's there. And so it's, lumberyard is, when you ask, lumberyard's going vertical. When we talk to Kurt, Kurt tells me that they're in the stages again for the 25 behind Johnson Market. These things are out there. They're moving forward. This isn't a question of whether it's coming. It is coming.
Well,
I mean, that's $55 million just in those 2 projects. And all I'm saying is there's going to be $100 million in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
I know I'm underestimating. It's probably going to be in the hundreds of millions. But I don't want to go say that because of what you're saying is that,
Right.
you're doing this and that and the other. But when you add in and you go look at a 10 mil on $100 million, it pays for the garage all day, every day.
well, only
I agree.
project I know and I'm confident it's gonna happen is the lumberyard. The market behind Johnson Market, that was been planning, was in the planning before they started. A year after I got elected, they still haven't gone nowhere. I understand he just trying to sell the property again. See, and like it goes back to what you were saying again.
I
We
think
built
Kurt has an
Victory
update on
Point
that, though.
this expectation and everything else, and it didn't happen.
And that's why the code is so important,
Well, but I
because it
can't.
makes the carrot.
We can do the code, okay, but I just don't see the property appraiser. Maybe you can I'll call the property appraiser, maybe you can call the property appraiser, and see if they're right, that they can sit there and they can charge me for a 3-story building when I only have a 1-story building. I don't think they
Yeah, I
can.
think we've gotten off
Sir,
track.
are we good with
Right.
moving forward with a
Yeah.
$500,000?
I mean, if I get,
$1 million.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
you probably recall when I applied for this job 3 or 4 years ago, and I did a PowerPoint presentation. You were the only one on the council at the time. Do you remember the slide I did about the arc of an organization and where I felt Clermont was on that arc?
Yes.
Okay, that's why this is always very important to have a good plan and a good code. The code, what a good form-based code does is it gives developers predictability. And predictability means everything. Yes, our code now allows a little bit vertical, but it requires you to go through an unpredictable process to get there. It requires variances or PUDs or things that require a whole lot of unpredictability. That's the one thing that scares developers away, is unpredictability. If we write a good form-based code that says, this is exactly what we want, and if you build it to this code, you will get through the approval process very easily. That's going to bring in the A-team developers. If we tell them we're going to change the rules as you go along, we're not going to get the A-teams. We're going to get the B, C, D team developers, because they're not going to want to waste their time, their investments, their money on something that's unpredictable. That's the number one killer of good development, is unpredictability.
And I totally agree with that. If you change the code to make it a little bit easier, yeah, that may encourage them to do that. But right now, I'm saying if I'm a developer, I own a piece of property and I really want to do that, I'm going to go through the change and have to go through all these different changes to make it happen now, if that's what I want to do. Okay? Just like some of them have come in here and done, okay?
And I agree. Some
See, and
will.
it's just like I get the question all the time asking me, how come we don't have affordable houses in Clermont? Why is this, why is that? Because guess what? We have incentive and ordinances on the book that encourage affordable housing. But do developers do it? I can't make them. No. But then people start to hold me responsible for not having affordable housing. Okay?
And I don't disagree. Some
See,
developers
so
will come and go through that.
All I'm saying
unpredictability.
is I have a problem sitting here trying to say, hey, I'm ready to spend all this money based on what might have been, and going back to you say with the Victory Point. We did all that with Victory Point, expecting them, and they had the opportunity to do that. It was on the book for them to be able to do it. But how many took advantage of it? None of them.
But that's like saying,
See.
sir, I built someone a park 5 miles from their home,
Mm-hmm.
and they could have gotten there, and they never used it, so they didn't want the park. And if the park was built right next to their home, I would bet you they'd use it almost every day. And that's the difference. It's the 5-mile walk versus crossing the street. Now, if the street's Highway 50, it's a different conversation, but I mean it in the traditional sense. So I see your point. I see your point that if someone really wanted to do that, they would. But that is going to be a very small amount of people who, frankly, they're probably disagreeable. They're probably like me. I don't really care what you think. I'm going to say what I want to say. We can see eye to eye on this, right? But most people who don't want to risk exposure, or they don't want to, it's already a risky enough business. But coming in front of a city council and being in front of the public and having to justify your position, and having someone who maybe doesn't understand development opine on your project, it's very uncomfortable, and it's time consuming, which time is money in the development business, and it actually costs you more money because of the engineering and the things you have to change and go back and forth on because this council member changed their mind, or this is a new council member, or, it just, I think you nailed it by saying it creates unpredictability. And so there's going to be a very small number of quality developers who say, I'm going to go force this thing that's not easy to do. Most multimillionaires that I know follow a general piece of advice, which is if it's not easy, don't do it. And what they really mean is if you got to force yourself into a situation, you're probably not going to get the best result. But when a path opens itself up to you, and it's obviously a good path, and it's going to make you money, and it's easy in the scheme of all I have to do is go do what I do, then you're more likely to go do it. And what we don't want is to force people who are really high quality and are talented in their arena to have to become talented in another arena, and that includes politics. So when we compel someone who might build a beautiful project to also have to have the skill set of being a good politician and deal with political people, we're putting a barrier in the way. We're making them walk the 5 miles instead of across the street. And I share this with you not to beat a point into you. It's to be able to, hopefully, what I'm saying helps when people come to you and they say $1 million for a comp plan. One, they've already prepaid it. This is the most important thing we can do to get nice things in our community, is to increase wealth in our community. And two, what we want to do is preserve against the risk of bonding or spending general fund dollars in an area that actually should be contributing to us by creating both a carrot and a stick. It does create both. And so what that means is it's accountability. We can hold property owners accountable, and that's a good thing when they're taking money from the public.
Yes, okay, can we move on to the next
Yeah,
thing? 'Cause
let
it's
me
3
go back to,
3:15.
Well, we
Mr.
didn't decide on how much we're putting in
Oh,
for this budget
I
item.
think
Yeah,
I think I heard you say $1 million, right?
Form-based code is 500,000. The overall comp plan is about 1.25.
So you need 1.75.
1.7.
1 to 1.25. Yeah, I think 1.25 is very conservative maximum.
Well, we want to do it, if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it all, and man, we'll do the whole thing. At this point, you keep, like I say, so, as I said before, we go ahead and put it all in the budget. By the time this budget get approved, we'll be into the new year anyway. You know, by October, because the, closeout date is until the 14th of August.
Try not to spend it all. Okay?
So
Try
you
not
need-
to
Try
spend it
not
all.
to spend it all.
So you said 1.25 plus that, so it's 1.75 million?
All in, yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
1.75 million all in. I mean, if you can hold on to it until just before next year, it'd
It's
be
going to
better.
take a few years, so it'll go over a few
Well,
budget
it's
cycles.
not going,
Okay,
it's
okay.
gonna take a couple of years to
Yeah.
get that done, so you'll be paying it in phases. And
The
everything.
Okay.
But
form-based
we
code
have,
will be
we have
this year.
150 carrying
So we need-
over?
So you need $500,000
So
this
you
year.
$500,000 up front,
Okay.
and then the rest we can do over a course of a couple of years.
Yes.
So we still have 150
Hallelujah.
left in the budget.
Okay, okay,
So,
you're good.
but
So,
So we still have 150 left in the budget from this year, so it's
So Kurt,
1.6 is what we're talking about.
Kurt, you have something else you want to share with us?
With that,
Okay.
I want to.
Okay.
I heard you say about the 150, are you saying stop that now or not do that? What are you saying?
I think I heard stop East Council, East Council.
So we have
So
consensus
we're going to
for that?
stop where we are, and we're going to allocate 500 towards the downtown, and then we're going to allocate 1.25 in hopes that between the downtown and the 1.25, we can get in less at 1.25. And we also have 150 carrying over, so instead of 1.75, we're at 1.6.
That's what I was waiting for, exactly. Thank you. Yeah.
And
We're
if
just
I
doing
can get
things.
if Mr. Waugh or Mr. Van Wagner, if y'all can get me official ruling on how we can charge, legally ruling on how we can charge somebody for a 3-story building when they only got a 1-story building, I really would appreciate that.
We aren't doing it, it's a property appraiser and a tax collector function. We aren't doing
What
that.
you're saying is, if you own a 1-story building, you can go to zoning and say, I want to have this zone for 3 stories. As soon as you do that, then you're taxed on the 3 stories. But that
Technically, you
gives
should be.
That gives you more value to that property now, right?
But the tax appraiser is going to look at it as highest and best use.
Right.
If you have to go through a process like a rezoning, a variance, a PUD, they're not going to call that the highest best use. They're going to say you have hurdles to go through.
Okay.
If you have a good code that says you can get their predictability as
So-
long as
so-
you,
And that code that we're looking at now is 2 years away?
the form-based code for the downtown, or
Yeah.
the northwest corner area, that's probably, I would say probably 6 months to
Yeah.
a year at
So
the
in
most,
6
probably
months,
6
okay.
months.
Your scenario is right, that, I can understand that.
Right.
But what I also hear is,
Right, you
here's the
can't
fact,
if you own it, they're not gonna tax you on 3. But if you want, let's say I have this property and I'd like to sell it. So I'd go and then get it zoned for 3 stories. Now I own a 3-story possibility. So I can go to somebody and say, listen,
I
this
have
is
an
3
idea.
times the square footage then.
Why don't we invite Mark Jordan to come and give a brief presentation at a council meeting about how that process works? What do you think?
Well, and that's what I just asked, if Mr. Wall or Mr. Van Wagner can get me the legal ruling on how that work, because
did I pull out like
I
that?
tell you what, I don't want to be paying no value, a possible three-story building when I only want on one-story building. I don't care where it's at.
Please do that.
All right.
No,
That notwithstanding.
I'm not looking for a result
See.
of a contract. I'm looking for a result of money.
What else you got, Kurt?
God, yes.
That's it.
That's it, all
That's
right.
it?
Who's next?
I got a question for you. Sign ordinance.
Yes, sir. So, okay, just to be clear, many months ago, we did a sign ordinance change to allow electronic signs, but
Okay.
only for about 25% of the sign.
Okay.
Which is what we call the changeable copy. I'm looking for input. Are
Okay.
we wanting something more than that?
Mr. Howard, the marquee, when we want to do the sign down here in the entrance of 8th Street or something, we want to change that?
So we're the government, we can do whatever we want.
Yes.
And so,
Yes, but
so we did that up there. I'm not asking for a big monstrosity. And if you really want to look at that pillar, or whatever you want to call it, it really is less than 25% of that pillar if you want to get down
So to be
to,
clear, which one are we talking about? I missed.
this is the one at 8th Street.
8th Street.
Oh, right here. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, the main-
Yeah,
So that's really less, I mean, that's a sign. The whole thing is
it
a
never-
sign to
Technically,
downtown.
It is
yes.
a
So it's
sign,
less than
yes.
25% is my argument. However, no matter what, we need to do it because they're really hard to read, the little
Yeah,
whiteboards.
Yes.
They,
Distract.
People have to go out
yeah,
there.
they're
distract
never,
you.
I
Not
mean,
up
you
to
see
date.
things sitting all the time that are
Right.
late and all of that. So just us being able to do that. And we've got the little kiosks downtown that, if you're walking by it, it's always late as well, where it could be rapid. It could also go through multiple things, trying to increase awareness of events.
So you want an electronic sign at the main pillar at 8th Street?
Right. 8th
One on
Street.
each side.
We want one there.
But we want it to be high quality, pixelated, so it looks like a picture and you can't tell that it's a digital sign,
Well, we
correct?
had a good, nice one.
I don't want to cheat.
Yeah.
Well, we had a nice quality one put in at the Arts and Recreation Center. I mean, that was,
Want it to
that's
look like
high
a poster.
quality. And you're right, Mr. Howard, we the government, we don't have to follow our own rules, but I have a problem with that.
Gosh, I
If
do
we-
too.
if
We
we-
should.
It's about as good as I'm the government and I'm here to help.
If we just saying, you gotta follow this rule, why can't we, I think we need to follow our own rules.
We
Okay, I just
should.
have a problem with it, even though.
Well,
Regardless,
Mr.
the one at
Mayor-
8th Street would never meet any of our ordinances anyway.
Oh, it
I mean, It's
wouldn't.
for the common good. I understand that's why we do what we need to do.
Right.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that would not apply to a new sign code regardless.
So a wayfinding is part of a good code, correct?
It
And-
is, it is. And digital changeable copies, professionally, I'm not a big fan of theirs because it opens up a plethora of problems. You are right, we are exempt from our own code. It's written in our code that it says we are exempt from our own code. So we can do it as long as it's for, as Kurt said, the health, safety, and welfare of the public. It's a good public message. If we start opening them up to commercial businesses, then that opens a whole other can of worms that gets into the First Amendment rights and the Supreme Court ruling on signage. So it's a slippery slope when you do it. We can do it. I'd be very careful about opening it up to commercial, residential churches, anything like that.
But that's
So
all
what-
part of
what's-
the code process.
What's the difference,
Well,
what's the difference?
so
Go ahead.
our sign code, and I haven't looked too deeply into the sign code, but most sign codes are not in compliance with the latest Supreme Court ruling, Arizona, what was the name of the city?
I don't know.
Well, it was a Supreme Court ruling a few years ago about signage and First Amendment rights and regulating content. So a lot of codes, a lot of attorneys will tell you, and Christian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, don't touch your sign code unless you have to, because once you touch it, you got to come in complete compliance. If you don't touch it and you don't make it any different, then no one's going to come after you. But once you start touching it, you have kind of like ADA standards. Once you start touching the building, you have to start bringing it into ADA compliance. If It's not already. Same thing with the sign code. Once you start getting into that, it opens up a lot of amendments that then you have to comply with that.
Brian's still in the audience. On
but-
the issue of Bishop Field, keep in mind, I'm sure it's not ADA compliant, so let's keep that in mind on the restoration.
But here-
Can we address this in the code process?
We can if you want to touch signage.
I mean, I want to do it right, whatever that
If-
means. If that means don't touch it, it means don't touch it,
Well,
but
I mean,
But it's
If we're just talking
2025,
about-
so I
if we're talking
mean-
about city signs that are community messages, again, we're exempt from our own code.
I agree with the mayor. What's rules for thee but not for me don't feel quite right.
No.
But I do think that, I know I'm going to want to know that part and be educated on it. And specifically relative to our code, what are we talking about that would be issues so that we can make an informed decision? But I'd like to do that in the process of design standards, architectural standards, those kinds of things. Because to me, that's what signage comes into.
So we can change our, with signage, and it's Gilbert versus Arizona, I remember the court. With signage, you can regulate size, you can regulate, well, there's like 4 things you can regulate. It's size, it's dimensions, a couple other things, but you can't regulate content. Once you get into content, that opens up.
Well, here's the thing I got, whether it's digital or not, I got a regular sign out there now. I own a business, I have a marquee sign out there, a letter sign. I can go out there and put whatever I want on there now, right? So what's,
Like I'm saying, if we have a gas station that has a digital changeable copy.
Right.
If we allow it for gas stations, then we're gonna have to allow it for any non-residential.
Well, and that's what well, just about most of our gas stations now have the digital signs.
Right.
And that's why I say, hey, we need to change our code to go ahead and allow other businesses to have the digital sign. And as well as ourselves, and like I say, even though I know we exempt from our own rules, but I just don't feel comfortable saying, hey, you gotta abide by this, but I don't.
Right.
Okay.
And we can, to answer your question, Councilmember Strange, we can change the sign code with the code amendments.
Right.
It just brings a little bit more complexity. A lot of the form-based code developers aren't necessarily sign code writers, so they may sub out that portion of it differently because it's a whole different legal ballgame when you get into that.
Well, I think we gave them the budget to work with to do what they need to do it right.
And the last thing I'm gonna say on sign is the fact that we sitting here as a council saying we wanna come into compliance and up to date on everything else. Let's come up to date on our digital signs as well. That's a new way the world is going. So we need to bring that into the reality as well.
I'm willing to explore that with you during the code writing process, but I think there's more information I'm going to need, so. Thank you, Kurt.
So we move forward
Thank
with
you.
digital
Who's
signs?
next?
Yes, you can go ahead and get the digital sign.
You can get
for
your sign.
H3.
Look, after all of that, right?
Right? That's CRA, right? I think we have to do that at a CRA meeting.
Just whether it's CRA or whether it's here, it
'Cause
does not
that has
matter.
to
We
be-
just-
I don't have no
I
problem
think
for
that has to
coming
be
out.
noticed different.
I don't have no problem for us funding that because we utilize it more than anybody.
Because it's
Yeah,
CRA
Oh, it
funded.
is part of, yeah, that it is.
Is it
Digital,
I
that
don't care.
here.
So,
We're
uh,
just so
that's-
wound up on the CRA.
Well,
I'm gonna,
I put
I'm,
it,
I am gonna,
let me, let-
I'll confirm.
I'm gonna get you there.
Okay, sorry.
let me say this, Mr. Howard. Why don't, can we fund the one on 8th Street?
Yeah, they're quick.
And CRA does the kiosks in the downtown?
Yeah.
Because
Those
the
get
one
the-
on 8th Street, we use it quite a bit, advertising events down there, waterfront and
How
everything.
much are we talking?
I don't know. I haven't got no price
My
on it.
guess would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000.
For a sign?
For a
They're not
digital
cheap.
sign, yeah. Outdoor digital
But
sign.
put it in the budget, and when
with-
we see the revised budget, we can see it all and see if
You
anything
know how
gives
much
us
we pay for
angst.
the one in
So we're
Austin,
gonna have
right?
HR?
Yeah.
That one's terrible. They put
Yeah,
it up
that
on a
one's-
hill, you're driving.
Yeah.
Come
It's
on
like
down,
scrolling,
Nadine.
doesn't it? It's like red letter, red,
It's all lit up, but it's way
like
up.
pixelated and red stuff.
Yes,
It's not in the
remember,
location.
time
I
is
thought
ticking.
we
It's
got
3:28. We have to be out at 5 PM. We have, 2, 3 more departments, so let's get going, please.
HR is easy. Come on, make it easy on us.
Who do we have left?
HR, let's go. Human resources. You're done. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'll interject because if that's where you're all at, I have talked to Dan and Nadine about, I'm trying to get us to 4.2, as you know, and hey, how do we save money? I put out on my Facebook to see what would happen. Called it a Hail Mary. It is a Hail Mary. Right now, we're spending about just shy of $9 million on insurance for our employees. I'd like to not spend a great deal of time on it today, but to kind of let you know what I'm thinking is I had extraordinary feedback from members of the community who think they can help. I got phone calls from both of the hospital systems that they think they can help. And there's no way that I think Nadine can really speak to solutions towards that today, but I think doing maybe a public workshop, not necessarily for us as much as
But
for
for
those
them.
public folks
Okay,
to come in.
would you mind if we hold that and let her do her presentation and then get back to that so we can kind of stay on track?
Sure, do we need it?
Go ahead.
Oh,
got a
one
page.
page, yeah, knock yourself out.
Okay, Human Resources supports 433 employees in the following areas. As you can see here, we have a diverse areas that we support. Here are the positions for Human Resources. Our current budget is $676,678. We're proposing $725,199 with a 7% projected increase, which is primarily due to personnel costs.
Well, I want to frame that a little different. It's a 7% increase, and we have a 41% increase in health insurance costs, group benefits. So I'd like to empower our Human Resources Department to explore all avenues in a public forum so that she doesn't have to go through the RFP process, so that she can get feedback from the community.
So I've been down this road before, and ultimately, the insurance company will have a ton of data, and that's where you start, is what's in the data. How many people do you have covered under that insurance?
So we have about 330 employees and about 740 members. What I was going to say is, so our plan year runs January 1st through December 31st. And we have already asked our broker to go out to bid, to go out to market for the administrative, our TPA, our stop loss reinsurance, as well as pharmacy. And we've asked them to explore all alternatives, all cost-saving alternatives, conventional programs and unconventional programs.
But I need to frame this. So when she says that there's a little more than 1,000 people covered at 9 million, so it's a little less than $10,000 per person. In group health, that's not crazy talk. We are self-insured to how much?
We're self-funded and up to $200,000.
So what they need to do is pull that data. I understand what you're looking for, but when we're paying for that, it's typically pretty tight. I get that it's expensive, but the medical world is expensive. When we did this prior to, I saved school board millions of dollars, and like I said, I've been down this. You need to work with your actuaries, and it works actually through the insurance side, and it's really cool to look at, but it's a lot of work. And where we found all the savings were in pharmaceuticals. So that's how Care Here started through the school board, was that they got free health care, and we had our own pharmacy. So even though you have the cost of the free health care, it was offset by the pharmacy to the extent of about $4 million at that time a year, so it's probably gone up. So there is a savings there, but it's something that asking other people to bid it is kind of out of the bounds. What you'll do is you'll take your data, look at your data, where are we spending it at? They'll be able to break it down to not only individuals, you won't know who that individual was, but they can break it down to, we're spending X number of dollars on diabetics, or X number of dollars on COPD, or, they'll actually figure out which diagnosis codes, back to ICD-10, they'll be able to dial it down because of the reporting. They'll tell you exactly what it is, or what we're spending it on, and maybe there's something in there that they'll look at and they're like, okay, we can maybe offset those costs by a prevention plan or something in there.
Yeah.
So that's where that savings will come from. But when we are self-funded to $250,000, that means everything that's paid is coming out of that. Anything catastrophic, heart surgery, anything like that's coming under a different insurance, a backup insurance. But $10,000 per month per person really is not out of.
Per year.
Excuse me. So less than $1,000.
I don't want you to get caught in that
I'm
one.
sorry.
Yeah.
Less than $1,000 per month per person is really not outside of reasonable costs in the insurance world. It's just that expensive, and when you spur that across, especially when you're talking about a, $250,000 stopgap, you're paying a lot of those costs. So if that's something you wanted to dig into, that you dig into the actuarial side of it, and maybe Scott has fun with that. But it really is, it's all just big data, and if you want to get into that, just go look at big data, and it will tell you exactly what to do. But to assume, and I'm not saying you're assuming, but to believe that we're going to go find somebody cheaper, you're not, because we are paying our bill.
Yeah, so I'm looking for the solutions like you suggested, where what is causing the price to be what it is, and is there anything we can do to bring it
So
down?
that's in your actuarials, and that's where you would work directly with your insurance company, and they'll know more about you than you do. I mean, they'd have that kind of data.
So I just think that we've got folks at like the hospital systems that want to get involved, and that's all I'm looking for, is to communicate to you all that when I see almost $9 million in our budget for one item, I am looking at it to say, hey, is this something that needs to be as high as it is? Because a 10% savings is almost $1 million. So 10%, usually you can find 10%. I mean, if you had to, you usually can. And at the end of the day, that money is going into some sort of insurance program rather than the pockets of our employees or into the pockets of our citizens.
That would be
So,
something for Nadine and Scott to dig through. Like I said, it's just big data, and I'm certain they could identify those, bring them back, but the insurance company will actually make. Who is y'all's insurance?
Could you repeat that?
Who is it?
Who
Is
is
it
our
Cigna?
TPA? Cigna.
Yeah, so Cigna will come back, they'll have that data, and they'll say, well, we can target these areas. I
Yeah.
mean, they're more than willing to work, but I think jumping ship from that, there's a cost, and there's a lot of work to get there.
oh, I'm
So-
not suggesting solutions.
Just
Yeah.
to clarify, we have done that, and we'll be meeting with them on August 4th with Rick as well to go over the results of all of that and
Awesome.
explore all of those opportunities.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay.
Thank you. I think you've done a fantastic job, Ms. Nadine, as always. So, I think I've been in it with that insurance to you before, and I have no questions on it. So, I think
Thank
you
you.
explained to me real well. So, who we
Mr.
got?
Freddie,
Freddie.
all right, come on down.
So we're gonna
The
actually
price is right.
we're gonna actually get Freddie to talk today. Quiet Freddie.
I'm gonna let you handle it.
No, I have no question. He does a fantastic
Well, then
job.
he's not gonna talk.
Huh?
If you want him to talk, you gotta ask him
No,
questions.
he never have much to say. I mean, he just walk around smiling all the time, you know?
He does.
Yeah, good evening, council members. Freddie Suarez, Procurement Director. This year, I have no additional employees requests and no capital improvements to add. So my budget increased, I think, a little bit, about 12% due to personnel. I promoted 2 of my staff. We're a total of 4 staff in procurement. And that's all I got.
In one area, I'm assuming that I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really read it all, but, just looking at the, personnel cost you, 63,000, that cost you add somebody?
No, just promoted 2 positions, just restructured the department. I promoted 2 positions, went
Okay.
to hire. I'm still the same amount of employees. I think the reason it jumped is because of the math for fiscal year 2024, you can see in 25, was a drop. I don't understand what that drop was. And then, but in actuality, if you look at 24 to 26, they're pretty close.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure
mean,
why it
just from
dropped.
25, you went with
Yeah.
416, you got
Yeah.
63,000. I was
Yeah.
assuming that was the first added personnel, but you
I
said
thought
it's
so
not.
too, yeah.
You're saying it's not, it's just,
How you
No, it's just-
restructured?
you restructured it, so you increased salaries and everything.
Oh, 2
okay.
employees, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and there was a 24% increase on life insurance to the $1,000. So,
Well,
I mean,
think-
there's
I
some,
think you're-
there's some oddities in here, and I've asked Scott, and he said it's just because of the way things move through.
But you see what I'm seeing.
But no,
Yeah.
I mean, you and I have Yeah, so
Yeah,
those are my
Our
little marks.
highlights
I
are
was
in the
like,
same
these are
place.
odd numbers.
I mean, again, I'm
I
under,
accepted 20-something, 24%, because I think, year before last, it was 33% increase on life insurance.
yeah, I think in part is because I'm a small department, so any little increase looks like a big
Looks
percentage.
huge.
Whereas really, I'm the least expensive department in the whole city right now. So.
I have heard, and it's not, I've no experience of this, so this is just what I've heard, that different cities use different procurement platforms. Is that true?
Yes.
Can we be on all of the platforms?
That's really difficult to maintain. Right now, the OpenGov platform that I'm in right now is being used by a lot of Central Florida cities and counties in the area.
It's the one, we just
very popular.
went to this one, right,
Yeah,
last year?
like
Yeah,
about
we
2 or 3
did.
years ago. It's difficult to maintain multiple platforms because you have to have the vendors register on each one of them. This one is pretty popular in Central Florida area. That once the vendor registers to one of our cities, they have access to all the other ones as well. So it's very good for the vendors, and it's free for them too. Some of those other platforms charge vendors for.
Do we send or post our postings anywhere other than the platform that we use? And my questions are coming from my desire to make sure that when we send out a bid, we are getting the most possible people, even people who maybe, for example, when the bid went out for recreation services, something went out with recreation services. A lot of folks in the sports world didn't see it because they're not on open.gov.
OpenGov, yeah.
But yet they're the people who would be the best to actually provide the service. So if someone's not looking to be here, they're not necessarily getting the notice. Whereas, like we talked about, posting on different platforms that are where the professionals in that industry, you might post on their governing body page, for example. So I'm trying to figure out how we expand our reach to more folks who aren't necessarily just registered for the city. And again, I call it government pricing,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
what do you suggest?
Through this platform, like I say, it reaches out to all the vendors that should register with the city, but other cities as well, and counties in that platform. And the platform is nationwide, list of vendors. So it's pretty big. Sure, there may be some out there that don't know about OpenGov. It's just a matter of time for us to reach out to, but eventually they get a word of mouth, hey, the city of Clermont or Orange County, whoever, had this big project, let me go and sign up with them so I can be part of that. Once they do that, we get them as well. So it's like a centralized platform.
But I think, and so I'm bringing like sports experience, for example. Years ago, when we bid out Hancock Park, we bid out improvements at Hancock Park, and the only people who responded were people that were in like construction, because they're the ones that are on our OpenGov. But you didn't get people in the sports world because they're not looking to see, we're not building all the time, so they're not registered with us or monitoring it. And so we really limited our scope to the people who, again, are just repeat in this process. So I'm trying to figure out if this is policy or if this is process that because I certainly want us to actually try to find qualified people. And is that for the department heads to do? Is that for you to do? How do we do that?
Yeah, I usually try to find new companies through just Google them, Google the field of interest and see what vendors are out there that can do that. If they're not listed in a platform already, I reach out to them and send them an email, hey, we have this project coming up, here's how you register with us in OpenGov.
You do that?
I do that, yes.
Okay.
And also before, when that happened, when I forbid, I used a different platform called BidSync. And I switched to this one now 4 years ago, which is much better, reaches out to a larger, wide variety of vendors than the other one did.
And I remain concerned, and this, again, I'm not sure if this is policy or process, with the process through which we're evaluating firms, because it seems to me that the quality of the firm itself and their experience tends to be 25 to 30% of their score. And the rest of the score is kind of checking boxes on administration. And like, you have to have a certain insurance. I get that, okay? But that's maybe a bad example, but it's an example. You have to have a certain insurance. You have to have a certain, I wish I had a scale I could look at that I could show you. But the actual meat and potatoes of the experience of the folks working in the firms isn't what's going to win it. It's how did your cover letter look? Stuff that I don't think is necessarily important. So I'm trying to figure out if this is policy that we establish for example, whether we're giving a Clermont resident or business more points than a Lake County business, than a Central Florida business, than a Florida business, those kinds of decisions.
I think that's their standard.
I'm sorry?
I think that's their standard to see, because if you can't give me a presentation that's decent, then why would I think that you could do a decent, you know what I'm saying? That it's a metric that they use to determine should we use this or not. That's like a standard that the government uses.
So I guess I'm
Metrics.
thinking maybe those would be better as like pass fail, because, you know, did you follow the instructions? Okay, you can follow instructions, but if I'm scoring a cover letter versus the quality, you know, I might do a 50-page proposal that's beautiful and I've
Right.
spent 40 hours putting the proposal together, but 10% of my score is what did my cover letter say versus the meat and potatoes of my proposal. If the proposal is only 25, 30%, then someone theoretically could either bump ahead or get up close because of administrative issues.
Well, here go back to, as Ms. Meyer was saying, if I put it up, for example, the one we did with the city manager, the cover letter counted so many points, but also there they had certain specification in that cover letter that they was expecting to see. And I remember specifically when I got ready to grade the cover letter, it was 5 points, so I gave each one of them 2 points. Okay, and if one was missing, hey.
I did the same thing. I just
See,
give everybody the
see,
same
if
numbers,
you
but
didn't ask all 5 of these points, though, that goes back to
Right.
Ms. Meyer to say, hey, if you
Metric.
can't follow the instruction and answer and put in this cover letter what we asking you to say in this cover letter, just give me a whole bunch of, here's a blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
do I
like a
really
little-
want you?
Yeah,
You know?
it's like a little
And as
preview
part of my
test.
business, they come to this, how you gonna do my project? And
Exactly.
follow orders and guidelines to do my project. So, you know, so it's something related. And there was one part in there where it was I forget one point where it was pass or fail.
Yeah, there
And
was
then
something
you
that's
did
past
have another
insurance
one
and
where,
different things.
hey,
yeah.
was it a local company or
Yeah,
something?
local,
You
yeah.
got 1 or 2 points. for
You get
being
extra if
local
it
or
was
not.
Lake
Yeah.
County
So you
and not
still
if
had
you were
mixture
out of
there.
Lake County.
But
yeah.
So
you're right.
But that's the government standard
how-
on using metrics.
When an RFP comes in, we can rank them based on whatever. We can change the template
Yeah,
however we
we put
want.
the requirements.
So we could say your past experiences is worth
Right.
a lot,
40%,
50% of the
yeah.
points. So it's not so much standard. We do have the ability to change it to give a lot more points to certain categories that we want to see. Like you said, it is a cover letter versus their experience and their projects that are similar to what we're looking for.
So here's where I run into the problem when we've done this before. The problem that I run into when we start ranking experience super high is that are the only ones getting those jobs.
Right.
Never get another chance
For the new
for
people.
somebody else, one of the new guys who may be
Right.
doing a great job to get there. So
that's kind of where I'm coming, is like, how are we going to get variability and unique applicants? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And it may not, I just want to speak that that's what my goal is. I don't necessarily want to tell them how to do it. It's just to say, I think that we're getting what I've been calling government pricing, because we're in a bit of a routine, especially with these big projects, the contractors that are coming in that realize there's no other competition and there must be something
Well, they know
in
they
the
have
process.
competition. They know they have competition.
Well,
I'm not sure you're getting as much as you might think.
I think that's where the key is that that competition to come
Right.
in. And, you know, as I said, we had Freddie last year do a class and getting that word out, getting
Yeah.
young, hungry
Yeah.
contractors who are going to say, you know what, I need to do this. I want to build, you know, some of these guys may want to build their resume with the city so that they can go do a county or, a state project. And that's how they build, is from here. And I think it's important to support those folks. So where you're going with it, I think we just reach out and we kind of bring those folks along so that they can bid, these small jobs, a $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 job and say, okay. And
This is all really good, but I think we went off on a tangent.
we're off.
we
I mean, I
did.
think
Yeah,
that
why
was,
don't we
Well, again,
stick
it's just
with-
from a policy
Yeah, I know,
standpoint.
but I don't know.
Yeah.
if
Well,
that's-
There's nothing we need to do with
Yeah.
the budget.
I
I'm with
understand
you.
what
I
you're
don't mind
saying.
backing up.
I understand what you're saying, trying to get quality applicants and get people to apply. However, as the old adage say, you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink. And we can put all this out there in the RFP, but then we can't make these quality companies apply for them. We just have to go with what we have. And of course, as I stated before, I think evaluating them all should be left to procurement, who know the expert and know all this realm, so.
I just wanted something really quick. Being in this platform, for example, if Orange County has a big construction project, a lot of contractors will want to go on there, and they're on OpenGov too. So those contractors will also be on ours automatically. So whenever we go out for a bid for a construction or the parking garage we're building now, they'll be notified. So which shows our city getting vendors in, we share all the vendors in the system.
Yeah, you put it out there, it's up to them whether they
If
apply.
they
I
want
mean,
it,
we
yeah.
can't make them apply, of course, I know we got accused one time
And
by not notifying local vendors and everything and companies, but we do. But if they don't apply, I mean.
They don't apply.
Don't accuse us saying we don't take care of local.
And I've heard in the past for construction projects that we had here in the city that a lot of the big construction companies wouldn't even apply for it. They wouldn't submit the bid because we're too small for them. They want the big
They want
jobs.
something big,
Right.
yeah.
So,
All right,
All right, is that it?
I'm
Is that
okay
it?
with you.
All right, Brittany. Thank you, sir. Come on
Go ahead,
down, ma'am.
building services.
Come on down, it's your turn.
I would like to go right now. I don't have any concerns for building services. Are you okay if I leave? Is everyone
Are you
cool
okay?
with that? Yeah, I'm good. I'm
She
good.
needs to leave and she wants to make sure it's okay to move on, yeah.
We're good?
Yeah.
This is the last one, right?
Yes.
I got nothing.
Mine's going to be quick,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Oh,
Yeah, there's one more thing that Scott needs to go over after building services. And consensus on a lot of projects that we've been talking about.
Well, you, wait a minute, I don't think what he's gonna go will really affect building services. So can you do that real quick and then we'll do building services, please, sir?
How much time do you
Well,
got?
what we need direction on is the millage rate, to bring the maximum proposed rate to council next week, or 2 weeks from now. Apologize.
What is it, the maximum?
Yes, so we have to, city
have to
council
set the
must
max-
adopt a resolution that establishes what the proposed rate is at the meeting on the 29th. The budget was drafted and presented to you at a rate of 4.73, which is down from 4.88 this current year. During these 3 workshops, we've added a lot of services and a lot of expenditures to the general fund. So I think that discussion needs to be had. I will be glad to prepare the resolution at the rate of the proposed budget, unless you want to just dive deeper into it as we speak. Just keep in mind that this is the proposed rate. Whatever you set this at via resolution on the 29th can still be adjusted downward at the 2 meetings in September.
Of course, if we started, well, like I say, this budget, what we have right now. It was.
459, right?
It was drafted at 4.73, yes.
No, the budget
And as
was
we
4.59.
learned,
We added some expenses.
The millage was
Correct.
proposed at 4.5, but the budget number was 4.59.
yeah, that was what I was getting ready to say. As I said in my opening presentation, and Kyle is bringing it up now, we got the DR 420 from the state while this was literally being printed. So we didn't have complete information at the time that we prepared and released the city manager's recommended budget. What I believe Councilmember Strange is saying is that based off the dollar value built into the budget, you back into the rate based off of that updated valuation, it comes closer to 4.578, somewhere in that neighborhood. What I've not said here in the last 60 seconds is what the rollback rate is. And Kyle is, again, bringing up that presentation as we speak. The rollback rate's in the neighborhood of 4.6. But again, what we need is direction on what to put into that resolution for the 29th for council's consideration.
Okay,
My take on it is that staff came to a rate of 4.57, based on the number to spend. Most of the things that I've seen us, are things that were, in my mind, prepayments. I know, these are not ongoing operational. These are one-offs, one time. I think that should come from the 16 million general fund to those reserves to fund that and keep us rolling that millage down. I'm going to maintain that I want to be at 4.2. For the purposes of the meeting, I'll vote for the 4.57. But that's where I'm at. That's where they started. That's where I'm at for the.
4.5.
You're at 4.57, is that what you're saying?
4.5.
Yeah, the 4.57, the amount of money
thought
that they've
that-
asked for, everything we've added in my mind is fixing old problems. So that, in my mind, should come from the 16 million overage. And it's not ongoing. Those things are one time. So I think and I think there's opportunities for savings in the healthcare to get us down. But I think we need to fund with the general fund. So I'll meet you guys on July 29th at a higher number. My final vote will be for 4.2. That's where I'm at.
Be what?
4.2.
Didn't you just tell me the rollback rate was 4.6?
You can't go below the logo.
It is to be exact, 4.6143.
And that's as low as we can go, right?
What is it again? I'm sorry.
That's the rollback.
The
What's the
rollback
rollback?
rate is
You
4
can
point,
go higher or lower.
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
I tell you, I'm not.
so the idea with the rollback rate is what is the rate that you need to apply in order to produce the equivalent number of ad valorem taxes you received the previous year?
Okay.
So in theory, by going from 4.88 down to 4.
Mr. Ward left.
4.88 to 4.6143, you're receiving the same number of ad valorem dollars,
Oh,
not accounting for new development.
okay,
So that's the theory behind it.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So I think Allison had said 4.5, is that correct?
That's what Alice said,
Right.
4.57 for her.
So we need three of you to tell us.
What?
We need three
Well,
of you to tell
hold
us.
on.
wonder-
I think we can have that conversation after we get through with building services.
Yes, let her
'cause-
go.
Yeah, because she doesn't need to sit here in the middle of us while
No,
we
she
do that.
doesn't. She doesn't.
Thank you. Great. So building services operates as a enterprise fund, which means we are totally self-supporting. All of our expenses are paid from our permit fees. So we take no monies from the general fund. The only other thing I'm asking is for capital is a SUV replacement. It's 7 years old. Our department vehicle, which we do share with other departments. That's really my only ask.
Business tax receipts,
We no longer do those.
huh?
We no longer do those.
No, yeah, but, where would they usually be accounted for? Is that in
The county,
permit fees?
no, that's part of general fund. You talked about the business tax receipt
Yeah,
fees?
business tax receipt. We no
don't
longer,
do-
Normally be in revenue, but
We wanted to know where-
Those are general
Get rid
fund-
of them.
Yeah, those are general fund revenues,
I
but
know we no longer do them.
Yeah, it would have been in the revenue section.
Revenue
It was a
section.
general
Those are
fund.
general
Saying it
fund.
up in it would have been in revenue under permits, fees, and special
no,
assessment.
no, it's general fund fees.
Okay.
Those fees went to the general fund.
Okay, well, no, I was just curious because I'm sitting here looking at I was just curious, because we FY 2025, we had 2110 in permit fees and all this assessments, and the same thing for 26. But then again, I know I think we lost 140-something thousand
We did.
in everything, so I was just
It's all
curious
kind of based,
why
yeah,
it didn't change. But
we
it-
try to guesstimate based on
Yeah.
what are future subdivisions that are coming in and,
But if the business tax receipt isn't reflected in your budget,
No.
then I can understand why I didn't see a
Yep.
change.
So, and I don't know how you feel about it. The only thing I would ask is that in the 27-28 budget, there's 3 vehicles.
yeah.
Could you move one of those to 29 and one to 30 so that we have basically one vehicle per year, that it just smooths our budget a little bit? And if you can do that, I'm good. Thank you.
Anything else?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty.
Scott has a few things that you guys have mentioned to us that you wanted and are not in the budget, so we just wanted to bring that to your attention and just finalize the millage rate discussion. So Scott, I'll turn that to you.
Thank you, Rick. So Kyle just pulled up a spreadsheet. Please enlarge that a little bit if you would, please. This is a list of items that was not in the proposed budget. But we are aware through conversations and in our preparations that there was interest in including. Now, a couple of these things on lines 5 and 6, we will add based on the direction just provided to us. Lines 5 and 6 and 7. Kyle, just remind me, can you highlight those in green, please? Okay. Whoop.
The 3 million downtown area, that's our point.
Yes. So we will, based on the, as I just said, based on direction, we will include lines 5, 6, and 7 in the budget updates. The other items, line 4, 8, 9, and 10, are items that didn't make the cut of the city manager's recommended budget. As you see, and Chief Graysick spoke to the additional police officers, which were removed along with the accompanying vehicles. There was some discussion on line 8 of a mobile fire building during the times of transitions with the Fire Station 2 project. And of course, just mentioned by the mayor, the potential land acquisition. So city manager wanted us to bring these to your attention in case you wanted to discuss these any further.
Okay, so that's addition, we just added 6.7 million?
No, some of those were already kicked. So on the downtown land acquisition for the 3 million in the CRA, at the end of the day, that needs to be a buy, a split, take the piece we need and move it off. CRA doesn't have that funding in it, have the CRA pay for the garage. I know that my counterpart over here was trying to get the CRA to fund everything. It's just not possible. So, I've agreed that I think the garage can be funded by the CRA and it can be funded by that tax increase. But I don't want to add everything else in there, especially another $3 million. So what I would say is that probably needs to come out of existing general fund revenue, split off the piece that we need for the art walk, and then sell the rest, which is what we talked about. So we don't have money in CRA anyway, so it has to come out of the general fund. I'm not sure why it's listed there.
Right.
So
The main thing is we're just wanting to get council consensus, whether you want to do.
I'm good with it budgeted there, and you can go ahead and pull that off. As far as I'm concerned, you can pull it off of those funds, but it certainly can't come out of CRA because they don't have it. So it needs to come out of the other. And if everybody's in line with pulling off that piece and then we flip it back out to the community, then I think that makes sense. The form-based code, I get that that's a CRA deal. However, CRA has $1 million in it, and right, so that's half of our funding. Again, I get that Allison wants to fund a lot of stuff out of the CRA. CRA is just not at that point yet, so I would say it's probably better to come out of general revenue, but that's just me.
For me, you can take it all out of the general revenue. Okay, I know CRA fund, I don't want to use too much money out of the CRA fund. They don't have that much to begin with. We already supplementing them and doing all kind of stuff to try to help them. So, but we need to just make sure if we want these things, we got to make sure we can fund them and everything. Ain't no way we can ask CRA to do a $3 million land acquisition, do it out of the general fund. We do it with the piece of property. We control the piece of property. We can probably recoup our investment there. We're real easy, okay? Whether we find somebody to come in and develop it for us with parking and mixed-use parking, commercial or whatever, farm it out or whatever, and everything, we can recoup our value on it. So I'm not worried about it.
So the level on this.
There's consensus that at least 3 of you want to go forward with number 1, regardless of how we fund it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So my concern with where we land on this millage is a fewfold. The housing market right now appears to be stable. However, if anybody's looked, Cape Coral is now the worst place to own a home in the entire nation. And number 2 behind that happens to be Lakeland. So it's an odd part when we start having home issues on our rear doorstep, and that's a little concerning for me. We have added a lot of stuff. I do want to get to the 4.2, but we're not going to get to the 4.2 this year. We can get to it in over a period of 4 years. And I've talked about this before, that a 4.7 wasn't my initial number. And I'm still comfortable at a 4.7 because we have added a lot of stuff in. And I want to have that soft landing that we get back to that 4.2 where we were in 2022. So I'm good with that. You know, if you guys end up at 4.6, I'm okay, but 4.7, I'm fine as well. So anywhere in there, they're within 800,000 of each other? Between 4.6 and 4.7? So 700, yeah. 700,000.
This doesn't
So-
this doesn't include balancing the budget with what we just added to it, right?
Would would it be, yeah.
Well, you added about $750,000 to the general fund during these workshops.
Okay.
So you're correct, Mayor.
We got to go back. Well, Mike, what I'm looking at,
It-
and 4.88. If we stay at 4.88 with whatever all we add additional, we just add and everything, we'll be clear enough, have enough. I'm gonna learn the
Well-
balance, or we still have to cut something.
Me and the state of Florida see the definition of a balanced budget in two very different ways. According to the state of Florida, you can balance your budget with a structural deficit as long as you have the reserves in place to
Okay, make
make your revenues
Okay.
equal your expenses, which we obviously do. We're, as much discussed, we're well exceed our minimum requirement. My concern remains long-term.
Yes.
Well,
Um,
yeah.
yeah.
And that would be my concern, yeah, if we have things in the budget and we start reducing the millage and everything, and we're not cutting some operational things, we try to balance the budget using your reserves and everything, in the long run, you got a problem because you didn't cut nothing operational. So next year, you got a problem on your hand, okay? You know, if you have a millage rate where you're not meeting your budget, you need to cut something. You can't just look to balance your budget using your reserve funds, okay?
Well, Mayor, if I may, just remind everybody, because it seems like 3 years ago, much less 3 workshops ago, we're adding a $3.5 million service in EMS transport to this budget. And we were surprised to be blessed with another double-digit growth rate in assessed valuation. As I reported in May, our early number was around 6%. It ended up being twice that. So if those double-digit increases year to year continue, which they very well could, given the development that's on the horizon and other things, if that continues, then I think the council can be a little bit more aggressive with a reduction than you otherwise could be. But that unknown, coupled with the unknowns of the intergovernmental agreements with EMS, gives me pause. And so my professional recommendation would be, yes, you could absolutely reduce, but something along the lines of what Councilmember Howard mentioned a few moments ago, provide that, what'd you say, soft landing?
Soft landing.
It's a soft land, yeah, I mean, if we go down 0.15 a year for the next 4 years, and we just plan that out to get back to that 4.2, we can. And we know that we can do it this year because of the savings that we had. And I know that we can do it in year 4 because we retire debt.
Right.
So the problem comes in to year 2 and 3, that we will be reliant on double-digit increases for next year and the year after.
Okay.
If those don't come, then you don't get that 0.15 decrease. I mean, it's just the way it is.
It makes sense.
But if it does come,
Right.
as he's saying,
Then you can make a
then we
bigger-
have that little bit,
Yeah.
and then the next year you have a little bit,
Yeah.
and then you're at your 4.2. And ultimately, the average is 4.9. Throughout the state of Florida, the average millage is 4.9. If we go and we look at, who is it down in South Florida? Weston, that's the one we talked about, that one. So they're at like a 3.3. They have 12 employees. So that's probably as low as you can go. They have great home values. So to ever think that we're going to get to that level, we're not, because they outsource everything. That's probably the best idea of all worlds. So the 4.2 for me is a good number, kind of stuck in between an upper of 4.9 and a low of 3.3. That puts us there. So I'm comfortable there. But like I said, I want to get there, but I'm not going to be overly aggressive. I'm not going to put us in a bad thing because Lakeland gives me pause. That is our back.
Yeah,
That is our back door. And if they're having,
That's very disconcerting.
they're going backwards in their home values right now.
That's not good.
Orlando's not, so, I mean, it's a
Yeah.
moving market, but I'm comfortable this year with a 0.15 decrease, which takes us to 4.7. And then next year,
Yeah.
you know, so it's up to you guys, but
I too echo what you said, Todd, about 4.7. I don't want us to go so far down where next year you got to double it and we're in these deficits or whatnot, and we don't know what's coming next year and the year after that. So I think we have to be, cautious in that. And 4.7 is about as low as I think I want to go, just to be on the safe side for now, and then eventually get to where it's lower if everything goes as we want,
100%. And politically, it's way easier to lower slowly than it is to lower too much.
And then have to
next year
raise it.
come back and be like, hey, by the way, we got to raise taxes. If you guys want to
Exactly.
talk about how you get skewered,
Talking about the height.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that, yeah.
My feeling would be, like Allison said, 4.55.
I'm,
Well, let me say this, you can say 4 point, you wanted to go at
We're just
4.5.
discussing it.
but she's not going to vote for that.
She's not, yeah.
She's already told you that.
She's
So
not gonna vote.
she can say 4.55, all she's not, but she's not going to vote. She's 4.2. So all she's going to do is try to move that along on this next vote. You're going to have to look at it and listen to Scott and figure out where you land. And I'm listening to
Yes.
this
Scott,
guy,
yes.
who is our
Financial
CFO.
director.
But
Yes.
he's also saying that we're gonna get, your initial thought of increase doubled because of the growth that we're having. And we have Wellness Way is growing.
But
Let
Yeah.
me, let me.
But remember, we got the EMS.
I'm ready
Remember,
to try
got
to get
EMS.
out of here. Let me put it to you this way. Right now, what we're gonna be looking to do on the 29th is set a millage rate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, at that point, once we set that millage rate, we cannot exceed that
Correct.
millage. We can always go down.
down.
So we can sit here and you can debate 4.2, 4.5, whatever. Right now, we leave it at 4.88. You say, hey, it's gonna be 4.88, and we know we can't go any higher. You can always, in the 29th, we can go down. I don't know how many votes we need to keep it at 4.88, 4.88, and each, as you go down, you need, where we need 5 votes to keep it at. Yeah.
So on the table, on the majority vote is, the maximum rate for a majority vote, which is 3, is 4.8293. Anything above 4.8291 would require 4 votes.
So 4.82, you need the maximum vote, 5.
4.
3,
3.
4.
4.
I said that wrong, didn't I? My apologies.
No.
That is the maximum rate with 3 votes,
With 3 votes.
4.8291.
Anything below that, you need 4 or 5 votes.
No, sir, opposite. That is the majority vote rate maximum. So with 3 votes of the city council members, the highest you can go is 4.8291. You can go below that with 3 votes, but anything above that requires 4 votes.
And Bill, on that 4.5 that you're looking at,
4.88.
4.88 is higher than 4.8291,
Okay.
therefore it would require 4 votes.
Okay.
so on that, remember, we added in fire, we added in a lot of stuff, and that's why, while they gave you that 459 as the original number,
We're getting some of that money back,
but you
No, but you
can't
need to have more
budget
money to
that.
fund it, is what he's saying,
I
so
mean,
that's.
you can't
need to
ask him
think
to
about
budget
that.
things that we don't have. That's, it's kind of like, oh, are we going to budget tax increases? It's really difficult to do, and I'm not willing to do it. So you got to land where you're going to land. But with all of the stuff that we've done, all of the additional infrastructure, I'm comfortable at 4.7, and I'm comfortable with giving folks a plan on how we're going to get to 4.2. But that's where I would land at. And I mean, it's up to you guys, but I'm comfortable there. Obviously we need to have 3. And I know Mayor Murray wants to get out, but this is our only opportunity to
Yeah,
talk.
it's the only time to
So-
talk.
No, I don't have to get out.
Well, you said you were ready to
You said
go.
you were in a hurry to go.
Well, I'm not in a hurry to go. I just don't want to sit here and keep going over the thing. We fussing about something we're not going to vote on today, and the main thing we're looking for on the 29th is to set a millage rate, and then whatever millage rate we set, you can always go down, okay? And that's why I'm just saying, hey, you, on the 29th, you can say 4.5, you can say 5 million, but you can always take it down, but you can't go any higher, is what I'm telling you. We can sit here and listen to all these scenarios, and what I'm gonna suggest is the fact that, Scott, when we come in on the 29th, on the 29th, I guess we can do it on the 29th. If we set it at 4.88, you see what the millage is, and 4.8, 4 point this, when
See
we
how it
cut it
affects-
and show
How it affects
if
it.
we go to 4.5, what's the revenue gonna be and how short on the budget we are, if we have any excess or whatever, and what we may have to need to cut out for each one of these millage rates that could be proposed, okay? So you'll know if we end up, if you take a vote and say, hey, we're going to 4.5, or we gonna come up $1.2 million short, so what are you gonna cut? Okay?
Yeah.
If you do this, and I would suggest you have that table prepared for you.
Yeah, that would be
The
good.
biggest thing is to, you know, say, hey, like I say, with it sitting at 4.88 right now, I would say, hey, we set it at 4.88, and then when the final budget come out, or we take the vote in, what, August, September? Whenever it is,
September,
that's when you make the final decision. I don't want to sit here all day going back and forth with all this other stuff, see, is what I was trying to say. No.
I need a number to put on the resolution.
Okay.
There is no way you're getting to 488 because it takes 4 votes. So, I mean, that's not even in, that's not, Mayor, I get it, but in the realm of possibility, the reality of possibility, you know that you don't have one, so it just takes one more. So your max is going to be
You're
482.
right. You're
Yeah,
not
four
gonna-
point 8.2, right?
Huh?
Can we do do everybody in
That's gonna
agreement
be
to
his max is
4.82,
gonna be
his max that
482.
he can do?
And I can tell you that I've had my conversations with Scott, and I'm comfortable at 4.7, and that's what I'm going to ultimately
That's what
propose
I-
unless you guys come up with something else. I mean, we've talked, and I'm comfortable at that number. I get that folks want to go a little lower, and that's all good and well, but I don't think that's the prudent thing to do.
I don't either.
So, you know, I'm good at, for sake on the 29th, if we need to get to
The resolution for
8.2,
him.
then
yeah,
we get to
4.82.
8.2. Otherwise, if we want to do it at 4.7, then we'll go 4.7. I'm good
So
either
that's
way.
what you need for us, is you need 3 votes for us to say what we want the resolution at for today, correct? Correct?
We'll
He
be
wants
voting on the
direction,
29th.
correct?
No, I'm gonna still sit here and say, I'm still sitting at 4.88 where it's at right now, and I will never go any lower than that right now.
So then there you go. So we only have, so it's up to us three, and we have to come up with a number that we can live with as the max. Are you comfortable there?
Oh, yeah.
Then bring us back one that says 4.7, and they can vote for it or not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else that need to come?
At least since
Nothing?
we have it, go ahead. Sorry, everybody's running out. Because we're on the budget side, I would like to have a, whether it's here or in another council meeting, getting the historical village open more. It's only open 2 half-days a week. I'd also like to see them start getting some grant funding and start moving forward with that. And I think that's something we need to have a conversation with them about how to move that piece along. But I think it's important for us to be open, and, you know, there's supposed to be walking tours, and there's supposed to be all of these things added, and we're not seeing that. And I think that is we're spending significant sums to maintain it, and I think we need to see
How many days a week do you think we should have it open, Todd?
5 or 6.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I get taking off Sundays.
Right.
But I think Saturdays are hugely important, and I really think Fridays are. Fridays
Yeah,
are.
Tuesday through Saturday?
I'm sorry?
Would Tuesday through Saturday, you think,
I
work
would
to
be
have
okay
the
with
historic
that.
village open?
I'd be okay with
What is
that.
that? The what?
To have the historic village open Tuesday through Saturday?
I thought it was all right. Well, if they want to open it Tuesday through Saturday, but right now I think they're only pretty much open on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
No, they're open a half a day. They're open 4 hours on Saturday and 4 hours on Sunday. And that's just not,
It's
that's not
really
giving
feasible.
our community.
Yeah, it's not real feasible. So that's what he was saying, of making the days longer so we could
They're
do.
not getting anybody coming down and doing them hours.
Oh, is that the problem? They don't have people to work
Yeah.
it? Is that the
Well,
problem?
they have,
Well,
You
that's
have
a,
a little problem manning it, and then you still don't have patrons really coming down during them hours. Of course, we don't really have it.
But if we advertise
Advertising.
it and we have the manpower, I think we get the foot traffic, and then if we get, especially if we get a trolley, we're gonna have more people. They're gonna wanna see
Well,
that.
yeah.
Well,
So if y'all aren't
I think-
opposed to it, we can have further conversations, but I think
Yes,
it's
I'm not
important.
opposed
Thank
to
you.
that.
All right. I'm
Oh,
not-
one other thing I wanted to too, is the Thrive people, they needed a space. Can we talk about that too, of where they could meet on a regular basis? I'm meeting with her on Friday. Any ideas?
I have a problem with that because we start allocating without charging how many other people gonna come in here wanting us to give them spaces.
What was this for?
This is the nonprofit that helps our teenagers in our city with vocations and skill sets or whatnot. I think it's something we need to
What
support.
was the name of it?
It's Thrive.
Oh,
Thrive.
Thrive.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, she did a
Yes.
presentation and I
yes.
was, because there's another one where she does small events. Wasn't she using,
She was using the building over there, City Center, and with it now being chamber, she's concerned of like, where can she meet
how many
in at?
students are they having, hosting?
Usually about 30, I think.
I mean, we still have the Kohler Building and we still have the Highlander Hut.
Okay.
I mean, there's plenty of opportunity
Okay,
there.
so just
Yeah,
that,
I mean,
okay.
we just need to find the right size building. We have buildings all over. We have the right size building. It's just a
Right.
matter of finding that.
Finding that one
and
for 'em,
making
okay.
sure that that works.
Okay.
So,
And they have some smaller rooms in the community center, arts and recreation center for meeting for the people that size too. But I just, like I say, my concern was trying to give it to them at no cost when we got a lot of different organizations out here. This actually come to me asking all the time if they can utilize the facility.
Yeah.
Tell me it's always a fee.
yeah, but don't we do that for
But-
the Boys and Girls Club?
Yeah, I was just about to say,
No,
yeah.
Boys and Girls Club pay
they-
rent.
What are they paying?
They pay, I think they paying $1,000 a month now
Okay.
and everything. We just, yeah, I think we just upped their rent to, renew their contract last year to $1,000 a month.
I guess I just see this because they're teenagers and they charge $10 for the kids to come, so I don't think, and it's a 501(c)(3). And since they're our kids, I feel like we really need to have
Let's work
something
with it.
positive.
We'll find a way to work.
Yes, yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but I got a lot of other organizations that's saying the same thing to me, see? That's what I gotta be careful of,
I
okay?
understand.
All righty, anything else? Hearing nothing else,